L4 Media. We talk high school football, 4A, 3A, and 2A in Texas. We talk East Texas sports. We talk NFL, guy talk, movie, and booze. We also talk wrestling and so much more. So like and subscribe and check us out.
The Northeast Texas Sports Network is dedicated on delivering the most entertaining sports broadcasts in East Texas. And if you're interested in having your next sporting event streamed live, visit us online at netsn.live.
Is your demanding work lifestyle in need of fire-resistant clothing that can keep up? Well, L4FR clothing should be your go-to for quality, affordability, safety, and style. L4FR was founded by a third-generation oil field worker who is also a veteran. Thus, this company has a deep appreciation for reliability and longevity, all while we provide first-rate customer service. Our durable apparel will serve you well for many years to come, whether you're working on a pipeline, a lineman climbing utility poles, or in any other environment requiring fire-resistant apparel. L4FR has you covered. Our apparel is tough enough to resist hazardous conditions while still providing high comfort and style. L4FR provides clothing options to ensure your safety and comfort, whether you're on the job or not. To view our complete inventory of flame-resistant garments, please visit our online store at l4frclothing.com or give us a call at 817-757-4935. Si habla español. This special episode of OutDrank The Coverage, the live draft show, is brought to you by the Frisco Bar and Grill. They're located at 6750 Gaylord Parkway, Suite 120 in Frisco. You can find them online at thefriscobar.com. I'm telling you, folks, if you're a sports fan, a karaoke fan, or a fan of live music and trivia, this is the place you want to be. They not only have great food, great drinks, they have great prices, and they have a great atmosphere. I'm telling you, this is where old friends meet and new friends are found. I promise you, you will love the Frisco Bar and Grill. Intern Noah and I will be talking about it during the draft show, but we love their appetizers. We love their wings. I love their sliders. My girlfriend loves the karaoke. Hey, if you're a fan of Oklahoma Sooners or San Francisco 49ers, the Frisco Bar and Grill is the official watch party place for both of those. And intern Noe and I was there for a Monday night game last year when San Francisco was playing, and the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. You cannot beat it. So check out the Frisco Bar and Grill, located at 6750 Gaylord Parkway, Suite 120 in Frisco, where old friends meet and new friends are found. It's spring, and that means it's time to get outside and check out the wonderful weather. But the bad news is that means all the insects, termites, bed bugs, and rodents, they're all coming out as well, and they're trying to get into your home. Well, Grandeur Pest Solutions can be the one that helps you. They're here to service all of your pest needs, whether it's insects, rodents, scorpions, spiders. They take care of it all. You can find them online at grandeur4shore.com. You can give them a call at 469-602-8441. You can email them, grandeur4shore@gmail.com. You can find them on Facebook. Just type in Grandeur Pet Solutions. They service almost all of DFW area. Most services that they do, when you reach out to them, they will take care of it within 24 hours. You don't have to worry about, scheduling it now and it be 2 months before they get there. Again, you can find them on Facebook, on Instagram. Just type in Grandeur Pest Solutions. They are your one-stop shop if you have L4 Media, we talk high school football, 4A, 3A, and 2A in Texas. We talk East Texas sports. We talk NFL, guy talk, movie, and booze. We also talk wrestling and so much more. So like and subscribe and check us out.
The Northeast Texas Sports Network is dedicated on delivering the most entertaining sports broadcasts in East Texas. And if you're interested in having your next sporting event streamed live, visit us online at netsn.live.
God damn it. L4 Media, we talk high school football, 4A, 3A, and 2A in Texas. We talk East Texas sports. We talk NFL, guy talk, movie, and booze. We also talk wrestling and so much more. So like and subscribe and check us out. We are live for the 2023 NFL Draft. Hello, everybody. Terry Bennett, intern Noe here, as we are about 30 minutes away from the draft starting. So what we thought we would do is we would start this episode off kind of doing up-to-date news. That's normally one of our once-a-month shows that we do here on OutDrank The Coverage. But this last weekend, we were doing the league retrospective, looking back at the 1971 Dallas Cowboys. And so we just ended up having so much of recording there. We thought, well, we're going to record this live tonight. So we'll just start off with the beginning of it, the first 25 minutes or so being up-to-date news. And, boy, we got some good up-to-date news. But first, intern Noe, how are you, and what are you drinking?
Hey Terry, what's going on, man? I'm doing pretty good, and today I am doing beer.
Mm-hmm.
I decided to try that Steve Austin El Segundo Broken Skull IPA, and it's 7% alcohol. But for an IPA, it's extremely smooth. I think it could be one of those that kind of breaks through a little bit more mainstream.
Yeah.
Where people that are not, it's a way for people to get into IPA that typically are not into it.
Yeah. And also, you're drinking the Steve Austin one in honor of our wrestling show.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I wanted to do a shout out to the wrestling segment of L4. And this is just a little shout out. And I had tried it a couple of weeks ago. I liked it, so I wanted to drink it for the special live draft. Mr. Terry.
And you like the wrestling show too.
I do like the wrestling show. I listened to a couple of the shows. They were very good. They're very informative. As two Laps fans here, it was kind of a nice way to get caught up on what's going on in the world of wrestling.
Yep, we'll have to tell that story. I have a feeling we'll have plenty of time tonight.
Yes, I think
I'm drinking vodka. That's what you're about to ask me?
That's what I was about to. I was also about to ask you, how are you doing as well?
I'm not doing great, but I'll live. No, I'm doing great. This is one of the things I think the NFL does so well now is their off season. Basketball is almost as good, but basketball, it's more individual. I mean, teams get better or worse because of those individual players, but it's not about as much as like, what are the Lakers going to do? It's what is LeBron James going to do? It's not what are the Heat going to do? It's what Jimmy Butler is going to do. And football still has it where we're, where do the players go in the off season, but how does it fit that team? Like, for us, for the Dallas Cowboys, or for two teams in the AFC. You want to talk about this. This is a discussion we can now have with Aaron Rodgers. Of course, if you do not know, Aaron Rodgers was traded to the Jets. You got to say that this might be one of the deepest eras in one conference having quarterbacks. Because when you look at every AFC team, I mean, even the bad teams have okay quarterbacks. And now the Jets are a team that they feel that they're a Super Bowl contender now. Yet, would you be shocked if next year they only won 6 or 7 games? Not because they're not good, but just the AFC is so deep right now. Thank God we're Cowboy fans in the NFC. I'm just going to say it like that and be honest.
In stark contrast, the NFC is, I mean, it's a good conference, but if you think about last year, think about the best quarterbacks from last year in the NFC. It was Geno Smith and Jared Goff.
Yeah,
think about that.
Yeah, and you could even
of course Jalen Hurts.
Hurts, yeah, but I know what you mean. And you could even make the case that Justin Fields, even though Justin Fields was terrible at throwing, but he's so dynamic running the ball.
Yeah.
And you've been seeing a lot of that on Facebook and sports pages coming out with what's the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFC now. Jalen, I'd say number 1. I mean, historically, Dak's number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we could go team by team, but yeah, I completely agree with you. Washington, Sam Howell, no. The Giants, Daniel Jones, he's getting paid like he's a top 5 quarterback, but
he might be a top 5 in the NFC.
Yeah, he could possibly be.
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins is Kirk Cousins. He's going to get you 40, 200 yards, 28 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. He'll be consistent.
Yeah.
So to me, I like that. He's definitely top half of the league. Green Bay, you don't know what Jordan Love's going to provide. He looked great last year in spot starts.
Yeah.
And then Detroit, Jared Goff, he had a great year with the Lions.
But do you trust Jared Goff?
Historically, I don't know.
I mean, this is a guy that has went to a Super Bowl.
He has went to a Super Bowl.
At one point, looked like he was going to be the next great thing in quarterbacking.
He was the number 1 overall pick for a reason.
Yeah, and then he fell off after the Rams. And let's remember, the Super Bowl, Sean McVay's admitted that's him. He kind of choked when he got too scared of what Bill Belichick could do, and he outthought himself.
Yep.
I always felt it was almost like what that did to Jared Goff is almost like when you bring up a starter in baseball or a quarterback too early and they get gun shy and they lose their confidence. I felt Jared Goff lost his confidence.
David Carr.
Yeah, but David Carr, he became gun shy because of the hits. I don't think David Carr ever actually we never got to see what David Carr could be.
That was a problem.
But with Goff, I think he completely lost his confidence in going to Detroit, where it's just play, dude. Just play. You don't have any expectations.
No pressure.
Just play. And lo and behold, I think that's one of the things that revitalized him. Now, we're going to see if Detroit makes that next step up and becomes a playoff team. Does he revert back to the fold under pressure, the game is too big, or does he – because honestly – him and Kirk Cousins aren't too far off on how they play. Because I still, you put Kirk Cousins on San Francisco, and I don't know if San Francisco gets beat.
Yeah, he's again, Kirk Cousins is Kirk Cousins. The thing I like about him the most is he's consistent. You know exactly where you're getting with him, and I agree.
Good and
bad, but you know what you're getting with him. And the 49ers made it to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing 8 passes in the conference championship game against the Packers in the 2019 season. Like that team, if they're humming on offense the way they should, they don't need to pass the ball a lot.
But then you saw them in the very next game in the Super Bowl where that was a fallacy, because when they needed to score in that second half after they had the lead and Kansas City starts coming back, Jimmy G couldn't answer.
Where I think someone like Kirk Cousins could.
You think?
I think so. Yeah.
I think you're higher on Kirk Cousins than most of America.
I am.
Kirk Cousins, I think if you look on the outside looking in, I now see what non-Cowboy fans saw in Tony Romo. A guy that put up a lot of pretty stats, seemed to win really important games, but could never quite win the most important game each year.
Yeah. But that just goes back to people always wanting to blame one person for the for the downfall of a team.
Well, I mean, that's how it works in the NFL.
That is,
or in football in general.
it's the most teams. It goes back to what you were saying. When you talk about football, you talk about the team. When you talk about NBA, you talk about the individual. The football is the most team sport in the U.S.
Yeah.
The major sports, and I feel that there's no reason why you should blame one person for your team's failures. For it, in my opinion, Tony Romo is the reason why the Cowboys even got to 8 wins during those 8-8 years. They should have been 2-14, 3-13.
All right, so you talk wrestling and you love wrestling. I love wrestling. One of our networks talks wrestling, and one of the big things that happens in wrestling is you have run-ins. And we're going to have a run-in right now. As Brett of NETSN is going to be joining us.
Oh, nice.
If music was, I would have played it. But how you doing, buddy?
You need music? I mean, I can. It can be the one. I can be Roman Reigns coming if I need to. You know.
Oh, you would choose the worst wrestler in wrestling to be.
Hey,
Brett, you're going to be joining us through the night on this draft. You're a Cowboy fan.
Oh, look, I'm ready.
So, what are your thoughts? What would be the perfect draft for you for Dallas, at least in the first round tonight?
Man, I may be the minority, but I want Bijan Robinson. I don't know that he's going to be there at that 26 pick, but I just think that's he's just a once in a generational talent that Dallas needs that running game. You know, it's kind of you're moving away from Elliott. He's been on the team. It was time. He did his due. He put in his time. You've got Tony Pollard coming back off of an injury. What is he going to be like coming off of that injury? And so what a way to be able to have a dual threat and not run one of them into the ground and have a guy with Bijan come in and have Pollard there as a good dual threat option. I know running back's not popular and he probably is not going to be there, but that's the splash I want.
Well, and I think if you get someone like him, you know, Pollard's on a franchise tag this year.
Mm-hmm.
So then next year you don't have to pay Pollard if Robinson has, because I'm like you. I think Bijan Robinson's a special back. I was not big on drafting Elliott as high as they did when they did in 2015. Jalen Ramsey was there, and it wasn't that Elliott wasn't a great back. I just don't see the value. But in saying that, I do think Bijan Robinson is almost an in-between Adrian Peterson and Marshall Faulk type running back for me. And I think he has the body that can take the wear and tear. He can catch the ball. I'm a UT fan, so I've seen 3 years of him. And I would even be fine if they traded up over Philly at 9 and got him.
Yeah,
I really do. And I was, after Elliott, I was like, you never draft a running back in the first 10 picks.
But this is different.
Go ahead.
This is different though, Terry. I mean, he's a different back. I mean, you got you said as a UT fan as well. I'm that way as well. But I saw him play on some I'm not going to say bad teams, but he was the offense for a couple of those seasons. And if not for him, they probably don't win, half as many games. He would get hit in the backfield and end up still getting 4 or 5 yards out of it. And that's the kind of guy that you want. Is somebody that can move the sticks. And I think that will help alleviate the pressure on Dak. And then he'll be able to find his weapons. If you've got someone like Bijan back there that you have to account for, even in the passing game too. I just think he's got so many things he can do for the offense. And the defense of Dallas has gotten so much better. I think that one piece on offense, it could be different. Now, we may be totally wrong because that's why they draft. If every GM knew exactly who to pick, there wouldn't need to be this big draft. Everyone would know who to pick, and they'd be fighting over. But that's the thing about the draft. You'd have to wait about 2, 3, 4 years, and then see who had the best draft. And I think that's what's so much fun about this. So we can guess all we want, but until they go out there and play, you just don't know.
Yeah, agree 100%. All right, Brett, we're going to take you off for now. We're going to actually take a break here for a couple minutes. We got about 15 minutes till the draft. And what we'll do is when we come back, we will talk more about Aaron Rodgers. We kind of teased it and then kind of got away from it because Brett jumped on. But we'll talk Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about the trade. We'll talk about Lamar Jackson. Big news broke right before the draft. about 2 hours ago, Lamar Jackson has re-signed with the Ravens. A big deal, at least that's what it looks like. We'll have to see what it breaks down yearly. But I think you and I felt that was going to happen. But we'll talk about all that. And again, we're going to be here live all night for the draft, every pick. Unless everybody we want gets picked before Dallas, and we might just walk off and quit. But no, we'll be here all for that. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back here on OutDrank the Coverage, brought to you by Frisco Bar and Grill. This special episode of OutDrank the Coverage, the live draft show, is brought to you by the Frisco Bar and Grill. They're located at 6750 Gaylord Parkway, Suite 120 in Frisco. You can find them online at thefriscobar.com. I'm telling you, folks, if you're a sports fan, a karaoke fan, or a fan of live music and trivia, this is the place you want to be. They not only have great food, great drinks, they have great prices, and they have a great atmosphere. I'm telling you, this is where old friends meet and new friends are found. I promise you, you will love the Frisco Bar and Grill. Intern Noe and I will be talking about it during the draft show, but we love their appetizers. We love their wings. I love their sliders. My girlfriend loves the karaoke. Hey, if you're a fan of Oklahoma Sooners or San Francisco 49ers, the Frisco Bar and Grill is the official watch party place for both of those. And intern Noe and I was there for a Monday night game last year when San Francisco was playing, and the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. You cannot beat it. So check out the Frisco Bar and Grill, located at 6750 Gaylord Parkway, Suite 120 in Frisco, where old friends meet and new friends are found. It's spring, and that means it's time to get outside and check out the wonderful weather. But the bad news is that means all the insects, termites, bed bugs, and rodents, they're all coming out as well, and they're trying to get into your home. Well, Grandeur Pest Solutions can be the one that helps you. They're here to service all of your pest needs, whether it's insects, rodents, scorpions, spiders. They take care of it all. You can find them online at grandeur4shore.com. You can give them a call at 469-602-8441. You can email them grandeur4shore@gmail.com. You can find them on Facebook. Just type in Grandeur Pet Solutions. They service almost all of DFW area. Most services that they do, when you reach out to them, they will take care of it within 24 hours. You don't have to worry about, scheduling it now and it be 2 months before they get there. Again, you can find them on Facebook, on Instagram. Just type in Grandeur Pest Solutions. They are your one-stop shop if you have. Is your demanding work lifestyle in need of fire-resistant clothing that can keep up? Well, L4FR clothing should be your go-to for quality, affordability, safety, and style. L4FR was founded by a third-generation oil field worker who is also a veteran. Thus, this company has a deep appreciation for reliability and longevity, all while we provide first-rate customer service. Our durable apparel will serve you well for many years to come, whether you're working on a pipeline, a lineman climbing utility poles, or in any other environment requiring fire-resistant apparel. L4FR has you covered. Our apparel is tough enough to resist hazardous conditions while still providing high comfort and style. L4FR provides clothing options to ensure your safety and comfort, whether you're on the job or not. To view our complete inventory of flame-resistant garments, please visit our online store at l4frclothing.com or give us a call at 817-757-4935. Si habla español. All right, Terry Bennett back here. Brett's in the wing. He'll be joining us here later. We got about 13 minutes, about 11 minutes till the draft starts. Of course, you then got Carolina's. They've got 15 minutes. I liked my idea earlier. I think the number one pick, I think that their time should start like 10 minutes before the draft shows start. Yeah. And then that way, right when the draft comes up, you get ESPN, they'll introduce, here we are, and then boom, you get a first pick immediately. And then you can kind of reset, kind of like how the Oscars always start with one of the supporting actors right away. You want to get one big award out. I just think that that'd be a really cool way to, right when you sit down on the draft, boom, you've got your number one pick. But anyway, before we get to the picks and before we start talking the drafts, the two big news that I think that's broke over the last 10 days is the Aaron Rodgers trade. Go ahead and give the details on that.
All righty, sir. The Green Bay Packers, they send Aaron Rodgers, quarterback. They send their 15th overall pick in this year's draft, and they send their 5th round selection, which is number 170. They send all that to the Jets. And in return, the Jets give Green Bay their 13th overall pick this year, a second-round pick this year, which is number 42, a sixth-round pick this year, which is number 207, and a conditional 2024 second-round pick that becomes a first-round pick as long as Aaron Rodgers plays at least 65% of the Jets' offensive plays this year.
Sorry about that. I had a little bit of an issue there.
Okay.
So what is your thoughts on the number of trades? I actually think the Jets, that's a fair deal. Now they will end up, barring if the Jets have the season they want to have, they're going to end up giving another first round next year because that second round, I think it's 60. He has to play 65%.
Yeah.
And he will. If things are going good, he will.
I think he's anytime or as long as he's been the starting quarterback, he's been relatively healthy. There was a couple of years there where he's missed some time, but overall he's played the full season.
Yeah, he's not been one that gets hurt every 3 years for 15 games or anything.
I feel it's longevity. If Aaron Rodgers plays 2 to 3 years and the Jets make a conference championship or a Super Bowl appearance, it's worth it.
I think it's got to be a Super Bowl. I don't think the Jets, the Jets are first off, they haven't had a playoff win since 2010. They haven't made the Super Bowl since 69. That's the only Super Bowl they've made. They've made 4 AFC title games since then. They're 0-4 in those. 2 of them back-to-back years, 2009, 2010. Yeah. 2 terrible teams, but with great defenses.
Yep.
And I will say this. You go back and you actually look at Sanchez's stuff. He wasn't as bad as we remember. He was a bus driver, but he wasn't a Trent Dilfer bus driver. But still, though, I don't think – I think the Jets are one of those – for all the talk like we have a Cowboys, hey, it's been since 95, or Washington, it's been since 91, or San Francisco, they've been to a couple, but they haven't had a Super Bowl win since 94. The Jets are even more desperate. And so I don't think a conference title game is good enough.
Well, especially with the hype. They're in the biggest market in America, so the pressure is there. Them and the Giants have a lot of pressure. But with the Jets, this happened in 2015 years ago. Green Bay traded their franchise quarterback to the Jets, and it's just history is repeating themselves again. So you have that part in the back of your mind. That 2008 Jet team, they started at 8-3, and then they kind of cratered to a 9-7 finish and missed the playoffs. At the time they were 8-3, they were the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Well, in 2010, I had forgotten until we were researching. They lost the first game, and then they were 6-1, and then they finished 11-5. Now they got to the title game, so you kind of forgot about that. But they at one point had the inside track to host the title game.
Yeah.
How different is that game if they're at home?
With the Jets crowd?
With the Jets crowd, and at the time that defense. And
I think their last home playoff game, if I'm not mistaken, was 2002 when they won the division. Chad Pennington was a quarterback. They played at home against the Colts, and I think they shut them out 40-something to nothing.
Yep.
So when Chad Pennington had a good shoulder, that Jet team looked good, and that crowd was just pulsating.
Good shoulder, man. He threw it 7 yards down the field. When he had a bad shoulder, he 3 yards down the field.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I think on the outside looking in, let's say Rodgers plays 5 years.
Yeah.
And let's say in those 5 years, they go to 3 conference championship games and they make the playoffs all 5 years.
Yeah.
Personally, I would say that's successful. I just don't know if that fan base and that franchise would feel it is.
They would not. They would definitely. They won a Super Bowl. Like the 68 season was the last time they won. That was the only time they won. And they really haven't been that elite since. They've had bits and pieces.
I think they've been to the playoffs 10 times in the 40 or the 50 years, I think it is.
Because they had that run in the 80s where they had some really good teams.
Now, in saying that, the last 4 years or last 3 times they've made the playoffs, they have made the conference title game.
Wow.
So, they did it with Parcells. Again, that Pennington, Curtis Martin year.
Yeah.
Then they the 2 years back-to-back with Rex Ryan. It's so weird that for 2 years they made AFC title games, and yet both times they were the underdog all the way through.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great move. I think it's a move that they had to make. Mm-hmm. I think that because – and this is what happens when you draft poorly at quarterback for 2 straight cycles.
Yeah.
You're forced – and I say forced, having Aaron Rodgers is great, but you're paying him a lot. You had an interesting thing. So this year he's getting paid $1 million. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
In 2024, though, what will his salary be?
total compensation will be $107.55 million.
So part of me wants Aaron Rodgers to go. I want them to win the Super Bowl, and then him to roll into 2024 and be like, "No, I'm not negotiating. I want all 104." Because it literally that is on the salary, and of course they'll end up extending him. Speaking of, I still feel that if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, I think he's got 5 more years. I think he's the gym rat type that will want to keep playing. I think he likes to do the whole in the offseason. Will he or won't he? I don't think he's ever really wanted to retire. I think football is his identity, maybe even more than Tom Brady or Peyton Manning.
I think he likes the attention.
Exactly. That's kind of what I mean.
Yeah. The way he plays, he can play another 5 years. He turns 40 years old this year.
Yeah.
So he could definitely play till 45 like Tom Brady. And we're in the age now where a lot of these quarterbacks are going to be playing in their 40s, and they're going to still be relatively healthy. So I could definitely see it. He still has that golden arm. I think as long as he's happy, I think as long as the Jets cater to him, I don't think he's going to leave.
All right, we got about 4 minutes left till the draft, so we brought in the TSM boys one more time before we start. I wanted to ask y'all, we were kind of talking Cowboys, but I wanted to get y'all's thoughts. Overall, how do y'all think this draft is going to go?
Oh, man, that's a good question. I'm anxious to see what the Texans and the Panthers do with the quarterback situation. I stay away from Alabama quarterbacks. They're just not successful, period.
Well, I mean, what about Jalen Hurts?
He went to Oklahoma, so that wouldn't count. That wouldn't count. I hate to even bring it up because I'm a Texas fan, but I mean, Oklahoma.
But Ohio State quarterbacks are even worse.
Yeah, so that's why I'm pretty sure the Florida. I can't think of the kid's name from Florida.
Richardson?
I'm pretty sure he goes one two. Yeah, Peyton Richardson. I'm pretty sure it goes to either the Panthers because I've heard. Well, I've been listening. Texans aren't going to pick a quarterback, so I mean, I'm pretty sure the Panthers are he's going to probably be the number 1 quarterback that goes off because I'm pretty sure they're thinking to themselves. I mean, it's true. Like there's a quarterback curse, so to speak, from the programs that get drafted. Like eventually, those quarterbacks don't amount to nothing. I don't know why it is, but those quarterbacks aren't very valuable. I mean, they look good in college, but they just don't pan out very well in the pros. And I don't know, maybe they just go that other way. But I'm anxious to see who's the first quarterback and who the Texans pick.
I'm interested to see how many trades we have in this first round. Because I think the main thing that I've been hearing, just kind of watching and reading, is there's not like, okay, this person's going here. It's like there's a lot of up in the air. It's like kind of more wide open than normal. So that leads me to think that there's going to be a lot of wheeling and dealing because these teams are going to have totally different draft boards. And if they find somebody that's still available at a spot, they're going to be wheeling and dealing, trying to get up the board to get their guy. So I'm just interested to see how many trades in the first round. I'm thinking there's going to be 4, 5, 6 trades possibly in this first round at least.
Well, and I think that goes to what Houston and what Arizona do. I think those two, depending on what they go with and either who they pick or do they decide to go back down, especially Houston, because apparently they're like, hey, we're looking for edge rushers, and you've got 2 really good ones. So you could go back down 5 spots and still get one of those and let the draft kind of help you decide which one falls to you. But if you're Houston, do you want to trade with Tennessee, who might be looking to come up, or Indianapolis, who might? Those are the 2 that most people think want to move up. And if you're Houston, do you really want to help an AFC South team? Because let's go back to Dallas picking Micah Parsons. Part of that happened because them and Philadelphia did a trade. And so literally Philadelphia helped Dallas get Micah Parsons. And I know some people say, oh, that shouldn't matter. But I think it does. If you're going to trade inside your division, to me, you need to ask for more capital than you would a normal team outside of your division, because that's the team you're going to be facing 2 times a year for the next 5-6 years.
Yeah. Edge rush is everything right now. That's like that to me. That is the second most important position in the NFL today is the edge rusher, and because you got to get to the quarterback. Everyone knows that.
Well,
And
that's why Dallas has Micah Parsons. They were second in the league in sacks, yet I have a feeling they're going to probably draft through the whole draft, not necessarily in the first round, but I could see them doing it in the first round. I think they're going to draft at least 2 edge guys because Dan Quinn likes to rotate in. He doesn't believe in having 2 defensive ends taking 70 snaps. He wants 6 defensive ends splitting between them. And I'm exactly like you. I think in today's football, it's quarterback, edge rush, and cornerback. Those are your 3 toughest, and then wide receiver right there. After that, you want to have good position players, of course, but you can figure those out if you have the other. And on saying that, offensive tackle is right there too, because there's the one that are blocking the edge rushers. All right, we're going to take a break real quick before the draft. The draft has officially started. Carolina's on the clock, but it's going to be probably at least 10 minutes. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to be jumping right into the NFL draft, who we think goes where, and all the fun stuff, brought to you by Frisco Bar and Grill. This special episode of OutDrank the Coverage, the live draft show, is brought to you by the Frisco Bar and Grill. They're located at 6750 Gaylord Parkway, Suite 120 in Frisco. You can find them online at thefriscobar.com. I'm telling you, folks, if you're a sports fan, a karaoke fan, or a fan of live music and trivia, this is the place you want to be. They not only have great food, great drinks, they have great prices, and they have a great atmosphere. I'm telling you, this is where old friends meet and new friends are found. I promise you, you will love the Frisco Bar and Grill. Intern Noe and I will be talking about it during the draft show, but we love their appetizers. We love their wings. I love their sliders. My girlfriend loves the karaoke. Hey, if you're a fan of Oklahoma Sooners or San Francisco 49ers, the Frisco Bar and Grill is the official watch party place for both of those. And intern Noe and I was there for a Monday night game last year when San Francisco was playing, and the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. You cannot beat it. So check out the Frisco Bar and Grill, located at 6750 Gaylord Parkway, Suite 120 in Frisco, where old friends meet and new friends are found. Here at L4 Media, we talk high school football, 4A, 3A, and 2A in Texas. We talk East Texas sports. We talk NFL, guy talk, movie, and booze. We also talk wrestling and so much more. So like and subscribe and check us out. All right, Terry Bennett, intern Noe, back here live on the NFL Draft Special. We're going to be here all night long. Carolina, I think, technically is officially on the clock. This is what I'm talking about. ESPN's intro has been 6 minutes now.
Yeah.
You could literally have Carolina had already been 10 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes right when the draft starts, and that would be the first thing you do. But let's go ahead and get into it.
But Terry,
what?
Money.
I know. Let's talk Carolina. They traded up from the Bears, or with the Bears. Yep. They gave up one of the things I think they really need now, in wide receiver in DJ Moore. But last year, Carolina was one of those surprise teams. Yeah. They traded Christian McCaffrey and got better. Yep. There for a while, they were actually in the NFC South in a outside shot at the playoffs.
So was every team in that division.
Exactly. It was so bad, I think they were starting to bring teams over from other – just get over here and you can be in the playoffs. Yeah. All right, so for me, when you look at the Panthers, quarterback is what they're going to go round one. Now, at the beginning of this cycle, when they first got the trade – it was thought that C.J. Stroud was going to be their guy because their offensive coordinator had worked with him, and they felt that was closer.
Well, and also Frank Reich, he typically has always had big quarterbacks.
Yeah, big quarterbacks. And so then Bryce Young has taken the lead. But there has been some people saying over the last 24 hours, the Will Levis? Yes. You don't think that's going to happen?
No, that's just rumors.
But wouldn't that be – I mean, to me –
I would be shocked.
But, I mean, he's the big, strong quarterback.
Pro offense.
And a pro offense. Yeah. I think that he has probably him and Anthony Richardson have the 2 biggest arms. Yeah. Anthony Richardson, to me, is the most Jared Allen of the group, highest ceiling, lowest floor type. And so far, Jared, I don't know. I still think it's Bryce Young, but it wouldn't shock me if the Colts pulled one and did a Will Levis because of the size and the prototypical quarterback in the prototypical system.
Will Levis to the Colts?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I thought about that, but I guess in my head, I'm talking about
to the Panthers.
To the Panthers. Yeah, okay.
I'm still saying that could possibly happen.
It could be, to what I was just saying, to your point, Frank Reich, he loves those big quarterbacks, historically speaking. Yeah. I feel Bryce Young would be more of a all-pro generational talent. I think with Will Levis, he'll be a Pro Bowler, but I'm just not sure if that's who they should pick with the number 1 overall pick. And I could see Levis struggling, but that could just be attributed to SEC defenses week to week.
I liked what Jason Kelsey was talking about that. And he was talking about when they were talking about how do you judge a quarterback. And he made a real good point of, it's easier to judge a quarterback if they've got the all-stud wide receivers that are in the league and the offensive linemen. But what about the quarterbacks that are throwing to insurance salesmen and lawyers?
Like the Josh Allen argument.
And bankers are blocking for him, and do you really – and Josh Allen, we all were curious. We all thought he was going to be erratic.
You just saw a big guy with a cannon of an arm.
Who could move around. But he threw a lot of interceptions. His completion percentage wasn't great. Yeah. But then you realize, oh, wait a minute, it might be because of who he was playing around.
And the interview process kind of will determine what type of person they are, which will help you decide on if you're going to draft them or not.
Okay, so that leads to what has happened to C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud was by far most a 1A or 1B draft pick this year. Came out a couple weeks ago, or about a week ago, that he apparently didn't do as good on one of the tests. Not the Wonderlic, but one of those tests.
Yeah.
That to me sounds like a team trying to float something out to hope that he drops to him.
Yeah.
And that's one of those things that unfortunately that really sucks. I mean, we can talk about what we want about, them as a quarterback, and they're going to still get paid a lot of money. But I mean, you're literally just taking digs on somebody individually because of you're trying to get him to fall to you.
True, but C.J. Stroud, I was impressed with him in one game, and that was the playoff game against Georgia. Great game to be really good at. But when I saw him throughout most of the season, the 2 games that epitomized what I thought of him were the Notre Dame game and the loss to Michigan. I thought that he just didn't look that good. And it was look at the draft picks are coming out now. And then Marvin Harrison Jr. will be next year.
Yeah.
Paris Johnson, tackle, one of the best tackles.
Top 10 pick, probably.
Just a big dude. I would dare say big cat, like just a big athletic guy. Yeah. And then his receivers. Last year he had Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. This year, Jackson Smith and Najiba is going to be drafted.
Yeah, Najiba actually had a better year last year than he did this year because he was hurt this year.
Yeah.
Rockwall's own. We
own.
actually have personal connections with him.
Yeah.
Great wide receiver.
Yeah.
Now, I think he is going to be more of the possession style. Like I don't think he's not going to come out and catch 20 yards a catch or anything. But he's more of the going to be your guy that's going to get 100 receptions, 1,400 yards, 9 touchdowns type of guy.
Yeah, agreed.
Right now we've got Roger Goodell on the thing. Now the funny thing is as you know, if you're with us, we can't show the draft, so we're watching the draft and you're watching us react to the draft. We can't even hear it. I'll turn it up a little bit, but I don't want it to cross over. It's got what's her name from Saturday Night Live, who, by the way, she's a huge Chiefs fan. If you're watching, and the episode that Travis Kelce was on was one of the best Saturday Night Lives in years.
Yeah.
Absolutely funny. But anyway, so I guess right now why do they got 2 Kansas City fans? Oh, that's right. They're in Kansas City.
Yeah. Remember that? Remember now they rotate?
Yes.
You and I know because
we got to go to the draft.
Yes, 5 years ago.
The way the draft works is it's not like everybody can go. At least it wasn't in Dallas, which is really weird because it's a 100,000 seat stadium. But Heidi Gardner, that's her name. But what they did is they cut the stadium, and I guess there's only about 30,000 that could really be there.
Yeah.
You and I both did the request. I didn't get approved. Mm-hmm. You did.
You told me about it.
Yeah, I told you.
So you signed up before I did.
Affirmative action. But luckily you got the tickets and we got to go. And honestly, you and I have both been to NFL football games. I've been to NFL training camps.
Yeah.
That was one of the most just pure football fun nights that I have ever had.
I loved it. I loved hearing the conversations.
Like Eagle fans talking with Cowboy fans. With like where we were sitting, there was literally Cowboy fans, Giants fans, Washington Commander fans, and we're all sitting there like, what do you think, y'all? And it was all like in peace and harmony. The only time you'll see that when you get in a
literally
fans
the only
together.
time. So right now we're seeing Patrick Mahomes And
White House, Texas' own.
White House, Texas'
Which,
own.
by the way, Brett and the boys, that's what they cover is NETSN. They cover East Texas football, East Texas sports. They broadcast football, basketball, baseball. They're going to be doing volleyball next year. They've got big news that they're going to talk about here soon as they've got a new title sponsor, and big things are going to be happening for them. So we just wanted to shout that out. We'll be bringing them on through the night here as Patrick Mahomes is now talking. I think,
okay, question.
Yes.
2 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowl appearances, MVP.
If he retired today, he's a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Well, I say that. If he were to retire because of an injury, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. If he just did the whole I don't want to play anymore, I don't know, because the quarterback resume is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Like we joked about it in the thing, but like Kirk Cousins in any other era is a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Correct.
In this era, he's maybe the 15th best.
Yeah.
Because the NFL today, it is easier to be a quarterback than it ever has been. And I'm not saying that is a bad thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what makes the sport. So, but yeah, I think though, I mean, obviously the thing about him is knowing him and broadcasting him when he was a high schooler, he's one of those that he could be Tom Brady as long as he stays healthy.
He's another good example of being around lesser talent at Texas Tech.
Yes, exactly.
He was
looking erratic. Yeah, good point.
Now,
good point.
a lot of these NFL experts praise him for all the crazy throws he makes in the NFL, but he was doing that almost every play at Texas Tech. He just didn't have the talent around him. And Andy Reid saw it, and he, of course they do the. And again, it's a lot of this is mental. There's a lot of good college players. It's just, are they willing to take their game to the next level in the pros?
All right, so while we're waiting, we're about 9 minutes till the Carolina Panthers pick. You know what you should do? You have all these extra picks because of free agencies and stuff.
Yeah.
They should set a rule: if you pick under 10 minutes, you get an extra 4th-round pick.
Oh,
just to speed things up.
Yeah.
And that you liked my idea. So if you don't know, if you're looking at the order, we got the draft order up. The Miami Dolphins do not have a draft pick this year.
Correct.
Not because they traded out, but because of the whole when they tried to get Tom Brady over and they basically
and Sean Payton
and so they got docked their 1st-round pick.
Yeah.
I believe the way they should do that, because it's rare that a team gets docked a 1st-round pick.
Yeah.
But if you do, there should be a draw inside your division, and one of your other division teams gets that pick.
Oh,
I mean, make it more punitive, and make it more fun too, and make it to where you don't know till draft night. Like that's literally like do it right when it comes to that spot. Say like, okay, at this point the Miami Dolphins would be picking, but now we're going to draw, and right then, and then you'd force those teams to have to make an on-spot decision.
Oh man.
Anyway, so here's the draft order. As we were talking with the boys from NETSN, and we'll bring them on here when Houston's about to pick. You've got Carolina, you've got Houston, Arizona, Indy, Seattle, Detroit, the Raiders, the Falcons, the Bears, and the Eagles. That's your top 10. And I really think the Texans and the Cardinals, that is going to be what decides, are we going to have a crazy 1st round or not? I think if the Texans do go with a rush end, I could see them trading down. Yeah. I definitely think you could easily see Arizona trading down, because I don't know if Arizona feels there's anybody that they have to get at 3 that they couldn't get at 7 or 8 or even 11. Tennessee's supposed to be a team that's possibly going to jump up.
Houston has the advantage of having 2 picks in the top 12.
Yes.
So they can get really good really quick.
And they're smart. I think they're smart. If they don't feel that a quarterback is there, they don't need to force it. You've got Case Keenum back.
Yeah.
You've got what's his name from last year? I can think of his name.
Oh, Davis Mills.
Yeah, you got Davis Mills still. You can ride out one more year and, hey, maybe get another top 5 pick out of it. And I think DeMeco Ryans and that staff, I think a lot of the signings that they did have been really, really smart.
Oh, yeah. But Dalton Schultz.
Yes.
They need some weapons on offense. And he, for better or worse, he is a really good weapon to have.
No, 100%. I mean, my only issue with him was, and he proved it in this franchise year, is Dallas could live without him. It's not, that doesn't mean he's not good.
Correct.
It's just what Dallas was going to have to pay him, and Houston didn't have to pay him.
Correct.
That much. And in fact, I think he only signed like a 1-year, $9 million deal or something like that. But anyway, so back to Carolina. Josh McCown, the quarterback coach, again, another East Texas guy. He played at Jacksonville, Texas. They, in fact, used to be rivals with White House, where Patrick Mahomes played. There's a whole McNown family there that have played there, and one of them's a coach now in Jacksonville. And there's a quarterback that plays for Rusk. I think he was a senior last year. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, Carolina, 6 minutes left. I'm going to go ahead and say that they definitely. I think they're going to do the safe pick at number 1. I think you almost have to. I think they're going to go Bryce Young. I would love to see them go like Will Levis or Anthony Richardson just to see what would happen.
Yeah.
But you and I also always, like we talk about on fantasy, we love chaos.
Going back to the Texans, yeah, I do love chaos. Well, as long as it doesn't involve the Cowboys.
Yes, exactly.
Texans got Shaq Mason for right guard. They got Schultz. We've mentioned him. They got who else? They got Jimmy Ward. Now overnight, they're going to have one of the better secondaries in football. They got Jimmy Ward. They got Jalen Petrie, and they got Derek Stingley.
And Stingley, for all the talk of Sauce Gardner and what's his name for Denver. I thought Derek Stingley had a really good solid year. Yeah, I thought Derek Stingley had a really solid year last year, and I think he is a foundation guy.
Yeah, 100% agree. And then they got good kicker, Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah, I don't know how you say that.
Yeah. He did get, some opportunities. That Houston offense wasn't that great, but they returned Pierce. They had upgrades, and they have a pretty solid offensive line now. So I really think the next 2 picks they make, they do need to get an edge rusher or a rusher of some sort. And then that second pick, it can just be whoever. Like, they want to improve the linebacking. If they get Will Anderson, they got the improvement at linebacker and they got the edge rusher.
Well, I think they would love to get Speedy at wide receiver, though.
And number 12, Njigba will be available.
Well, that's kind of where I see them going. And again, he's that guy. Honestly, he's a Brandon Cook type. Who, by the way, they traded to Dallas. Yeah. But he's not going to wow you with his stat, like his measurables.
Correct.
But he just goes out and he catches the ball, and he knows how to run very precise routes. And you and I we always knew it, being Michael Irvin fans.
Yeah.
But we learned you saw with Amari Cooper what a guy who knows how to run routes.
Yeah.
That literally can just completely change your offense.
Correct.
And I think he's the type of guy. It's funny. 5-10 years ago, a wide receiver stepped in. You were expected to give them 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Now they're just like quarterbacks. They can step right in, and if you put them in the right packages and you don't overload them with information, they can step right in and become a 75, 1,100 yards, 9 touchdown type of guy. And I think that's kind of where he is. I think he's – I don't know. I think he's a smaller Marvin Harrison.
Ooh, that's a good comparison. And he played with his Marvin Harrison's son at Ohio State.
Yep, and Marvin Harrison Jr. will be coming out next year, and he's already looks to be like he's going to be a top 5 pick.
He's supposed to be the best receiver out of this 3-year run of good receivers.
I still think Chris Olave's.
I like Olave.
I just don't know how you're going to top him because I think he is so special in that he can do a little bit of everything. Yeah. And I'm a big believer now. Like I love Lamb for Dallas, but at times Lamb kind of only can do 1 or 2 things.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I like that they got Brandon Cook. I like the Panthers pick is in.
Hey.
So we're about to see who they're going with. You going Bryce Young?
I'm going Bryce Young.
All right, we're waiting now as they do the whole thing where it takes them 30 minutes. By the way, great story about Minnesota in 2002. Not picking in time, which if that happens, it becomes a free-for-all. Yeah. Whoever can get their card up after them can literally steal a pick, which people forget that almost happened to Dallas the year before.
Yeah,
the difference was that Dallas and Kansas City already had a pick or trade decided, and luckily for Dallas, Kansas City's guy got to the stand in time and turned his card in, or that could have happened to them. But we're waiting right now. Again, it's the Panthers picking and then Houston, and when we get Houston, we'll bring in the NETSM boys to talk a little about what they think Houston's going to do. I'd love it if they went like Paris Johnson, just completely blow off.
Will Levis. Bryce Young didn't look so happy right there.
But is that meaning because he's not going to Carolina, or
who knows?
Going to Carolina.
By the way, Carolina, when they wear like the black and like mostly black and then that baby blue, that's one of my favorite looks.
Oh no, they've got a great look,
especially like at night, like a night home game.
And if this is your first time listening to or watching and listening to OutDrank the Coverage, intern Noah and I are really big in uniforms and helmets.
Yes.
We
End zones too.
End zones too.
Fields,
everything the look. Every week inside the season, we literally rate the best uniform games and the worst uniform games, and not just because of how they look, but how they look on the field together. Yep. All right, here is Mr. Goodell.
Yeah.
Safe pick. Quarterback Bryce Young has went to the Carolina Panthers, and the draft has officially started. No shock. Again, I think you almost were forced to go with the safest pick at that point.
Yeah.
All right, so Houston is now on the clock, and in doing that, we're going to bring in the NETSM boys to help us talk a little bit about that. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome back. We're going to hand it off to y'all. What do y'all think Houston's going to do right here?
Corey, you can't hear. I'll go ahead first, Corey. I think that if they don't like who they have, Houston's in a great spot. Like, if somebody's looking at quarterback and wants to move up, they could trade down very easily. But if they don't, I mean, Will Anderson's there. I mean, he's a special player. I think that they either trade or they go with him. I mean, what do you got, Corey?
Well, just before I get started, we got JD in the building. This is the other third of That's So Dope podcast. Be joining us this year on NetSN. So what's up, JD? Let's bring him in.
What's up?
But no, honestly, it's cliche. I mean, of course they're gonna pick Bryce Young. I'm not a big fan of it. He's a small quarterback. After what happened with Tua this year, I'm not buying it. But he's a good thrower. I mean, more has to him. He's a good thrower. He's a good passer. I mean, that's great. But maybe they didn't want to pick a sturdy quarterback. So we'll see what McCowan can do with him. We'll see what they do. But I don't know. It's like a commercial pick for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, we'll pick him. He's the best passer. We'll go ahead and pick him. I don't know. But in regards to Houston, like I said, I don't know if they'll trade it, but they'll definitely pick a defensive player. I just don't see them picking anything else. Maybe offensive lineman, but defensive player for sure. I don't see them picking anything else at this point.
I agree.
Well, and we've been talking offense for Houston, but it is a former defensive coordinator, former middle linebacker that is their head coach.
Yeah.
And the one thing that they lack, they lack multiple things on defense, but the one thing they definitely lack is a pass rush. And as we talked about in the pre-show, pass rush is as important as any other position, if not more important. We're at a point now where if you get to the quarterback, you're going to win. If you can't get to the quarterback, you better have 2 lockdown corners and 2 all-pro safeties, or you're just going to get cut up.
And what team has all that? Not many.
Yeah, I mean, especially San Francisco apparently.
Yeah.
Well,
so who do y'all think? Give us a name. 4 minutes left, or 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. Give us a name of who y'all think they're going to pick.
I'm going with Anderson. Alabama.
Wow, the pick is already in.
I'm going to say
wow, they knew they wanted.
Or there's a trade.
Yeah, it's true. Don't they usually tell you? Don't they usually tell you that they traded though in before they pick?
Well, they won't know until the NFL is notified, because the pick is in just means they've notified the NFL that they know what they're doing.
Okay. I know sometimes it's different with
Georgia.
Yeah, the NBA draft sometimes different.
From Georgia, I think they go with him.
Oh, now that's controversy there. Y'all hadn't really talked about that. What do y'all think about Terry, about the Georgia kid that's got a little controversy on him?
Well, I mean, what happens is tragic, but you have to, for an NFL team, you have to look at that and say, is that something that's a personality flaw, or was that a one-time mistake that he probably wouldn't make again? I do think it's funny that I think it was Todd Archer that had literally came out before all that happened and talked about, some people had said that Jalen Carter had some personality issues, and everybody took him to task about that, talking about all the charities he did and all that. And then that happened, the wreck happened, and he didn't act the best. And so I don't know. I don't think with the Texans, with their with who they have in the front office, I don't think that that's necessarily going to be a big issue. I just don't know if Jalen Carter is. I still think pass rush is more important. If you've got to choose between one or the other, you can find plugger defensive tackles. You need your edge guys that are going to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say this. Let's look at the pro day that he had. I was not pleased with it. And
yeah, he was overweight.
I was just going to say, he came in overweight.
Yeah.
Now, let's be fair. He was on what's called the award circuit, and in the award circuit, you're traveling all over the nation. You're doing all these awards. You're getting what's called the rubber chicken dinners. You're not eating the best. So I can say that sometimes that gets overblown, but you would think after everything that had happened,
right,
you would think he would be like, okay, I need to show that I am on top of my game, and that was just a mistake, a bad decision in the moment. So for him to then come in overweight, that does seem to add to that. Is he a guy that you can trust? Because, man, defensive tackles and offensive tackles, if they get big and they stay big, that completely changes their game, and not always for the best. Because especially for somebody like him, who his explosive first step is so key to him, if he loses that, then he's just another fat dude in the middle.
Yeah.
Well, I look at it like this. You know, as a college player, that you're a potential first-round draft pick. You have to take better care of yourself. You know this. And when you step outside those boundaries and you decide, hey, I'm just going to do what's best for me in this instance, you got to look at it, the character. Yep. I know I'm a potential first-round draft pick. I can be as close as number 1 or top 10.
Oh,
take care of yourself. You know all the accolades are coming. But
all right, the Houston pick is in.
Oh, wow.
Whoa!
Wow, guys. Wow. That's all I got to say about that.
So it took all of second pick to have the first holy crap pick of the night. The Houston Texans take C.J. Stroud. What do y'all think?
I don't know. Man, that's bold is what I say.
Bold. I'm not going to say it's bold. I'm not even upset with it. It's a Houston thing.
They needed
You needed a quarterback.
They needed a quarterback. I mean,
you need a quarterback.
I mean, I was trying to find out what was on his suit. That's what I was trying to figure out. It just looked like something on his suit is bothering me. But I just didn't think they had it in them. Not a quarterback.
Well, I mean,
early.
So think about this, guys. If you're getting C.J. Stroud and you've got the number 12 pick,
true,
doesn't it make sense to get his favorite wide receiver at Ohio State?
Yes, it does.
I mean, we sat here and talked all pre-show about your ranking the most important positions, and quarterback is definitely the most important position. And if they feel that C.J. Stroud can be a top-tier quarterback, then I have no problem with this. You have to make this pick. What we all question is he a top-tier quarterback, or could they have found something else next year? But I like it. I like the bold moves that the Houston Texans are taking right now. I think D'Amico Ryans has come in, and you people were worried that, he's a defensive guy, and will he just be defense and not care about the offense? But everything that they've been doing in the offseason has shown that he realizes you've got to retool that offense and be able to score points.
Well, even last year, I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. The Texans weren't horribly bad last year on defense.
No.
And so a lot of it has to do with Lovie Smith and his schemes. Just will say that he's pretty smart. But then you get another defensive coordinator comes in and he's retooled. They love him in Houston, and I think the defense is going to be fine. I think he's going to scheme them up well. The offense is the biggest issue at this point. They got a decent running back. They had a okay quarterback last year. They don't have any targets. Offensive line is suspect. And if you really want to start your offense right, get a quarterback, and you got to find some people to protect him. And they went bold and went to C.J. Stroud. I don't. It's a safe pick, to be honest with you. It's I like him better than Bryce Young. I just he's more durable than Bryce Young. I don't think he had to endure a whole lot. Ohio State's really good. I mean, he's got better wide receivers than pretty much anybody in the country, just about. I think it's a good pick. It's just a bold pick.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. All right, we'll be bringing y'all back on here later, as we do appreciate them going to be joining us all night through this draft from time to time. So it took second pick to get a shocking pick, and maybe it wasn't shocking. I think maybe we got to give Houston credit for playing that like we're not going to do this, we're not going to do this.
Yeah.
Now, I think what they were hoping, and this is just me, and it could be totally off, I think they were hoping maybe Tennessee or the Colts would jump early to 3, and then they take Stroud, and it's like, hey, you just drafted, you just came up for nothing.
Yeah.
I like the pick. I like what the Houston Texans are doing in this offseason. I think that they have put themselves on the quickest path to being back as a team. I'm not saying it's going to happen this year, but I like the hire at coach, and I like all the moves that they've done. But let's talk about real quick, because this is the great thing when you have a surprise pick like this is how quick the draft can roll. We've got Arizona now. They're on the pick. Now, by all accounts, if they took a quarterback, that would be the most shocking thing in 20 years.
Yeah.
But will they stay at here? As late as it's getting, it tells me they're going to make a pick. I think that they've got to be perfectly happy, because one of the things that they need is definitely a pass rush. And you've got 2 guys now you can choose between who you want, who's considered the 2 best pass rushers in the draft.
They should get Will Anderson. They're going to get Wilson from Texas Tech.
I like Wilson. Wilson's 6'4". I got to actually see him live. I went to see Texas Tech in Texas this year, and Texas had that game at times in control, and he made a couple big plays on big third downs that kept Texas from getting first downs that could have iced the game. I think you're good with either one of those.
I would think with a good defense, or Jonathan Gannon, the head coach for the Cardinals, was the defensive coordinator for the Eagles last season. That stout defense they had, that they did get exposed in the Super Bowl, but for the whole season they were very good. I think since he's defensive minded, they will go defense, and I really think they should go for Will Anderson. They really, really should. I think he'll be an immediate difference maker, and I think he'll be a consistent player for them for a decade.
Now, last year they didn't have a first-round pick. They selected in the second round Trey McBride, the tight end.
I think he'll be good.
Yeah, but he didn't really. He was
because it has Ertz.
Yeah, but I mean, you kind of thought that McBride was going to take more snaps from Ertz, because Ertz had kind of came over in the trade, and even before he came over there, he had struggled. Now, he did have a good second half to the year before season, and he was pretty solid this past year. But yeah, I think if you're trying to make an impact with the Cardinals, or you trade down, and you still get one of those,
which is what they should do.
But again, with C.J. Stroud being off the clock, I think now. I don't think we're going to see the crazy trades we thought. I think that was all dependent on what the Houston Texans did. And I think what
Watt retired, they have to get Wilson, because they already got Kazir White in free agency, and they already have Isaiah Simmons.
And Kazir White's really solid, but he's not going to get you 14, 15 sacks. He's more of your.
But yeah, I mean, like what?
Oh, here we go, trade.
Okay. To the Texans. What?
You got to be kidding me. All right, so we got to bring them back on right now. As just like
they're getting Will Anderson.
Just like that, the Texans are back on clock.
What I say?
Go back to the Texans list. Okay, so do you go with? I'm assuming they're trading their 12th.
I meant a while ago that they would take Will Anderson.
What do y'all think, guys?
I meant the 3rd pick, not the 2nd pick. A while ago, Terry. That was.
By the way, I like the Cowboys.
Oh yeah, thank you.
So I said it. I don't know if y'all heard. I said it. I love what the Texans are doing in this offseason.
This is almost draft day.
This is like draft day. All we need now is him to tell somebody that the world's changed where it was 30 seconds ago.
Absolutely.
I kind of want them to go wide receiver though.
It's too early.
I don't.
He's not a number 3 pick. He's not a number 3 guy.
Early. I mean, what do you have? They have John Metchie the third, right? If I'm correct.
Yeah.
So if you pair him with another person, that's got talent, you got C.J. Stroud, who's a big, strong quarterback. You already bolster what you had before last year. Brandon Cook, you mentioned him earlier.
Yeah.
Speedy guy, not gonna wow you with anything else. Deep threat for the most part. If you get somebody who's a great route runner and can still move, I think you change the dynamics of your team drastically.
Or what about Paris Johnson?
Great. The defense will be great.
Could be.
Yep.
Paris Johnson. I mean, I don't know. I love this. The Texans have decided that they're going to be the team that just flips the draft upside down. And I love the fact that I don't know. It just depends on who they get. I think that's the big thing is Roger Goodell's coming out now, so we're about to see who they're going to get.
It makes the most sense to get a pass rusher.
Or Paris Johnson.
Well, of course, it'll be a linebacker.
Well, I'm going to say this: having a great defense, great coach that can coach up a defense, you don't necessarily.
Will Anderson.
Perfect.
So the Houston Texans, we'll see if it works, but the Houston Texans in 2 picks back-to-back have got a foundation piece on the offense and a foundation piece on the defense. And what were we talking about in the pre-show? The 2 most important positions in today's football, quarterback, edge rusher. The Houston Texans, at least on paper, have taken care of that for the next 5 years. And depending on what they had to give up, I think this is a brilliant move. Right now, if the Texans don't make another good pick the rest of the draft, I still have them at least on paper. And again, that's all we can do right now is on paper.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't go wrong.
Hey, whoever made
how do you make this? So what?
I was going to say, whoever made this draft card here, draft needs for the Texans, QB and edge, 1-2, did a good job there.
Yeah, that would be intern Noe, actually.
I mean, you can say check for the 2 top needs that the Texans had. I mean, what else can you ask for in the first round?
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's all you can ask for. Now, again, do they develop? We'll see. But we'll bring y'all, unless Houston trades back up here in the next pick, we're going to take y'all off for a little bit, and we'll bring y'all back on here in a minute. As now at least on paper, the Indianapolis Colts, another AFC South team, will be making a pick. And honestly, you got to feel that they might have. Let's see. So one of the things that you mentioned draft day earlier, one of the things draft day and all of its goofiness did show is how one team can completely flip how everybody else drafts.
Oh, yeah.
So will Indianapolis, are they going to panic now? Is this going to kind of throw them in a frenzy? Do they trade down? Who do you think they're going to go with?
Will Levis.
You think it's going to be Will Levis?
Yeah. I really think Anthony Richardson is more of the Jalen Hurts type player that their new coach Thane Steichen had when he was the offensive coordinator for the Eagles last season. Having said that, Will Levis played in a pro-style offense. He played against a really tough SEC. All those defenses are pretty stout. So I really feel that if anybody, he's the most ready. If the Colts are wanting to flip it right now, they should get Levis. If they can wait a year or 2, maybe start Minshew this year, start Foles, start Ellinger, then Richardson's their guy.
I honestly, this is just my opinion. I'm past the whole start a guy for sitting for 2 years. We're in a different world, man. These quarterbacks in high school are reading defenses that like Troy Aikman wouldn't have seen till he was in the pros. They're seeing those in high school. I think as long as
there's a fan crying right now for the Texans.
This is like some of our fans from Sports Rehab. This might be the greatest moment since the Texans beat the Dallas Cowboys game 1 of their franchise.
I'm already giving them an A grade.
I love fantastic. It. I absolutely love it.
In free agency, they shored up their secondary
with good, solid, without overpaying.
Exactly. They shored up their tight end issues. They got some good receivers. They got Noah Brown and Robert Woods, along with the returning John Mechie. So they've already improved there. And then they get their franchise quarterback. And then they get their franchise edge rusher. So Houston's, like you said, man, if they're healthy on paper, 8 wins is very doable. And especially in that particular division.
I mean, if you get a CJ Stroud pulls a rookie sensation, and you get now they still have some questions offensively. Wide receiver is a big one,
but they did address that. Robert Woods is healthy. Noah Brown can be good for a few games. Mechie's still a concern coming back. He took the year off.
Well, you got to wonder, is this, and I know part of it was because Brandon Cooks wasn't happy with where the franchise was.
Yeah.
But you kind of got to wonder now, do they have like, man, what if we'd have just held on to him? Especially because Dallas didn't give up a lot. Would they give up a 5th and a 6th, I think?
Yeah, it wasn't that much.
And you got to wonder now, because if you had Brandon Cooks in that wide receiver room with Woods and CJ Stroud, and but either way, like I said, I just love what they've done. The Colts pick is in, so we're going to see what they're going to go. I'm like you. I still, part of me still thinks that they're going to punt on the quarterback position possibly and go something else. They also could use a corner, a guard. They could use any defensive help. That's
now corner is not too far off. Now I think the top cornerbacks are like in the bottom of the top 10, but they could reach if they really want a cornerback right now to replace Stephon Gilmore. Outside linebacker, they can wait on that. Safety, they can wait on that. Guard, they can. The best guard is probably Skoronski, and he's a tackle.
Hey, Jim Irsay already looks like he's outdrank the coverage.
Oh man, we need to catch up.
Yeah, we got to catch up on him. Speaking of, let's do a draft.
Oh yeah,
draft salute to the Houston Texans. Congratulations! Yeah. If nothing else, you won the night. Doesn't matter what that means, but you at least won tonight with some great maneuverability.
Anthony Richardson is smiling.
Oh, I would love Anthony Richardson to the Colts.
I'm telling you, that's a bigger Jalen Hurts. But I still think he'd have to sit a year. I don't think he's ready right now.
One of our fans, Mandy Flanagan. Now, to be fair,
okay,
her and her significant other are huge Michigan fans. She says Houston Texans will never get that suck ice smell out of their locker room now. I love it. All right, the Colts pick is in.
Okay.
Anthony Richardson. Good call there. I love it. Okay, so now does Will Levis start a fall? Which it's weird because at the beginning of the draft cycle in January, most people had him maybe a late first round, most likely a second round. He kind of climbed up because of quarterback needs.
Yeah.
Does he fall?
Do the Raiders still have the number 7 pick?
Yeah, but I don't see why would – look, we can make all the comment, and we have a big Raider fan that's listening, Frank. We can make all the comments about Jimmy G and all, but Jimmy G staying healthy, he's still there 5-6 years.
Yeah,
he's still young enough. And again, we're in an era where quarterbacks can play till they're 40.
Yep.
So yes, you're right. The Raiders will trade up and then get 2 quarterbacks in this draft. But no, I think that maybe he falls all the way to the Titans, but I don't know if the Titans even.
Titans. They would have to trade up because I could easily see the Raiders picking Will Levis. If the Titans really want that quarterback now, they need to trade up. If not, just get best available. It could be in Jigba. I think they have the pick right before the number 12 pick,
which will now be the Cardinals. And
by the way, I don't know what the whole trade is though.
By the way, he would fit well in an offense with the Cardinals, who maybe at one point were looking to trade DeAndre Hopkins.
Where is he going to go?
But maybe with the right moves, you keep him happy enough to stay in the locker room.
Yeah, but I think he came to Arizona thinking that it was going to be Super Bowl in the next year or two.
And I was going to bring that up, and they traded out, so we weren't able to talk about them a lot. But Arizona is the perfect example of the NFL today.
Yeah.
2 years ago, they looked like they were the Super Bowl contending, one of the teams that you can pencil them in for the next 6 years in the NFC. They're going to be a competitive team.
Yeah.
Now, regime change, their iconic $100 million quarterback.
Yep.
He's got some questions. Hopkins is wanting out. They don't really, they have a lot of questions on offense and also on defense. So I think that's one of the reasons why I like what they did. We keep talking about the Texans. I like what Arizona did. There wasn't anybody that they felt they had to have there, so you might as well trade back and get some draft capital. Now, I haven't seen what the details are so far on those. But
I do see Arizona does have the 12th pick at the very least.
I'm assuming they probably got the 12th and a second next year. That's usually kind of how that works, going up 7 spots. Now, Seattle's on the clock. Seattle is one of those teams that do they take Will Levis? Because quarterback is definitely a need for them. Look,
even though one of the top quarterbacks in the conference last year was Geno Smith.
Look, Geno Smith is a great story. I felt he got a really raw deal with New York with the Jets. But let's also realize if you actually start looking at his numbers last year, he was okay.
Which tells you how bad the quarterback play in the NFC was last season.
Which, again, is in an era when quarterback play is the most important.
Correct.
But all the quarterbacks in the NFC, when you look at them when they were picked, seem to have made sense at that time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now, unfortunately, until somebody gives Jameis Winston the credit he deserves and makes him the starter, I mean, whoever would start him would win a Super Bowl in a heartbeat. Yes, I'm a huge Jameis Winston fan.
He's a throwback.
He's a throwback to an era when 30 interceptions and 30 touchdowns were always in play. And I miss that era. We'll be talking about that on our future show here, where we have talking about the era of the late 70s, early 80s, in an era where a great quarterback could throw for 22 touchdowns and 18 interceptions.
Yeah, all pro.
Let's see here. One of our guys are saying that Arizona gets the 12th, the 33rd,
okay,
and the 24th. Wait, the 24th? Anyway, we'll figure that out.
Okay.
I'm terrible at trying to multitask. I don't know why I got into this career when I can't multitask.
All right, so who do you think the Seahawks are going to get?
I really don't know. They're a team. Jalen Carter would be perfect for them.
Yeah,
they need that heft on the inside. Yeah. One of the things that you think of Seattle and you think of defense, but that's not really what they have. But they also need a running back. I know they're not. I mean, I could see them maybe making a play for a Bijan Robinson. I feel like he'd be a little too high right now.
Well, they already got Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, but again, that's one of those guys. Those.
It is good to have two.
Those come out of nowhere running backs tend to also go back to nowhere. I mean, look at Rashad Penny. I mean, he was the come out of nowhere. They drafted him in the first round. Everybody was shocked.
As of right now, he's a starting running back for the Eagles.
Yes, and now in saying that, he was always solid with Seattle. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Correct.
And Kenneth Walker, hey, I loved him. He was one of those off the heat picks I got last year in about week 5 and carried me through. But again, do you trust if a guy comes out of nowhere? Do you trust that he's going to stay there? Because they don't always stay there.
That's a good point.
But I also think that you could look at wide receiver, center. Now, center, there's not really anybody. Center is one of those positions
you can wait.
You can wait. As much as I love Travis Frederick, and he would have been a Hall of Fame player if he'd have stayed healthy. Yeah. You can get a center in the second, third, or fourth, a plugger type.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Seattle's interesting. They're 9-8, and the last made the playoffs in 2022.
Yeah.
I could see them continue to be competitive, or I could see them completely take a step back and next year be 4-13 or 5-12 and completely rebuilding.
Oh man, that would be terrible.
And how much longer is Pete Carroll there? I mean, Pete Carroll's what, 76?
He's over 70 for sure.
Let me check that age. But I mean, how much longer do you go with Pete Carroll at quarterback? And I know, coach. I know he's different.
Yeah.
He looks a lot younger. He acts a lot younger, and all that kind of fun stuff. But at some point, he's going to want to hang it up.
So he started there in 2010 with the Seahawks. And this is year 14 for him. He'll probably go into year 15.
71. He's 71.
Okay. Well, it's that West Coast air. It just it slows your aging
He
process.
will be 72 right when the season starts.
Okay. I was going to say that the top-rated center, they're both second-round guys. Joe Tippmann, and the one I think is the best, John Michael Schmidt from Minnesota.
Okay. We're in a commercial break. Their pick is in, but we're in a commercial break right now. Quick.
Okay. Wilson's still available for Tech. They could go with him.
Yeah, and they do need an edge rusher. After they pick, it'll be the Lions, then the Raiders, the Falcons, the Bears, and then the Eagles. That'll finish out this top 10.
I'm almost positive that the Lions will get either Christian Gonzalez or Devin Witherspoon.
Oh, I like either one of those.
I think they're pretty solid everywhere, but they've been doing a really good job of improving their defense. I think that was the thing they realized we're lacking there a little bit.
Now, I will say this, and by the way, again, the number 12 pick on the draft order was before the trade.
Yeah.
I think for Tennessee, this draft has felt okay to where they're not, at least right now, feeling like they need to trade up if they do want to go with the quarterback.
Yeah.
And if they don't, you still have Tannehill for 1 year.
And they can get the best receiver.
Yeah, they get the best receiver. I do think it showed that they made a mistake with trading A.J. Brown and then in thinking that Ole Miss wide receiver Traylon Walker would be able to step in and do the same thing. Yeah. He wasn't. Not that Walker can't have
Traylon Burks.
Sorry, I was going to say Walker. Not that Burks can't have a good career, but they thought he would be able to step in seamlessly. And if you want to look at the difference between Tennessee last year and Tennessee the year before, A.J. Brown was the missing piece.
No, I think Burks will be good for them. I just think he needed a little bit more time. Kind of like most other receivers do need like half a season. Now it's more like half a season.
Yeah.
Like Christian Watson with the Packers.
Yep.
DK Metcalf.
CeeDee Lamb. It took him about 6-7 games before he got really, really comfortable in his rookie year.
There is an adjustment. Like there's a lot of players that make it look seamless, like Justin Jefferson, but for the majority, the regular good players that can be Pro Bowler, sometimes All Pro, it takes them at least half a year.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the Arizona got the 12th, the 33rd, next year's first round, and next year's third round.
Great move.
Dude, Houston, okay, I'm not going to say that resets things. Still a great move, but, man, you gave up a lot of capital.
You gave up
there.
A lot. There was one more pick they gave up.
All right,
they shouldn't have.
Seattle's pick is in.
Yep. And booing.
I love the booing.
Wow.
That's a little bit of a shock.
That is. Now, not an overreach, but they really did need an edge rusher.
I mean, it's not an overreach, but I don't think that. I mean, now you got to wonder if the Texas Tech rusher is going to fall, because I don't know if. Yeah. Well, I say that I think Atlanta could really use some defense.
They have team a lot.
Yeah, that we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. Atlanta has sneakily made a lot of really good offseason moves. All right, so the Detroit Lions, who need an edge rusher or a Jalen Carter, they're on the clock now.
Oh, okay. Aiden Hutchinson had a great year last year, but there was one glaring issue. He did not have help along the line.
Yeah, if you add another bookend.
Yes. That would take all the pressure off of Hutchinson. If they get him, if the Lions get Georgia defensive tackle Jalen Carter and he comes ready to play, Aiden Hutchinson will be an all-pro, first-team all-pro, 15 sacks. That is how good I think Carter is. Of course, the off-the-field issues and the weight gain kind of dropped him a little bit.
Well, I'm not big on high-up defensive tackles unless they're – what's your favorite thing? What's your favorite pass rush? Up the middle.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But if you're not a Warren Sapp or a Randy White or somebody like that, you can get pluggers.
The only guy in this draft, the top whatever 50-60 that I think fits that is the Pittsburgh tackle, the Aaron Donald clone, Kalijah Kancey. That's the closest I could see.
And that's somebody I kind of hope falls to Dallas in that second.
That is a lot of projections are showing that. I just feel like one team like Pittsburgh can be smart enough. No, but he doesn't fit their system.
Yeah, they need a 3-4 plugger. Yeah. And he's a little small and he struggles against the run.
Now Seattle's secondary is going to be Tariq Woolen, Quandre Diggs, Jamal Adams, and now Devin Witherspoon with a very good Kobe Bryant, Kobe with the C, as a fifth option.
Yeah, but Jamal Adams, again, this is one of those, how many of these guys, especially it seems like it's safety, that we as Cowboy fans want and we don't end up getting, and then you look back 4 or 5 years later and you go, whoo, thank God. I like Jamal Adams, but Jamal Adams is more of the Roy Williams, old school, at the line of, at the point of attack, good against the run, can get sacks, but I don't really think of him as covering. Now, in saying that, that's what they did back with the Legion of Boom. Is your safeties, you had one safety that could play the run, and then you had your old school free safety center field type that could clean up behind that. I don't know. I'm not going to say that I hate that pick.
Yeah.
I think that's a pick that I don't know. I just taking we and maybe it's the Cowboy fan in me and seeing where we've been with some of our corners picked early. When you take a guy in the 4th, 5th pick as a corner, you're expecting a 10, 11 interception guy.
That's what Detroit expected a few years ago when they got Jeff Okudah with the 3rd pick.
Yep.
Now they traded him
to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Again, another good pick for Atlanta, or a good trade for Atlanta. We'll be talking about them. All right, so the Lions have about 4 minutes on the clock. After them, it will be the Raiders. The Raiders are the next big. What will they do? Because what if they do like Will Levis?
I think a lot of teams like him. They just don't know where to pick him. And I think with the Raiders, so right now the Raiders, they need a cornerback. They could go for Christian Gonzalez if Detroit doesn't get him.
Mm-hmm.
They need a guard, which they can always get later, or draft a little early and get Peter Skoronski and convert him to guard. They could go defensive tackle. There's a few good defensive tackles, assuming Detroit gets Jalen Carter, they could get the next available. The defensive end, Miles Murphy, Wilson for Tech. Tight end, I still think it's a little early to be getting Kincaid and Mayer. So there are options for the Raiders. Raiders are in a great position right now.
And the Raiders got rid of Darren Waller.
They did, and that must have pissed off his wife, Kelsey Plum, who plays for the Las Vegas Aces.
What did you think of that move? I understood it. Look, Darren Waller's a great story.
Yeah.
Coming back from addiction and becoming, for a year and a half, maybe one of the best tight ends.
Yeah.
But the issue has been the last year and a half is injuries.
Yep.
Consistency has kind of become, but that's what happens when you're not on the field much. When you do get on the field, you have to shake that rust off.
Yeah, and toward the end of last season, he was coming on.
Yeah, and I think that was a great move by them and the Giants.
Correct.
The Giants need people.
Somebody, yeah.
They need playmakers. And the Raiders, but if
to your point though, like you mentioned about running backs, they already have a really good young tight end, Bellinger. Adding Waller there only just makes them even stronger.
Now, for the Raiders, and I know we're ahead of ourselves. That's what happens on these draft shows. Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
What are they going to do with him? I think it showed that and I don't blame them, but I kind of did blame them because I never understood when they kept trying to replace him for 2 years. Last year he had the breakout year, 1,500 yards, and now, I mean, he's still he's what are they going to do with him? Do they try to sign him to a big deal? Do they try to sign him to a 1-year bridge deal? That's a hockey term, by the way. Sorry.
I mean, they already franchise tagged them. They don't really need to do a 1 year.
Yeah, but I still think if you prefer, you want to try to work that out because franchise tags, even at running backs, a lot of money. That's what we're talking about with the Cowboys with Pollard. They franchised him, and it's kind of a 1-year deal, but that's taking a lot of chunk off that salary cap.
Yeah. I think if they're going to do it, they're going to do it next year.
Detroit pick is in.
Trade alert. To Cardinals. Oh.
So the Cardinals are back in it.
This is trade number 2.
Yep. So here we go, boys. We've got bring everybody back in. We've got the Cardinals doing the Texans thing of trade down, trade back up. What do y'all think here?
Wilson.
See what they do. I don't know what they're thinking, but they're making moves. 6 overall. Let's see.
I think Wilson.
You think Wilson? Because I mean, they really could use some offensive line help for Kyler Murray.
They could.
And Paris Johnson feels like a 10-year tackle.
They really need a guard.
Yeah.
Not a tackle.
He needs some protection for sure.
So the Lions get that 12th pick and a second-round pick for later on, which is the same pick that basically Arizona got from the Texans.
Yeah.
So the Cardinals basically just pulled some great moves or got an extra pick and gave it away to get back up again.
So I think they either go Wilson to replace J.J. Watt, or after that, I really don't know. Do they get Jalen Carter? I don't know.
Go wide receiver. Does that tell us that Hopkins might be going to be traded?
Yes, because they're reaching again. They should have just kept the 12th pick if they're going to get a receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick is in.
Well, they got a good one.
Paris Johnson. I told you.
Wow. You called it, man.
Oh, I mean, it makes sense. They need help all over the offensive line, but we go back to I got to admit, guys, we can pat ourselves on the back. We literally talked in the pre-show about your what positions are most important. It's quarterback, it's edge rushers, it's offensive tackles, and that's what we're seeing go right now. And Paris Johnson just feels like a 10-year. You're going to set him at left tackle, and you don't have to worry about it.
Is that a Kyler Murray protector right there?
Exactly. And Kyler Murray's great when he's scrambling, but you don't want him scrambling all the time. And at times last year, their offense looked like jailbreak with the line. So I like this move. I think this is a really smart move. And the way they went about getting it, I think is even great because they've picked up that extra first round for next year to get the guy they wanted the whole time.
That trade was amazing as far as Arizona's in. I think you hit it, Terry. the whole Houston, that was a great job, but they gave up a lot to get that. Arizona did a great job.
I don't know if Kyler Murray cannot afford to scramble. He scrambles just about every time, unless it's a bootleg or something like that.
Well, and he has to so he can see above the line.
I was just going to say, like, he's got to be able to see above his offensive line. So, but I mean, he's got to have some protection. They got to have it. And like I said, if you paid that much for your quarterback, he's over $100 million guaranteed. He
180.
Yeah, he needs to be protected for sure.
Well, but look at it like this. I think you pointed out, y'all pointed out the biggest flaw in Kyler Murray. He can't see over the line, and he's never going to have protection when you're steadily rolling out or getting outside. And we saw the play, if you remember the play, non-contact injury that took him out. So I don't think it's a line issue unless he becomes a pocket passer.
But I always question this though. I do question this though. I don't mean, but how long does he last in the league? I question that because of his size. But you gotta look at that as a franchise at this point,
right? But I'm not going to question his size. I'm going to question his character. People have told him to grow up. I mean, when you got grown men telling you need to grow up, that's a problem.
Well, Kyler Murray's issue is he never lost in high school. He never learned how to deal with that. And go back to when Texas beat OU in the Red River rivalry, and Sam Ehlinger goes across the field to shake his hand, and Kyler Murray just acted just like a baby, because that was the first time in like 96 games that he had lost in sports. And we can all joke about character and all that, but learning to lose is as important as learning to win. And you see it on the sideline. When the Cardinals struggle, he sulks. And I think it gets overrated with how quarterbacks react and if a quarterback yells at a player or not. But there are times when your quarterback is sitting there with his head in his hands and you're only down 10-7 in the second quarter, but because he's thrown 2 interceptions, he's mentally checked out. And I don't know if you can catch that up. I think that might be a character flaw going the rest of his career, because simply put, he just never got used to losing. Not that you want to get used to it, but you know what I mean. Handle losing. I guess is the best way.
Right.
Yeah. Quarterback
defeat.
Quarterback is your leader as well, and so you get your leader of your team that's acting like that. It rubs off on others. They either don't like it, or then they start doing it.
I started to question that when in high school. He went from A&M to Oklahoma. He didn't like competition. He didn't want to compete at A&M, so he goes to Oklahoma, and no competition there. So he goes and wins a Heisman.
Yeah.
And then of course he goes to Arizona. Cliff Kingsbury's there, and I bet this is me. I bet Arizona drafts a quarterback.
It would be beautiful.
I bet
because you don't
quarterback because he needs pressure. He needs somebody behind him.
Oh yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I really thought that they would. I think they would be really smart if you bring in a veteran. Like I know Case Keenum's already the Texans, but a Case Keenum to Arizona would have made a lot of sense. All right, let's talk Raiders now. The Raiders are another one of those teams, man, that they could go 5 different ways and they all make sense. Jalen Carter. And I feel like maybe this becomes a thing where we just keep saying Jalen Carter, but they need edge rusher. They need a tight end, as we talked about. I think it's a little early. I think they could use a cornerback, but I think who they wanted this early was taken.
Aeneas Williams.
What?
Aeneas Williams.
Oh, is Aeneas Williams there? So where do y'all think the Raiders go?
I'm gonna say this. I've had Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback for the past 3 seasons. You better get your offensive line together if you want to keep him healthy for at least as long as you want to keep him. So they better go offensive line.
Well, I mean, Paris Johnson at the tackle spot this year, that's a big drop off from Paris Johnson to the next offensive tackle. I feel like the Raiders. The pick is in. I was going to say I could have seen the Raiders maybe trading out, punting, and making a decision later. I think if you're them, you got to go Jalen Carter. I think that's the best available on the board in a position that they really could use the help.
Yeah.
I think they go Levis.
Man, if you're going Levis, then what's the point of bringing in Jimmy Garoppolo?
Let Levis
I
sit for
mean,
a year.
But Jimmy Garoppolo
You know,
is not. I mean, why are you? That's a guy you're bringing in to win.
Well, Garoppolo has also proven that he's okay with sitting and being a team player.
Is he? I mean, I don't know. That to me, to be honest with you, that's the most Raider pick that could happen. I just think
No, the most Raider pick could happen would be the 4-2 receiver that runs like that has no hands.
Yeah, but no, if they take Will Levis, then to me that's a really dumb pick.
Jimmy Garoppolo was there to make the head coach feel safe about a quarterback. He didn't trust anybody. He's used to Jimmy Garoppolo before. Jimmy Garoppolo ran the same system in New England, so that made him feel comfortable. But like I said before, eventually Jimmy Garoppolo will show his bones, and you're gonna need a quarterback behind him. Jimmy Garoppolo wins games. San Francisco had a pretty good defense. Jimmy Garoppolo threw a lot of picks. He's not that great. He's slightly above average.
Yeah.
But they need a bridge quarterback, and that's exactly what he is at this point.
But he did have his best career year with Josh McDaniels as his coach.
Hey guys, that trade, Arizona gave up that 12th and the 34th pick to move,
which is the pick they got from Houston. So that's not even a loss to them.
Yeah. So they still got the picks for next year.
And let's not forget the Texas Tech guy's still there. Wilson's still there.
Yeah.
And he would look good
and that would be a great blessing for Max Crosby.
Yeah. Again, talking about Aiden Hutchinson, Max Crosby the same way.
Yeah.
He's amazing, but he doesn't really have a lot of help on the other side. And that would be that bookend defensive end that you need, because you don't want one guy with 18 sacks. You want two guys with 15 sacks apiece.
There you go.
And I feel like the Raiders are one of those franchises right now pressed for win. That division. That's why
I don't see them taking Will Levis, because whether we agree or not, I think that they feel with Jimmy G, with McDaniels, that they can win now, and whether we agree or not, because they're in a hell of a division.
Y'all gonna like this one. Y'all gonna like this one.
Is it Will Levis?
No,
I would think more sense.
Yeah, I think that's the safest, good, solid.
Max Crosby is doing cartwheels right now.
Yeah, again, the Raiders don't always make the safe pick. I think even I know he's not his dad, but Mark Davis still tends to be like that. Wants to make the big splash. This is a really solid pick.
I was going to say, Terry,
this is a future guy that in a division with the quarterbacks that are in there, with Patrick, with Russell, with Justin Herbert, you've got a guy with Max Crosby that can immediately step on the field and combine for 25, 30 sacks.
Yeah, he's 6'5", shoulders this wide. So, I mean, hey, good move for the Raiders.
Hey, this is
great for Crosby. Their defensive front is already looking pretty impressive right now. They still have other holes, but that's a big one that they fixed.
So that puts the Falcons on the clock, and the Falcons are another team that, and I feel like maybe Jalen Carter is going to fall, because it feels like this is the fourth team in a row that Jalen Carter would fit in well with them. Yeah. Is it too early for wide receiver? Because the Falcons do need that.
Oh, they got Drake London and they got Kyle Pitts, but they don't have much else outside of that.
And Kyle Pitts was and I know he was hurt last year, but even his rookie year, he got 1,000 yards. He had like 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So Cordell Patterson's fun to watch, but he's a year older. And people need to realize Cordell Patterson's been in the league now 13 years. Yeah. I feel Atlanta needs speed and athleticism and somebody that can move the chains.
So they go offense.
What about a running back?
Running back.
I mean, they don't.
Algier was pretty good rookie year, but they could.
Bijan
has been rumored.
Bijan would be a big splash for them.
Yeah.
They do Bijan Robinson. I've always thought Atlanta was the hotbed.
Please no.
I plead that. That's a great listen. Atlanta's a great market. They need to put it together.
They really do.
They really need to put it. This is a great market. They just need to put it together. And they got a nice fan base, and that division is wide open. It really is. Because I think you got Carolina, everybody's in a race to get better. Carolina, Tampa Bay, and who else? And the Saints.
Well, you know how really got better is if they would have took that quarterback out of Baltimore. I got some more options out of there, but they didn't want to put their hand in there. So I'm not about them.
We're not gonna talk. We're gonna say that for the podcast. We're not gonna talk about that one. Y'all already know where you go with that one.
I got a little riled up.
Little tempering issue, but we're not gonna talk.
Falcons pick is in.
Yeah.
That's gonna be very interesting.
So Terry, that last pick, that was a NetSN pick. That was Tyree Wilson from our area.
Where isn't he from?
West Rust.
West Rust. Yeah, West Rust.
Oh, okay.
We got a chance for another an art player to be picked at some point in the draft.
Everybody says he's going to the Cowboys.
Falcons have already got their pick in too, and apparently a couple of y'all are ahead of us. I like seeing y'all's reaction before we see the pick.
I'm trying not to say anything because I know we're ahead.
Yeah,
so
I've been muting my microphone to make sure I didn't give it away.
As long as the Cowboys don't pick a no-name guy, I'm good.
Van Der Esch was the best no-name ever.
You know what? I'm never mad when they pick a defensive guy because the defensive guys that they've actually picked for the most part have been pretty solid. It's when we start picking offensive players like I can't even think his last name, Semi F from out of Stanford and stuff like that, where we start getting in trouble and they don't even pan out.
You know, the thing you got to give Dallas credit for, we all like to joke about the GM and all that, but since 2010, their first-round picks have all been just almost all on point. The weakest one would be Van Der Esch, who's actually still been a hell of a pro player and honestly might have had his best year last year. For all the talk about his rookie year and making plays, you saw the difference in the Dallas run defense when he was healthy and when he missed those 3 games at the end of the year last year. And even in that San Francisco game, again, let's remember, San Francisco didn't dominate Dallas with their offense. Dallas's defense stood the toe, and I think Van Der Esch had like 14 tackles and was an absolute beast. So for me, where Dallas has struggled over the last few years is that second round pick. It seems like they reach for that second round, and it's at a time when it's like there'll be some safe picks on the board, and they try to go ahead of that. Taco Charlton being the biggest one. They went for the measurables, and you saw what happened. He never could find his footing. Now, in saying that, let's say if Taco Charlton would have been drafted when Dan Quinn was there from his first year, it might have been a completely different career path for him.
I doubt it very seriously. I doubt it. It was just a bad pick overall.
It really was. It was a reach pick. Again, it's that whole measurable. Sometimes the high ceiling, low floor type guys, sometimes they hit and sometimes they don't. And it just seemed like in that second round, Dallas tries to take too many of those in the last few years.
Because you got to think after you've gotten all the players that you wanted, or the second or third picks you wanted, now it's just time to check boxes. You know, we need the does he fit? Can he fit in this role? Yeah, okay, let's go. You know, what do you think about this guy's a good athlete? Okay, let's go. You know, that's why the NFL draft. It's by committee. It's just bodies. Yep. You know, if you get to like the third round, I mean, you really trying to, unless you just know the guy, unless you just know exactly what you're looking for, it's tough, man. Those evaluators, they got to be on it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. All right, the pick is in as we're back. There was a commercial there for the NFL, and then we will see what the Falcons do. Again, the Falcons, one of those that I don't really have a good feel on them because I feel like they could go 5 different ways. I know earlier they talked about that they could be a trade candidate, but I kind of feel like what the Texans and Cardinals have done, everybody's now is just kind of sitting back and going, okay, let's just pick what's ahead of us, and let's not try to reach.
You know what, man? Bijan sounds really good right here.
I think it would be a stretch, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah,
I would. I say they really need somebody who can run. I think with you sticking with Desmond DeRitter, you almost have to go running back. But I'm not gonna say that's their choice. You know, so they're gonna pick who they want to. But I think that's why when I said running back, they could definitely use it. I don't think they'll go that route, but they really could. And I wouldn't be surprised if they picked Jalen Carter, the local guy.
All right, we're getting some kind of blah, blah, blah. Goodell, they're not going to like you anymore. They're still going to hate you. Oh, that kid's nervous, man.
Yeah, you can see it written all in his face.
It's 100,000 people. Come on, kid.
Yeah, he's never been in that moment.
He's like that rookie quarterback taking his first snap.
Got him. Mm.
Must be
Well,
Bijan.
well.
Must be Bijan.
I gotta cut the TV up for this.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a great pick.
I love it.
Wow.
I love it because I think Philly had gotten really hot on him. I don't think there was any way he was falling to Dallas. I'm perfectly fine with him going outside as a Cowboy fan. I'm perfectly fine going outside the NFC East, and I think he's going to go to a place that allows him to flourish. I like this pick. I like this pick for him. I like this pick for Atlanta, and I like this pick for Dallas.
I love
This
it
is a
all
big
the
pick.
way.
I like that, Dallas.
I'm in love with these suits lately too. No, but yeah, Bijan's a 3-down back. He fits perfectly with Atlanta, what they're trying to do on offense. This is perfect. Atlanta, if you look at them on defense, they got Calais Campbell. They have one of the best. They got Jesse Bates the third at safety. So they're actually sort of kind of good on the defensive, and they got Luther Ellis's son at linebacker. So Atlanta, defensive wise, I think they're pretty good. And they got 3 really good offensive linemen. They got a couple of parts, skill positions. So adding him is just makes too much sense. Build around Ritter.
Well, it had to. You had to. And if they didn't, Algier, like you said, he was decent in his rookie year. I just don't think he was an every down back. He's probably a spell back, the spell. But I think Bijan Robinson, he fits the bill of what they should have. And if they work it out right, this is a great pick.
Look at the division that they have. If they go 8-9 next year, which honestly may be best in their division, they have some of the youngest core, and they could keep that going for a little while. And they actually do. Devin Ritter does decent. Bijan Robinson runs over 1,500 yards. Which is very possible. That team could be looking really good in a couple of years.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, Eagles have the 9th pick. I thought it was the Bears. They make a trade.
They must have flipped.
Oh, they traded with the Bears. So the Bears had the number 9 pick. They traded with the Eagles.
So for one pick?
No, but the Eagles have 2 picks in this round. So maybe the Eagles gave the Bears.
No, I'm saying the Bears flipped for one spot.
The Eagles must want someone the Bears also want.
Or did the Eagles want? Did this trade already happen, and the Eagles thought that they were going to be getting Bijan Robinson?
Yeah, I think that's what they thought, and they out, which was great because I don't want
Carter
to have anything.
Hey, I'm the one that called that at the beginning of the show. When you were talking, I said, watch out for the Eagles if they go Jalen Carter, because they've already got Jordan Davis, and all of a sudden their interior line. And let's be honest, as great as the Giants and Washington was this past year, the NFC East is the Eagles and the Cowboys are going to be a run-first team. So what do you need to do if you're the Eagles? And you've got San Francisco, who is a run-first team. You're going to want to shore up that interior line.
They already have Javon Hargrave's replacement and Jordan Davis. Now they got Fletcher Cox's replacement with Jalen Carter.
And let's say they might do that. But I still kind of wonder if this trade had already been made and they thought that they were going to get Bijan Robinson. Because I don't think Chicago – I mean, as much as I like Jalen Carter, I don't think Jalen Carter is enough to lose capital for one spot. That's just a weird trade for me.
It depends on what they gave up. I'm going to look at the updated – picks or
Eagles. Phillies trade up.
Trade. Right now, we'll see.
Did they just swap picks?
Yeah.
So I mean, you didn't lose anything, you didn't gain anything, and that, like you said, I really think they were thinking they were going to get Bijan. Jalen Carter is either 9 or 10. Let's just put it like that.
I think so too. I think that's where he finally lands.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I don't think he's going to drop out of the top 10. He was, when he was on the field, he was very productive. He's a great talent on the field. Like you said, wash it up to everything else, being in all season, all of the extra stuff that they had going on. But I think either way, Now Philly has to make a decision and pick the best available player for them, and Chicago has to do the same. So he's 9 or 10. Got to be.
I really think it's going to be Carter or Skoronski, and they convert Skoronski to guard because they lost Samalo to the Steelers in the offseason. So they need to shore up that right guard position.
That's a tough
Either one.
That's
but why are you trading up one spot for?
Because Chicago's also been rumored to want Skoronski.
Okay, so if the Bears want him, then that must be really enticing. Philly must have gave them something amazing for one move up if that's who the Bears really wanted.
Maybe not that bottom first round pick, but maybe something else.
Or maybe the Bears are happy with whoever they get out of it, and so they might as well take the extra pick.
Yeah.
We'll see. The Eagles pick is in, and then as of now, Chicago's next. So they get a 10th. They get so they did all that. The Bears did that for 1 4th-round pick.
Yeah, this is.
So that tells me the Bears they didn't really have anybody in mind. They're fine with whoever is left, is what it tells me.
They just took an extra.
Or again, I still think that this pick, because this trade got announced pretty quick. Yeah. I still think the Eagles made this move thinking that Bijan Robinson was going to be on the table.
But the Bears should have got more than that.
Not for one spot. That seems about right.
Oh man. Could have at least done a third.
I hope they cry with this pick. I don't.
Yeah, I'm hoping this pick is a bust. Honestly,
I hope they take a punter.
Yeah. I have. Oh my gosh! Let me be quiet. I'm gonna say.
I don't even know.
I hope maybe they try to draft Ron Jaworski.
Hey, they can try to.
All right, the top-rated punter is Bryce Behringer.
Okay. He did the punter.
Here we go from Michigan State.
But from a football standpoint, how do you surround Jalen Hurts with better talent?
You make your defense better.
Yeah.
I mean, they got good on the defensive end. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a really good pick for the Eagles inside against when you look at the NFC. And we can all make the jokes about the Cowboys haven't won, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at the NFC going into next year, the three top teams, in my opinion, are San Francisco, Dallas, and Philadelphia. Not in that order. I'm just saying those three. And two of those three teams, Dallas and San Francisco, make their hay running the ball. So if you're the Eagles, you want to solidify that interior. Now, the funny thing about that is with who Dallas has now at running back, they're not really an interior running team with Pollard. Now, if they get the running back from Alabama or somebody else, they are. But this might be a check move.
It was kind of another Pollard.
Yeah, but I think he's a little bit bigger, isn't he?
No, he's 5'9", about 190.
And I guess there is the possibility that they bring Elliott back. I don't know about that. I feel like that's done. Now, though, for Jalen Carter, it's going to be he's now got to prove himself because at one time he was you're the number 1, 2, or 3 pick no matter what. Yeah. Easy. And so now, even though he's still going to get paid and all, we've got to see how he reacts to this. And will this be a motivation or is it really an issue with him? Character. I don't want to say character, but motivation and all that fun stuff.
Really the only knock on him was just how good Georgia was. They only needed him for a few snaps a game.
Yeah.
They were up so big.
All right. Wow, the Bears knew who they wanted because the Bears have already, unless they're doing another trade, the Bears have already got their pick in. So let's talk about them because defensive tackle was one of those. Remember, everybody that's listening, they were the number 1 pick. Had the number 1 draft. They traded to Carolina. They then traded again. They need an offensive tackle. They need a corner. They need a wide receiver. I still think they need a wide receiver, even with DJ Moore.
They need wide receivers.
They need a running back. I felt that they were going to make a Bijan Robinson move.
Well, they got Dante Foreman.
I mean, I like him.
Yeah.
In fact, I really wanted Dallas to go for Deontay Foreman. I think Deontay Foreman is a very underrated back. And he does a lot of things, and he's still young, and he's got a lot of tread. I think he will do good there. But, again, we're in an era now where you need 2 backs.
So they do love Herbert a lot.
Yes.
But they have Herbert and Foreman. They might be happy with that right there, but they really do need to protect Fields. If they're going to do that, they need to go tackle.
They might be happy with that. That's unsure. They're very unsure about that.
Y'all talk
Do
about
they have
underrated.
it? Is there a tackle at this level after
Broderick
Patterson?
Jones and then Skoronski.
Okay. I thought they were both lower rate in the first round.
Skoronski's right here. This is right where he should be getting picked.
Okay.
Top 3 right about now, so he's still on the board he should be coming off soon if you need one.
I don't. I get this growing impression that I don't think Chicago's satisfied at the quarterback position. Stupid as can be. It's really stupid. It's really stupid because I don't know if they draft another quarterback because you heard about them, potentially getting rid of Justin Fields. They don't know if he's the guy. They could draft a quarterback at this point. I don't know. I don't think their team's not complete. There's too many holes that they have. I don't know what they're thinking. You could kind of tell a team's going one way. Okay, we're going to draft defensive players. We're going to draft an offensive line. They got him DJ Moore. Okay, I got you. That's one target, but you still lose Montgomery. You lose offensive tackle. Who's your running back? Got Deontay Ford. Okay, is that enough? I mean, everyone's scoring right now. Is that enough? And you running your quarterback left and right, and the grumblings of all of this has been they don't know if he's going to be the guy of the future.
Yeah, but if you're going to draft a quarterback, you'd have to trade him because the fans. I know there's a little concern about how he throws, but the fans are so electrified by him. He's already kind of become a Chicago fan favorite. I just don't think that. I mean, it would be a Chicago thing to do.
There you go.
But I think Chicago's at least got to go for the next 2 years that Justin Fields is your guy. And I think he can be what they want him to be. Again, we're evolving into a different era. I don't think you have to have a quarterback that always throws for 5,000 yards and 42 touchdowns. He can throw for 2,800 and run for 1,200 and have 15 touchdowns. And Justin Fields has a body that he looks like he's not gonna take a lot of injuries. And again, he could knees and stuff, but he's not like Tua where you feel like every hit he might be gone. I mean, heck, I'm just literally waiting for Tua to be buried into the turf at some point.
Yeah,
with the injuries that he's taken. I don't think Fields can do that. I don't think Fields will do that.
I mean, we're all making sense here. I'm thinking that the stupid franchise guys and the guys in the box that don't know a lick about football, they just look at money and say, you know what? Let's get another quarterback. I don't like the kid. Let's get another quarterback. Like, really?
I will if he regresses this year, I definitely could see that next year where there's supposed to be a better quarterback class. I actually 100% agree with you there. Because like you said, it's the Bears, and it's funny how different franchises just kind of have the same themes. And for the Bears, they just can't ever have a good quarterback. When they do, it's a Jay Cutler who's at the end of his career or something like that. But for whatever reason, the Bears can never have a good quarterback.
You heard that, Corey. Rex Grossman, baby.
Rex Grossman.
Sexy Rexy.
Sexy Rexy.
Yeah.
Okay,
That too. Yeah.
Do you ever think back in his days, like he'd go like it's beginning of the game? Oh, hang on, picks in.
Pick his in.
At least they got
Oh, he could have been picked way later.
So you were right on the tackle. Yeah. You were wrong on the player.
His game against Alabama when he shut down Will Anderson, that's what got him this pick.
Yeah, I agree. Now, what I was going to say, I got to finish this. So, do you think back in the day, Rex Grossman went to the defense and said, "Look, y'all just get me 4 interceptions, 8 sacks. I will get y'all 13 points, and we'll get out of here."
And then he went to Devin Hester and said, "Can you meet me 1 kickoff return, 1 punt return?"
I still don't know how they made it.
It's like Tyler Smith with Dallas. Yeah. We'll just have to see if it works. Maybe they just liked what he did better.
They're showing it right now.
Yeah, they're showing that Anderson
shut him down.
Yeah,
great feet, good hands.
Wow, I will say this: the last 4 picks, these teams know what they want. The Titans have already got their pick in.
That was a ferocious block on Brees.
All right, so Titans.
I put money. They go quarterback. I think they go quarterback.
So Will Levis right here. Oh no.
They go Will Levis. They go Will Levis all the way.
I'm sorry.
I guess for them, they have to decide: do they feel like they have 1 more year left? Tannehill's got 1 more year left.
No.
This is an AFC South that should be winnable. I mean, the team they have this year should win the AFC South next year.
Skoronski or Njigba.
Oh, Njigba's a good one because they do need that getting rid of. We talked about this before. AJ Brown, getting rid of them proved to be like Dallas with Amari Cooper. It proved to be the mistake, and now they're two different style receivers, but that's a good one. I like that one.
But you have to have someone to throw it to, or throw it to him.
So
I think Tannehill's perfectly serviceable.
What's the I can't think of the young kid's name, but he's not going to be the guy.
Oh yeah, that was a terrible. What's the Mississippi or not the Liberty quarterback?
Yeah, Malik Willis?
Yeah, he's not going to be the guy.
He was terrible. Like I mean,
he's the guy that needed to sit.
I'm just going to say this: when Quincy Carter played, Quincy Carter looked like he knew more about defenses, and that's saying a lot.
Wow,
Hutchinson looked better.
I feel bad for the kid because
I do too.
He's thinking, okay, I'll just sit for a year or two, learn some. No, now you have to play right now. Oh wow, okay, my bad.
That's every kid's dream, though. That's every kid's dream.
It is. But sometimes that ruins a kid's confidence. Maybe he's not ready to play all the way. Maybe he gets gun shy. Maybe he gets hit too early. Maybe the game is a little too fast than what he thinks it is, and that hurts him. That ruins his development. That all of that could happen.
They need a seminar with Mark Sanchez. They need a seminar. That if the game's too fast, they need to present it to him, and that all rookies should go through that class right there. They go through that class. And look, there's no excuse. You got drafted to the NFL. I can't live with that no more. I can't live with that. Malik Willis, you took that call. Said you was the guy. You better be ready. I'm sorry.
So I do have to ask this. So in the AFC South, I think it's the Jaguars to lose at this point. Like honestly, they may be a 12-win team.
Well, we were talking about that off the record or off the air before we started, and I still think a little bit of what Jacksonville did last year was fool's gold.
Say it again.
They had that stretch at the end of the year where they had like 5 games in a row where they came back from 10 points down or more. And that's great, but that's very odds. That's very cyclical. Like you look at the Cowboy game. Dallas should have won that game. Dallas twice had that game won. Jacksonville did nothing to win that game until Dallas gave it to them. And hey, give them credit for taking advantage of it. But you even look at the playoff game against San Diego or Los Angeles. I always call them San Diego. That was more about what the Chargers didn't do than what Jacksonville did do.
Yeah.
And so, to me, Jacksonville just reeks of that team that everybody thinks is going to take the next step, and then they end up either treading water or actually taking a step back because they still have a lot of questions on their team. And I think Hunter Lawrence took a really big step, but you go back to that playoff game, and he finished strong. But, dude, he threw 2 interceptions in his first 5 passes in that playoff game. He looked like a deer in headlights. Luckily for him, the Chargers know how to lose better than anybody, and they let them back into the game.
They may have the best offense. They may have a top 10 offense in the NFL.
I think possibly with Etienne and with their wide receivers, and if Hunter Lawrence takes that next step, Hunter Lawrence, I don't know why I said Hunter, but if Trevor Lawrence takes that next step, I totally agree with you. But I also still think that they're a team that I could easily see them being in the exact same spot last year, or even taking a step back. It just felt like a lot of what happened to them last year was a lot of luck that they didn't create.
Can 10-7 win the division? 11-6.
Now that's a good point. I know people say the NFC South. I think the NFC South is actually going to be a little bit better than what people think. The AFC South, I think, is absolute trash.
Right.
It's been trash for like 10 years. It's been bad, but the AFC South, the NFC South may be a little bit better. I think Carolina's going to be okay.
Atlanta.
And I think Atlanta's going to be okay.
And that's why I think Tennessee might say, hey, let's just roll with what we have one more year. Let's add to that, and we'll worry about quarterback next year because the quarterback class next year is supposed to be better.
So Derrick Henry stays?
Yeah, I never really believed that was a possibility.
I never thought so either.
I thought maybe I could have seen them doing the whole let's draft Bijan, trade Derrick, but I never really thought that they were that serious about it.
Yeah. So my question is this. Do you take a chance on what's his name out of Arizona? I can't think of the wide receiver's name in Arizona. I can't think of his name. Hopkins. If you're Tennessee, is there any kind of way they could take a chance to get Hopkins to Tennessee? that would drastically change their wide receiving core.
I feel like any of those drafts or any of those trades would have either happened before the draft or now. But I do think that that's in play because, again, I think the whole difference in what Tennessee was last year compared to the year before and the year before was A.J. Brown. Well, they really misjudged what A.J. Brown meant for them.
Well, and I think in order to get this right, Tennessee, I think if you're going to do it, I think you said it perfectly. It's draft time. Wait till the second round and see what you can give up then, because if there's nobody good that you're looking for, let's package this and let's see what we can get for them, because I'm not going to waste the pick drafting somebody that doesn't fit my system. And if
That's a good point.
DeAndre Hopkins for a second round pick and he's got some years left and we know he's going to produce and we got the quarterback that can get him the ball, let's put him on our team, because now that opens up the run game from Derrick Henry. Your defense is pretty darn good. Let's just see what happens. And I think that's day two. I think that's the day two.
Well, they went safe. They go guard Peter Skoronski, who I think is a great pick. It's not a sexy pick by any stretch, but they talked about last year. They talked about in the offseason that they wanted to
that's pretty cool.
Go back to the run game. Not that they gave up on it, but they felt that Henry started taking a lot more hits last year than he did. This is a safe guy. Plug him in. He's going to be a multiple time All-Pro. Yep. I think this is a real good pick. I think for people as Cowboy fans, he's kind of a Zach Martin-esque type blocker. Yeah. He's really good run blocking. He's great with his technique. He seems to never be hurt. Yep. I like this pick. I think this is a Tennessee type pick. They make these type picks 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I love this pick.
All right, so are we already back to the Houston? No, it's
Lions picks in.
Yes, the Lions. Again, these teams know what they want.
This was the
Houston picks that we had,
and then they traded it to the Lions.
To the Cardinals.
Who traded it to the Lions?
Yeah. This is the pick of will someone actually make this pick, or will they trade it again?
Nobody wants this.
Well, I mean, to me, it feels like everything that when you look at the top multiple things that the Lions needed, defensive tackle, Carter's gone. Defensive end, both of the stud edge rushers are gone. Yeah. Running back is gone. Maybe this is the first tight end. This would be a good, because the Lions need a tight end.
They did trade Hopkins.
And I do think if you would have asked them if they would have regret doing that with the way the season ends, I think they did.
Yeah. But I don't think you draft a tight end, because what tight end is really that good that's coming out of college that you just say?
Well, this is supposed to be the deepest tight end class in 20 years.
It might be, but
if it's deep, you get it by later, right?
But that scheme, that's offensive scheme. That's you got to go. Well, they did use a tight end a lot. And what's his face likes the tight end, so they may.
Tight end's a big. I mean, again, that was why everybody was shocked when they traded their starting tight end last year, and it ended up not hurting them, but it left the hole going into this year.
But they got to find playmakers. They got to find
you got to
playmakers.
put somebody outside before you put somebody on the inside.
I think their defense was okay.
Who are you saying?
Collegiate Kansas.
Oh, well,
that would be a good pick.
Well, they need
Aiden Hutchinson needs help.
What about Christian Gonzalez here?
They need him too.
It's a back.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, that was. We were waiting on you guys to see it.
Wow, that's a reach.
I like
Jahmyr Gibbs. In fact, if Robinson was off the board, I wouldn't have mind Dallas getting him. But as this high of a pick, I don't know, man.
Whew, bro, that's a stretch.
But why you have DeAndre Swift? Oh my gosh!
No, he didn't take a wide receiver.
No,
I like Jahmyr Gibbs. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a solid running back, but in today's age, I just don't.
They can every down back, or is he one you have to platoon?
Every team's gonna platoon them. Nobody's gonna do it every down back anymore. That's. I hope they don't anyway. But I mean,
you mean Atlanta's
worked this past year worked this past year for Detroit. I will say this: it worked this past year doing two backs. So I'm
Yeah, but
anxious to see what they do
It
now.
was two different backs.
Yeah,
though.
it was two different backs. DeAndre Smith was Jameer Gibbs and DeAndre Smith are mirrors. They're the same back, and you had Jamal Williams as your power guy. And you
think
got
Swift's,
David Montgomery.
Oh, David.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, they do have.
They got David
Yeah.
Montgomery.
Yeah.
I don't get this pick. Like, and I don't think he's a bad player by any stretch, but it's just like you had the linebacker from Georgia, and they really need inside linebacker help. You've got multiple multiple defensive ends. Even though the two guys are off, you still have edge rushers that are there. We talked about tight end. I mean, Jameer Gibbs, you could have kept trading down and picking up more draft capital and got him with the 20th pick.
Yeah, like what you said, Christian Gonzalez would have been a great.
Christian
pick.
Gonzalez would have been a great. I don't get this pick.
They're over there just hooping and hollering like they.
I mean, maybe they know something we don't know.
Yeah, maybe so.
They must be using this as trade bait for something. Maybe.
You know what I'm gonna tell you. You know how I feel about most Alabama players. And I'm not gonna go there right now. This is not right. Everybody who look, and I know it's not a Dan Campbell pick. Somebody else picked this player, and it does not fit right now. We all know it.
Yeah.
If you have
we finally have a team in Green Bay that doesn't know what they're going to do right off the top of the bat.
I was waiting for this one. I was waiting to see what Green Bay does.
So why
either Kincaid or Njigba.
It's a wide receiver.
Okay, so you gotta laugh if it's a wide receiver after they've traded Aaron Rodgers, who his one issue for the last 5 years is they didn't give. I would love it if of their picks if like 4 of them were wide receivers.
Yeah. Just loaded up with talent.
Corey, you know me, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. If they pick wide receiver, that lets you know we released a lot of capital in the money area. Now we can afford to pay somebody in years 4, 5, 6, and 7 because we're not paying Aaron Rodgers $40-50 million a season. So we can afford to do it.
It's this the no pay quarterback club.
There you go.
I can see them taking a tight end too, though.
Well, Kincaid is almost like a receiver.
Yeah, I mean we're in an era now where your tight ends are 90% receiver, 10% blockers.
Yeah.
But yeah, he made a good point though. Like this could be the future where quarterbacks are making too much money. They're eating up too much of the cap. Why don't you just load up a team like what the 49ers do with talent all over the place and just get like a good
You know
game?
why? How many Super Bowls have the 49ers won doing that?
Fair point.
I mean, that's the issue. We were talking about that earlier with Jimmy G and everything. I love what San Francisco's doing, but they've still, when they were in a Super Bowl against a top-notch quarterback, they lost. When they were in a title game against the Rams with a top-notch quarterback, they lost. And I don't even count this past year because Brock Purdy got hurt before the game even got to really develop. Yeah. But as great as that San Francisco philosophy is, until it actually wins a Super Bowl, it's still proving that at the end of the day, you need that quarterback playmaker or a Nick Foles special season.
Yeah. But it gets you there. And as long as it gets you there, you'll still have a fan base and you'll still say we got there.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been saying that since 1995 to the second round, and we see what that's got us. So,
you know, it's
can't say that. It hadn't got them there.
It's fans out there that's still saying it, man.
I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with the Cowboys. Same thing is wrong with Mark Cuban. You try to hit home runs, you cannot hit home runs.
Dallas has. That's the thing, though. Dallas hasn't been trying to hit the home run. They have drafted soundly. I mean, you look at their first round picks since 2010. And their picks are on point. You're going to have 3 Hall of Famers out of that, possibly 4 if Micah Parsons continues the career he's having. They at this point, Dallas is doing everything right. It's the odds are just not breaking for them at the right time. And at the end of the day, a lot of that when you're in the salary cap era, when the difference between one team and another team is simply 3 plays, it's all about luck and odds at that point.
Yeah. I changed my mascot. Something's got to change. Something's got to change. It's just
like you say, Rowdy has to go. Rowdy has to
something
go.
You got to change.
I've hated Rowdy since he showed up. I'm waiting for Rowdy to be arrested for doing wrong things to kids in the corner or something.
Oh my God,
that sounded bad.
Definitely got to do more shows together.
Trade.
Oh, we got a trade.
Oh wait, this is the trade.
This is okay. Yeah, sorry. This was the Aaron Rodgers trade.
But the pick is in.
The pick is already. I want to commend all the teams. They all know what they want to do. Like we haven't had anybody. And funny, I think Carolina with the first pick went the furthest, and they knew who they wanted the whole time.
Yeah, they had several months to make their pick.
Right.
Yeah, and they said there was only a few people who actually knew who they were picking.
I still love what the Texans did. I'm still going back to. I don't even care if it works out. I just love the bold, aggressive. This is who we think we want, so we're going to go get it. I think teams need to do that more. All right, here we go with the Green Bay.
Interesting.
That's a odd one.
Got to be. Please be.
Wow.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Great
Don't
player,
do that. I don't.
But why?
Don't say that.
Wow.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. He looks like a Green Bay player.
Yeah, he does.
I'm just going to point that out now. He looks like a 15-year Green Bay player.
The entire Iowa team looks like Green Bay players.
Yeah.
Bro.
I'm just saying, you don't see many Grambling players going to Green Bay. Just want to point that out.
Well,
this is one of those picks that it's perfectly fine, but I don't think he'll ever be able to play up to where he's picked. He might be a good player, but I don't think he'll ever be able to play up to where he was picked.
They just sabotaged Jordan Love.
Yeah, they
just sabotaged. Gosh, bro. Like we just talked about it. He couldn't get wide receivers. This was the perfect opportunity. This was it.
Yeah, I think they're picking for Green Bay thinks they're smarter than what they are.
Yes, good.
I really great way to describe it. What they are. Oh, sometimes you got to play with what you. If beating teams, if you got to beat teams by 40 points a game, beat teams by 40 points a game. Don't try to be smart. Give an all-pro, all-world quarterback 7 wide receivers to pick from. Give him an offensive line. Just go for it. Like, come on, man. Let's just do that.
If this is really your future, you give him everything. He's not highly paid right now. You give him everything that he needs to be successful. And I think going defensive end, get out of here.
If they couldn't win with what they had with Aaron Rodgers, you think they're going to be any more successful with Jordan Love? And
it's not about the success in this aspect. If you have the inclination that you want him to be successful,
Patriots
this
trade
is where
their
you
pick
give
to the
him a
Steelers.
receiver.
Oh wow!
New England trades their pick to Pittsburgh.
I don't blame them.
Really?
Pittsburgh could surprise some people. Pittsburgh could definitely surprise some people.
In Jigba?
They need a wide receiver.
To go with Pickens, I like it. To go with Pickens,
a wide receiver.
But
I'm give Broderick Jones to address their line issues as well.
That could be it too, but Pittsburgh is really good about finding pieces.
Yeah,
they find value regardless. It just seems like what they do is they're gonna go. Like I said, they don't hit home runs a lot. They just want to be on base.
Right, and I think Kenny Pickett is they got to give him something. They're gonna give him something, and I was like, "This is what you should have done for me."
Kenny Pickett's got 1 year, and I think that he's got 1 year to prove what he's going to try to prove, and that's it. They're not going to wait too much longer in Pittsburgh for that.
Hey Terry, did you see Derek's comment?
Hang on. All right, sorry about that. Now what?
Oh, it's Derek Del Rio. What's up, Derek?
Yeah, Derek's a Green Bay fan, I believe.
Well, Derek.
Oh, Del Rio.
Yeah.
He said
he's going to tell us how that Iowa defensive end is going to solidify the defense for years to come.
He said we're complete idiots. We need offensive line
because he's from Mount Vernon.
Oh, okay.
This point, Derek, I feel your pain, bro, because I thought they could have went wide receiver and they went O line. They went D line. I'm sorry,
Broderick Jones is smiling.
Yeah, but he's got 25 hats behind him.
He does that to me.
Yeah.
Hey, look what I did with the old.
Oh, I love the logo. I love that Steeler look. Well, I don't love the team, but I love that logo.
So
I
had stepped away. Were y'all saying that y'all thought that Kenny Pickett only had 1 more year?
I was saying that the Steelers were probably going to be impatient.
See, I love him. He wants the quarterback gone after 1 year. Like this is like the 7th team he's been like he's like, you know what, man, Patrick Mahomes. If he doesn't do it next year, I think he should be gone.
I'm just saying, like I don't see.
I think they really like Pickett though. Like that, he is the Pittsburgh, the tough as nails, the gonna throw as he's getting hit type of guy. So I think they really do like him.
He got better as the season.
Yeah, he got real better. And again, they pulled a what looked to be a 5-win season and turned it into a 9-8 year.
Mike Tomlin yet again another winning.
That's Tomlin for you.
You have to forgive Corey. He's used to trying to get rid of Jimmy G every year, so he's used to that.
That is true. But guess what? You needed to get rid of Jimmy.
And now that he doesn't know what to do, so he wants every other team to get rid of their quarterback too.
I'm looking at the quarter. Because I like Pittsburgh. Don't get me wrong. I like Pittsburgh a lot. I like the culture there.
Okay, we're going to turn him off since he likes the Pittsburgh team.
Hey, Corey. Look, I thought it would have been me first.
Like, what's going on?
Admire what they've done as far as just being a consistent program since the 70s. They had a few bad years in the 80s, but then from about 88 on, they just always are there. They might not always be a Super Bowl contender, but they're always going to make a play, and they're going to be a team that's always a force. All right, here we go.
All right.
And the Jets right there, too. So if they don't pick in Jets, oh, my gosh. Aaron Rodgers might have a new toy. Roger Jones.
That's a
good pick. Really good, solid. Again,
that's solid right there.
As Corey was talking about earlier, some teams try to be too smart. I think Pittsburgh always they let the draft come to them most years, and this is a safe, solid pick. He's going to be able to take. He's a 3-down defensive tackle. He can rush the quarterback at times.
No, this is the offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle. Sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry, I got flipped on that. I was thinking Jalen Carter in my mind.
Yeah.
But he's a guy that you're going to be able to put there, and you're going to be able to protect Pickett. And again, that was one of the things that was weak about them last year was their offensive line.
Yeah.
And they've kind of transitioned over the last 3 years. They had an offensive line that I think in 2019 was the oldest offensive line years together, to last year they had one of the youngest offensive lines. So I think this is just a solid, safe pick.
Yeah, you protect your young quarterback. I mean, that's what you want. You don't want your quarterback of the future taking too many shots early. So I mean, I like this. It's solid.
And again, I'm not trying to pat all of our backs, but we talked about this in the pre-draft run-up. In today's football, it's quarterback, it's rush ends, it's secondary, and it's offensive tackles. Those are your most important positions, and that's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing
how many offensive? Yeah. How many tackles have already been drafted? It's what, 3?
Now the Jets are right now on the. Let's see if they stay there.
I think the Jets take a wide receiver just to throw a shot at
I mean, they got Garrett Wilson. Might as well get his teammate, right?
They did trade Elijah Moore.
Yeah,
which I felt they gave up on him a little too early.
Yeah,
they did. Or he gave up on them. I'm not.
Yeah,
sure
that's a good point. He was bitching about not getting the ball and things like that. I think it would be funny though if the Jets just continued the Green Bay thing and just not drafting wide receivers when Aaron Rodgers is your quarterback.
That would be awesome.
Well, I think in this case they're gonna. Well, they also need a lineman too. And most of the good ones have already been gone.
They need a linebacker too, though. Inside.
No. But the top inside linebackers should be getting in the second round. The next best linebacker is Nolan Smith.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and really, if he falls to the Patriots, I could see the New England getting him.
Yeah, he does seem like
him and Matthew Judon. That'd be a great 1-2 punch.
I don't like anything you said about New England.
So what do y'all think? We didn't really get to talk about it while they're waiting on the pick. What do y'all think about Aaron Rodgers to the Jets?
You want me to start, Corey? I'm just gonna say, why would you take the same path as your former your apprentice or your leader that you were upset with and all of those things because you didn't get to play? So I just don't like the fact that you went the same route. Now, whether or not this is a great fit, I know Greeny is happy as of was it Monday, Tuesday, whenever it was, the news broke. Greeny was excited. All Jets fans are excited. I just don't think this is it. I really don't think it's it. It might be successful. I just don't think it's the way you ended your careers, even though you say you want to play more time. It's a bad decision for me. I don't think it's going to pan out the way that they want it to. You got a lot of young cats over there. You got a lot of talent. But I don't think this is what you're really asking for. And New York is a different place, too.
Yep.
Yeah, but he can handle that.
His attitude for me, his moxie is different from what I think they're going to expect. Aaron Rodgers is a no nonsense guy, and I don't think that's what he's going to get over there. He can handle New York to an extent. I just don't think these young cats are on his level.
You know, I thought the Jets would be. I thought the Jets, talent wise, they could have made the playoff a couple of years, talent wise alone. And we said that about the Browns whenever we had the podcast a long time ago. I thought the Browns defense was really good. They just had Baker Mayfield. And, and then next thing you know, they got rid of Baker Mayfield. Let's see what Deshaun Watson does this year, blah, blah, blah. Aaron Rodgers makes them unique because they got a strong defense. They got some new weapons on offense. They're immediately probably going to win 10 games.
I think that the Jets
think
roster outside of a quarterback last year was a top 4 roster in the AFC.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's legit.
Robert Salas has built them the way that you want to build a team, inside out. They've got the edge rushers, they've got the cornerback, they've got a running back. If Breece Hall comes back healthy, they've got wide receivers. They just need a quarterback. Now, I do agree, Aaron Rodgers, if he buys in, then all bets are off. The Jets might be the best team in the AFC. But will Aaron Rodgers buy in? Or, as you talk about, will the New York media annoy him? Because, as Noe said when we were talking before the show, Aaron Rodgers is one of those that I think he thinks he's smarter than he really is at times. And he's really, like, he's been on, Pat McAfee's show, and he thinks when he talks politics that people listen and stuff. And so if you get that Aaron Rodgers, then I still think they're a good team. But if you get an Aaron Rodgers that says, hey, this is my last 5 years, I could easily win 2-3 Super Bowls, and buys in, the Jets are scary, scary good.
Yeah. I'm on the fence. I hope it doesn't work out. I think it's a good place for him to go. The Jets are going to be solid. But I just don't like his attitude, Aaron Rodgers. He kind of – his just whole demeanor to me just turns me the wrong way, like could poison a franchise.
Well, he was one of those that the less he talked, the better he seemed. Yeah. Like he had that gunslinger. I just come in, I throw the ball, I do my thing, I leave. I don't talk a lot. Everybody loves me. And then when the whole COVID thing hit, and he started talking more, and it doesn't matter what you think of his stance. It was just like, okay, dude, shut up. Like, just shut up. Just be a quarterback. Remember, you're a quarterback first. We're not falling to your knees and hoping that you give us great wisdom. We just want to see you throw 45 touchdowns a year.
Yeah, he's good. It's just like his demeanor, like his team player has kind of gone away. It's more about him. Like, give me receivers. Give me, like,
yeah.
And he's a great quarterback. Don't get me wrong. But you got to still be a team player. He wants to blame everybody else.
I'm blaming it on Green Bay. I'm going to blame it on Green Bay because Green Bay thinks they're better than everybody. And they put Brett Favre on the pedestal. And they put Aaron Rodgers on the pedestal.
But you know what?
You see exactly what happened.
That pedestal got broken because Aaron Rodgers, he knew he was up there.
Yep.
And either way, the Jets people are happy. Whatever pick they just made, they're very happy. So we'll see. The pick is in.
You know what? If a 39-year-old quarterback make you happy, a little more power to you.
God, Nolan Smith makes that top 5 defense into a top 3 defense.
I think they're happy with the receivers with Mecole Hardman and Alan Lazard additions. So we'll see.
Yeah, I agree.
Alan Lazard, I'm not really that. He didn't do anything.
It was decent on my fantasy.
Target that Rodgers likes. That's really all that matters.
Yeah, you're right, though. Alan Lazard feels like he's underperformed, and maybe it's because I've always seemed to have him in fantasy.
And he has. I don't play fantasy, but I'm like, name a game where Alan Lazard stuck out. Name one. And I can't go back and give you one. I watch football. I know football, and he's never done anything for me. And I just think that name right there is just like, who is he? I really don't know.
I agree.
He's not a Donald Glover.
He's not a Donald Driver. He's not a I can't even think his name. I can see his face right now.
Nelson.
Yeah, Terry, you jinxed it earlier about the time they were taking on picks. I think the Jets hurt you.
Well, they've had the pick in for 3 minutes. This is more TV where they're allowing them to talk.
Yeah, Jordy Nelson and all of those guys. I'm just like, man.
After this pick, we're going to take a quick break.
To the halfway point.
Gosh, I can't wait to see the 26th pick because I'm going to be very devastated probably. There's nothing out there that I can see you, but it'll probably be an offensive lineman, and I'm not mad.
I think the problem now is they're going too fast that they're just having filler time, like you were saying. I think this has to go 3 hours.
Yeah, they have to at least make this go 3 hours.
Well, they better be like the Major League Baseball. Cut down some time. We don't do 3 hours.
I know
over
you
here.
can look on the stage and scream entitlement. Just going to say.
Man, this is tough.
I'm fine with all this, but not in the first round.
Yeah. So entitlement. Make a wish.
Yeah, I know. I'll change my mind on what you said. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Terry has
OutDrank The
There
Coverage.
goes our show.
Yeah.
They bring the kid on the stage too, man. Jeez.
Technically, we can say it's in season.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Loves of the Cleveland Cavaliers. He clearly wants to be back.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Let me watch my phone.
Wow. Good player, but
That's a little high, isn't it?
Okay. All right, so we're going to take a break real quick, and we'll be right back to continue this draft. Is your demanding work lifestyle in need of fire-resistant clothing that can keep up? Well, L4FR clothing should be your go-to for quality, affordability, safety, and style. L4FR was founded by a third-generation oil field worker who is also a veteran. Thus, this company has a deep appreciation for reliability and longevity, all while we provide first-rate customer service. Our durable apparel will serve you well for many years to come, whether you're working on a pipeline, a lineman climbing utility poles, or in any other environment requiring fire-resistant apparel. L4FR has you covered. Our apparel is tough enough to resist hazardous conditions while still providing high comfort and style. L4FR provides clothing options to ensure your safety and comfort, whether you're on the job or not. To view our complete inventory of flame-resistant garments, please visit our online store at l4frclothing.com or give us a call at 817-757-4935. Si habla español. This special episode of OutDrank The Coverage, the live draft show, is brought to you by the Frisco Bar and Grill. They're located at 6750 Gaylord Parkway, Suite 120 in Frisco. You can find them online at thefriscobar.com. I'm telling you, folks, if you're a sports fan, a karaoke fan, or a fan of live music and trivia, this is the place you want to be. They not only have great food, great drinks, they have great prices, and they have a great atmosphere. I'm telling you, this is where old friends meet and new friends are found. I promise you, you will love the Frisco Bar and Grill. Intern Noah and I will be talking about it during the draft show, but we love their appetizers. We love their wings. I love their sliders. My girlfriend loves the karaoke. Hey, if you're a fan of Oklahoma Sooners or San Francisco 49ers, the Frisco Bar and Grill is the official watch party place for both of those. And intern Noe and I was there for a Monday night game last year when San Francisco was playing, and the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. You cannot beat it. So check out the Frisco Bar and Grill, located at 6750 Gaylord Parkway, Suite 120 in Frisco, where old friends meet and new friends are found. It's spring, and that means it's time to get outside and check out the wonderful weather. But the bad news is that means all the insects, termites, bed bugs, and rodents, they're all coming out as well, and they're trying to get into your home. Well, Grandeur Pest Solutions can be the one that helps you. They're here to service all of your pest needs, whether it's insects, rodents, scorpions, spiders. They take care of it all. You can find them online at grandeur4shore.com. You can give them a call at 469-602-8441. You can email them grandeur4shore@gmail.com. You can find them on Facebook. Just type in Grandeur Pet Solutions. They service almost all of DFW area. Most services that they do, when you reach out to them, they will take care of it within 24 hours. You don't have to worry about, scheduling it now and it be 2 months before they get there. Again, you can find them on Facebook, on Instagram. Just type in Grandeur Pest Solutions. They are your one-stop shop if you have.
Get it together, Bennett.
We're in a break right now as Washington's pick is already in. Again, continuing the trend of, for the most part, these teams are going pretty quick. And we were just talking off the air as we were waiting for our ads to run. By the way, again, thank you, Frisco Bar and Grill, Grandeur Pet Solutions, L4FR Clothing for providing the wonderful dinner tonight. Check out L4FR Clothing online, L4FRclothing.com for all your fire-resistant clothing needs. But Washington, this is one of those guys that Will Levis, Hooker Hendon Hooker from Tennessee. I still think he's a more of a, because of his knee and everything. Yeah. I still think Washington's at a weird spot because it felt like 2 years ago they were a quarterback away, and then Chase Young has been injured and he hasn't been the same. They're not picking up his 5th-year option, at least as of now.
Right.
And their defense that was 2 years ago you couldn't score on has kind of not been consistently that good, but they're still a good defense.
Stat-wise, yards allowed, they're still top 5.
Yes. You got to wonder, though, where Ron Rivera's spot is, because it feels like Washington's kind of treaded water. Yeah. They made the playoffs his first year, but let's be honest, Dak was hurt, and then
it was 7-9 year.
Yeah, it was a 7-9 year. Dak was hurt, and then if Andy Dalton doesn't get hurt in the Washington game, I still think Dallas would have found a way to sneak into the playoffs that year because they actually finished pretty strong.
They did.
Philadelphia was off; they weren't where they're at now, and so did maybe Washington overvalue where they were at that point, and if kind of I don't know.
Last season that was their best year. That was the first non-losing year for Ron Rivera.
Yeah, 8-1.
8-1. I'm looking at their lineup right now. They have 2 solid running backs. They have a receiver. They have a good tight end.
Who is a receiver?
Terry McLaurin.
Okay, so what do you think about Dotson, their number 1 pick last year?
He's good. I want to see more in year 2.
Yeah.
They have Curtis Samuels, a 3 receiver is perfect for him.
Mm-hmm.
They have a good line. They have a really good tight end. Defensive line, one of the best in football.
Who is their tight end?
Logan Thomas.
Chris Cooley?
Chris Cooley.
Yeah, Logan Thomas. Forgot about him. He's really solid, actually.
Everything looks pretty good. If it was me, they have Jacoby Brissett as a veteran backup quarterback, and then Sam Howell. I would probably – this is tough, man. I would either go corner or I would go quarterback or receiver.
Christian Gonzalez
in Jigba.
Here we go.
Corner. Undersized, but everything else about him is fantastic.
Over Christian Gonzalez, who many consider.
No, but Gonzalez has the size. He has everything else. He is fantastic.
Okay, so here's the thing for Dallas.
All right.
Now, it had been felt earlier in the draft process, the draft cycle, which starts in January, that Joey Porter Jr. wouldn't be there, that Christian Gonzalez wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, there's a possibility that one of the two would be there.
Yeah.
If you're Dallas, does that swing things? I know you got Stephon Gilmore, but let's be honest. Stephon Gilmore is at best a 2-year guy, probably a 1-year guy.
Yeah.
I mean, if one of them are there, does now the issue with Joey Porter Jr. supposedly is he does not play his size.
Correct.
But again, give Dan Quinn on him and let's see.
Yeah.
But you and I were also talking off the air that Bill Parcells, when he was a Cowboy, made some terrible offensive line picks, even though that's supposed to be his specialty.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn's cornerback picks, Nashawn Wright and Kelvin Joseph, have not really panned out. Wright has not been terrible, and Wright's a really, really good special teams player.
Excellent, yeah.
But that's not what you drafted him for.
Correct.
So you got to wonder if Joey Porter Jr. or Christian Gonzalez fall down to Dallas. I mean, that almost completely changes your draft board if you're Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, the top 2 running backs are gone. So that's not a possibility.
You still got the tight end in play. I still think Dallas is not – I know everybody keeps saying – and they might prove me wrong.
Yeah.
I still think Dallas is not as needy of a tight end as people think they are. I think Jake Ferguson has the chance to be at least – at the very worst, as good as Dalton Schultz, if not better. And if you get just average Dalton Schultz, you're going to be okay.
What is the most immediate need for 2023 for Dallas?
That's a good question. And it's a good thing to say that they really – I don't know if they have a complete 100% immediate need. Depth, but not like don't do 2009. Oh, hang on. The Patriots, we didn't get a chance to talk to them. I was trying to find their thing.
I think they get Nolan Smith.
Well, there goes Christian Gonzalez. Well, that takes care of that for us as far as one of them.
I don't know anything about drafting, apparently.
Now, now, if you're Dallas, okay, so we're talking about how, they don't have a glaring need.
Yeah.
So maybe you hope you take a chance that Joey Porter Jr. keeps falling and you don't take him in the first, and maybe you get him and you trade up into the second.
I'm going to look at the draft or the next few teams up. Right now it's the Lions.
All the trading has got I had all these in order, and now they're all crazy. So we're back to the Lions.
You were supposed to prepare for this, Terry.
Well, I mean, I prepared with shots. But
all right, so right now it's the Detroit, Tampa, Seattle, Chargers, Baltimore, Minnesota, Jacksonville, Giants, and then the Cowboys. Does Joey Porter, Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, do any of them go before the Cowboys get a chance?
I mean, I would assume one of them, but you got to start wondering, Brett, if maybe Dallas might be in the position to where if you've got 4 or 5 guys that you want, maybe you're trading down to the early second and picking up a third or fourth or an extra fifth. Because remember, they had a couple comp picks that they traded for Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah.
So maybe they have to get an extra fourth or an extra fifth back. I think the draft is falling very well for Dallas. I don't feel like Dallas is desperate no matter where they go. And like we point out, I don't really think Dallas has oh my God, they've got to get this position to be successful.
They need some good bodies, I think, more than anything, some good pieces to go with what they have. But I think you're right. I don't think that's at this point, unless they've just got somebody that they just are zooming in on right now, I think trading down wouldn't be a bad move for Dallas, and maybe getting 2 picks for 1 type deal, move down and get an extra pick.
So I'll have to ask everybody, since we are kind of, we're at now officially picked 18, so we've passed a little bit of the halfway mark. What do y'all think about where this draft is so far? It doesn't feel like there's been some questionable calls, but I don't feel like anybody's made a holy crap, that is the stupidest pick ever type of pick at all.
You don't think Jahmyr Gibbs?
No, I still think he's a good player.
Yeah, it's not haven't been a big splash. The biggest splash has been the trades for the Texans. I think that's pretty much it. They got two picks that they needed, and other than that, I think everything else has been pretty much scripted. Not scripted, but pretty much to par.
I like what Arizona did with their trades too. I think it really worked out for them. They were able to trade down, get. I like what Arizona did.
I think also with Arizona, I think you might have showed Hopkins that, hey, we're still in play. We still need you.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be the most important thing, because I think a healthy Hopkins and I know he's getting older, but he has that advantage like Dez did, where he can lose a little bit of speed and he's still going to be okay because his strength is out jumping and body and stuff. And I think if you can get him back on board, I mean, the NFC West, San Francisco's a beast. The Rams are a really big question mark. Seattle's okay, but I think if you're Arizona, you got to feel that you're at least in play for the second place in that division, which puts you in a playoff spot.
Yeah. They still need more. I like, as much as I want to believe that there's like a culture issue going on.
Well, I think that's why you've got a new coach and you've got all that.
Yeah.
And then the question is are they overvaluing what Philadelphia did? Because everybody from Philadelphia, if you're a coach for Philadelphia, you're probably a head coach now.
Yeah.
True.
And is that prudent or is that a 1 year read on Philadelphia? Again,
Well,
let's be honest. You put Philadelphia and San Francisco in round 2, and you give me Dallas and the Giants in round 2. I think your NFC Championship game is Dallas and San Francisco. Yeah. And I'm not saying the Eagles would have beat or wouldn't have beat the Niners with Brock Purdy, but the Eagles playoff in the NFC broke absolutely beautiful for them. Playing the Giants and playing a Niner team that lost Brock Purdy one drive in.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 49ers were actually doing well against the Eagles up until that injury, and they still played well defensively against the Eagles. But at some point, that defense just got tired.
Yeah.
And you could see it toward the late in the third quarter and fourth quarter. They were getting frustrated and committing penalties. You could visibly see them just pouting and getting angry on defense. So
And
that game could have been completely different had San Francisco had a healthy, capable quarterback.
I say this all the time. Your defense can only do so much. Eventually your offense has got to step up and make a play. But you can say that vice versa too. But if your defense has carried you throughout the entire year, eventually offense you got to come up. You got to make a play. They just didn't have that at the time they played Philadelphia. And you talk to all the Philadelphia Eagle fans. It doesn't matter. It would have been. I don't know. Brock Purdy's a system guy, and Kyle Shanahan is very big on system. You can. I don't care what type of quarterback you are. As long as you play in the system, you're fine. If you can make the throw, you can play because the way they run the football is just that. But I mean, we just didn't have another quarterback that could do it, and we'll never know what that game would eventually end up being. Philadelphia looked good. They dominated as they should have. They made it to the Super Bowl and got tapped on the head.
So the 49ers start.
I don't like Nick Sirianni. I don't like that guy.
So
I really don't. I don't like that guy.
Since you're a 49ers guy, do you start the year with Lance and Purdy on the roster?
You have to at this point. They're not gonna trade Trey Lance away. And they don't know exactly what they have with Trey Lance. That's the problem. He hadn't played long enough to know exactly what you have. I think they know exactly what they have with Brock Purdy. I think he's a glorified system guy. I think he can get a little better, cool, but he's not the athlete that Trey Lance is. He's not the
I'm not big on Brock Purdy. Look, I'm a big believer in Dak Prescott as quarterback, but at the end of the day, Brock Purdy didn't beat the Cowboys. The offense for Dallas beat the Cowboys. And then a weird fluke play where Kittle, if Diggs doesn't try to make the hit and he goes for the ball, he intercepts the ball and instead it gets all bounced around. He tries to make a hit. Kittle makes the catch, and give all credit to Kittle. But Brock Purdy just was, like you said, he's a system guy. And again, that's what Kyle Shanahan wants. But as we keep saying, as much as everybody lauds what San Francisco's doing because they get to the Super Bowl or they get to the NFC title game, they still have not won the big game. And it comes down to their quarterbacks underperform when they need them, when they need that big game.
They can't. They have to have a quarter. If they had Aaron Rodgers, they'd probably have 3 championships by now. You just need.
That's what we're talking about. I don't know if we said it on the air, but if you put Kirk Cousins on San Francisco next year, San Francisco might go unbeaten.
Yeah, as much as people hate Kirk Cousins, he's like the best average quarterback you could ask for.
Captain Kirk.
Oh,
Lions pick is in, so
Yeah.
we're waiting on them to see who they get.
Do you think they stay offense or
Oh,
they finally go
would-
defense?
You know what? At this point,
They got Jahmyr Gibbs, so it could be anybody at this point.
yeah.
I was is racking up.
I know, right?
That is
Mm.
so that
Mm.
is somebody said earlier that they didn't feel Gibbs was a Dan Campbell pick. This is a Dan Campbell pick. This is saying, okay, yeah,
Is that his son?
mentioned him.
Did he
Yeah.
pick him because he was his son, Jack Campbell?
no, it's not his son. Is it? No.
He's going.
No, but he's exactly what Dan Campbell wants. A tough inside the tackle linebacker that's going to hit the A and B gaps and going to control the run game. This is a really solid pick. You literally could have flipped this in the Gibbs pick, and I'm perfectly fine with it. So at the end of the day, they've balanced out the Gibbs pick being a reach with taking a guy that in a lot of years Jack Campbell would have been a top 12 pick. This is a tackle machine type of guy.
True, but both of their picks in the first round are second round guys.
I don't think Jack Campbell's a second
They
round
both
guy.
were rated as second round.
I'm just saying, I don't think he's a second round guy. I think this is one of those guys. He's not gonna do a lot of pretty things. He's not gonna be Micah Parsons. But you're gonna look at the end of the day, and Detroit's gonna be a top 4 against the run team, and he's gonna have 120 tackles.
Yeah.
And these are the type of guys you have to pick.
Buccaneers are next, and their pick is already in.
Wow, Bucks have already picked.
Levis?
Bucks.
Levis?
Let's talk about the
Levis?
Bucks. We talk about the NFC South, and we can make all the jokes we want about Baker Mayfield, but I mean, the Bucks are still really good. They've got a really good, solid roster. They have 2 great wide receivers. They have, I still think the Bucks are going to make a play in the NFC South.
Poor
So you don't think they'll go with Levis here?
No.
I could see them going with
You have
Levis and stashing him.
You have Kyle Trask. Why would you need Will Levis?
Florida guy. He's gonna rip Florida. Yes.
Why would you? We don't do that Kentucky stuff over there.
Oh wait. Oh god. Here we go. I'm just saying that you lose Tom Brady. You can't rip the off season. I mean, Levis is available. He's dropped pretty far. I mean,
you need a running back, and ain't nothing out there.
Yeah, but you can get a.
I don't think you can. I don't think there's a third running back though that you can pick in the first round.
Yeah,
outside of quarterback, their main need is offensive line. They need a tackler and a guard.
Yeah, Shaq Mason's gone. They traded him to the Texans.
Line.
Yeah,
they're showing Levis on TV a lot here, so I think
they're trying to pump him up.
I don't think that's a bad pick if they want to do
that.
They have a veteran team in a division that on paper is going to be competitive for every team. Yeah. None of the teams are 4-win teams, but none of the teams are 12-win teams.
He's got a good target.
And you've got Levante David still there. You've got Mike Evans still there. You got Chris Godwin still there. Tight ends, I could see them going tight end.
Yeah, Julio Jones.
I think they might get Osiris Torrance from Florida or Steve V. I think they go guard.
I could see that. Again, they traded Shaq Mason for salary and stuff. So that would be a pick for a team that feels. I guess it depends on where they think they're in. If they feel that they're competitive this year, you go guard. If they feel that they're going to do a minor rebuild, then maybe you go Will Levis.
I don't think they're going Levis. I was looking at his face. I don't think they're going to do it.
Here we go. Pick us in.
Please don't be Levis. All right.
Well,
I don't agree with the pick, but
I don't know.
Great pick.
The DT.
Not the biggest need, but he's gonna be a disruptor for that line.
I was really hoping he could fall to Dallas.
I would have loved that.
I was really hoping that he would fall to Dallas or at least be in the conversation because
that's the guy who Detroit should have got.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm not saying he's going to be Aaron Donald, but I think he's got a lot of the same skill set.
The same exact size, 6'1", 280,
very talented.
same motor.
That's a really good pick.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what, again, everybody has buried Tampa Bay because Tom Brady has left. And I understand that. I'm not saying they're Super Bowl contenders, but in a division that everybody has questions and everybody has pluses, I just think that let's remember there's a Baker Mayfield that when he plays inside the system and he doesn't try to do too much, he can win. He took Cleveland to the playoffs. And he can do the same thing with the skill set around him.
He won't do the same thing because he won't be the starting quarterback.
Wow.
Who do you think is going to be the starting quarterback?
Kyle Trask.
I think I like him, but I still think he's a couple years away.
He had time.
And now if they did that, I'd have no problem with it. I think it'd be fun.
I mean, he's already sat for 2 years.
Yeah, but I mean,
he's not going to do it in year 3. When is he going to do it?
So
I mean, we've seen nothing though. I mean, not that it's his fault, but we've literally seen nothing that can. That's the one negative about having a Tom Brady. You're not going to get to develop your guys.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, Tom Brady is not as upfront about not helping like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But by most accounts, Tom Brady isn't one of those that puts a quarterback under his wing and teaches him all the things.
So I think now is the time that someone picks a receiver.
Because nobody picked a receiver yet.
I'm gonna say this.
I've been wrong 10 times, but this time I'm gonna be right.
I'm gonna say this again. If this keeps happening, if Najee Smith falls to Dallas,
it'll be Baltimore.
Man,
do we not remember CeeDee
We
Lamb?
need somebody to throw the
This
ball
is literally
to.
how CeeDee Lamb became a Cowboy.
But
he just kept falling down to Dallas.
There's both the tight ends are still available. None of the receivers have been
Go
taken.
4 wide. We don't need a tight end. Go 4 wide. If we got enough weapons.
I have said this, and I have said this to you off the air for 6 months now. I think Jake Ferguson at tight end for Dallas can do exactly what Dallas wants a tight end to do.
Yeah, you got.
And I don't think that they have to necessarily go for a tight end.
Is it what's the other one?
Hendershot.
They're all interchangeable to me, honestly.
Yeah.
And see, that's exactly how I feel. So why hook yourself up unless you feel that they literally are the next Jason Witten or the next?
Didn't Travis Kelce praise one of them?
Yeah, Travis Kelce praised Jake Ferguson, said that they asked him what about the young tight ends, and he's the one that called. He said, I think Jake Ferguson of Dallas is one of those to watch out for. So I'm saying you've got him on a rookie deal. You've got 3 more years of him on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
Go with him and see if he can do it. And I think he can at least do what Dalton Schultz did.
I don't.
Worst case, you get another skill player and you take the pressure off the tight end position.
Yeah.
But I don't know who's going to be left there by the. I think the Ravens draft a wide receiver before Seattle does.
They definitely need a receiver.
They do.
Mark Andrews needs somebody to help him.
He'll probably draft a defensive.
Yeah.
That's 1 year.
Yeah.
Well, they just signed their quarterback to this huge deal. They're going to give him somebody to throw to.
Well, they gave him Odell Beckham, baby, $18 million.
Oh.
The Ravens are going to do.
I was really shocked that they went
enough to keep him. They did just enough.
That's when I knew that Lamar was coming back. You don't pay Odell Beckham Jr. $18 million if you're not bringing Lamar Jackson back.
It's a facade. I don't believe in the Ravens like that.
Hey, I got some thoughts about what should have happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know what should have happened with Lamar. I know where he should be.
Should be in Miami.
Where's that?
He should be in Dallas.
Oh,
No.
Yeah.
No.
If anybody can have
No.
pressure, you trade Lamar Jackson for Dak Prescott. Problem solved right there. Problem solved.
I'm not taking Dak Prescott.
one big contract.
No, he's right. Problem solved. Dallas wouldn't make the second round. He's right.
Of course they would.
They wouldn't even have to worry about
one
that if
big
they could win the
contract
second
for
round.
another big contract.
No, not big contract. No, not one big contract. Because Dak has
Well,
no
Dak.
guaranteed
I mean,
money.
Dak's contract's not even big anymore.
There you go. He has no guaranteed money. You would be getting better talent, somebody who's going to be consistent in what they do and more of a dynamic threat versus Dak.
Till he gets injured.
Okay, so I take
injured?
umbrage with the consistent part. Dak had an off year as far as interceptions, but let's also remember that when Dak came back into the lineup, Dallas also had a top 3 passing offense, top 2 scoring offense, the best third down conversion offense. So everybody keeps harping on the interceptions, but that's not been Dak Prescott his whole career. And I still think a lot of it was his thumb was still bothering him. And Noe can tell you I've never been a big Kellen Moore guy. I think Kellen Moore was substance or was splash over substance at time. I think Dak Prescott is still, again, partially because the NFC quarterbacks are weaker, but I still think Dak Prescott is a perfectly fine quarterback that can lead Dallas to a Super Bowl.
I doubt it.
This whole idea, first off, we need to get past this whole idea that a quarterback is set. Oh, he's not a Super Bowl quarterback, or he is a Super Bowl quarterback. The last 15 years have proven that that's a fallacy. Nick Foles beat Tom Brady, folks. Nick Foles beat Tom Brady.
Nick Foles is from Texas.
That shows you that it's not just about the quarterback.
If anybody can bring you down, it's a Texan.
Yeah, he does struggle with Texas quarterbacks for some reason. But I mean, I think you're right. It's the NFL. It's a lot of it has to do with them putting the quarterback in there. It's a quarterback league. It's a that's what it is. We all know football. You all know you got to have you got to have a defense that create stops. And the Cowboys defense, I despise the Cowboys over and over and over, but I'm a realist too. Their defense is legit, especially when they played San Francisco. I was afraid of the defense after a while, but I figured, and this is what I figured, privately, I said eventually Dak Prescott will do what Dak Prescott will do, and he'll make a mistake. And it doesn't matter if you throw one pick or not. When is a pick thrown? Is it thrown in when he needed the most? And it's exactly what happened. He threw exactly. Well, it didn't determine the game or not at that time, but he threw a pick, and honestly, I think that kind of shifted the tide of the game a little bit.
It was a deflating moment.
So 49ers needed some momentum, but hey, the Cowboys are still fine. I think Dak he's okay. I don't know about him. Lamar Jackson, I don't know. He's not a Cowboy. He didn't look like a Cowboy guy.
Hey, you don't have to look like a Cowboy. It's like, okay, Corey, you're a big basketball player. In basketball, you know the ins and outs. It's like having a point guard who doesn't have a crossover dribble and he can only go one way, or you need that guy who can cross over, go to the bucket, shoot from outside. But this one guy, he can only get to the basket. He can bully his way to the basket, get to the goal.
That's like telling me
who has it all.
It's like asking me.
I feel like you're literally describing Lamar Jackson.
Wait a minute.
Like Lamar Jackson, I love Lamar Jackson's athleticism, but if you need Lamar Jackson to go 7 of 10 on a drive, I don't know if that's happening.
You're asking me, do I want Russell Westbrook over Kyrie Irving? And in any kind of day, I want Kyrie Irving over Russell Westbrook any day.
Of course, but
I mean, I want Magic Johnson.
I don't even want Magic Johnson. No, you can
of course, Magic Johnson. Obviously, of course, Magic Johnson.
I don't want none of that. None of that.
No, I'm just looking at Jackson. Dak Lamar Jackson went to Miami. That's just me.
No,
I thought he should have waited out. He should have been in Miami.
No.
Brett, why are you so quiet?
I'm just letting these two That's So Dope guys go at it here. I'm just enjoying the back and forth.
I love the fact that the two non-Cowboys are waxing about the Cowboys and what they need to do.
Oh, Jay, listen, JD's a Cowboy fan.
I'm a Cowboy fan. I am a realist.
We only have one non-Cowboy on here, and that's that Corey guy up there, that 49ers fan,
Oh, really? Oh, darn, Corey. Sorry. Oh, good Lord. Oh, Corey's lost his connection. Hopefully he can join us back later on.
I'll spam the chat. That's what I'll do. What is this? Oh, Seahawks. I don't know. They keep showing Will Levis, and it would be pretty weird if the Seattle picked a quarterback now after they just gave
it would be weird.
Smith that money.
But Geno's only a 3-year deal. I think this is actually a very smart pick because I loved what Geno Smith did last year. But again, let's be honest. Do you really think Geno Smith is going to – let's remember Case Keenum in Minnesota? He had a hell of a year, and then they were like, okay, this is our guy. And then the next year he fell back to earth. I think Geno Smith is very much one of those that, yeah, he had a great year, but do you really think he's going to be consistent?
Bye-bye.
Oh, it's Will.
Yeah, there's.
I have no problem with that pick.
That's it.
Wow, there we go.
No problem.
I finally got one.
Okay, so now you got probably one of the best wide receiving cores in the NFC. One of the best.
His dad.
Dang.
So we know his dad. So we have a fun connection with that.
Yeah.
This is a guy. I said this before. He's not gonna to blow your mind with his speed and everything. But he's basically going to replace Lockett.
Yeah.
He's literally the replacement for Lockett. He's going to get you 95 to 100 catches, 1,300 yards. He's going to play a lot in the slot. He's with him. I really like this move.
Yes.
Oh,
This is
I love
a
this
great
move.
pick.
This is exactly who they
Yeah,
needed.
I'm surprised he fell this far. Honestly, this is a good selection for
But you
Seattle.
know what? This is great for him because he's going to sit there. He's probably going to be one of the hardest working wide receivers out there, and it's going to show. Like you said, 95 to 100 catches in your rookie year, and now you just need Geno Smith to make sure that he throws the ball to him. That's it.
Lockett's still on the roster too, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but eventually.
But no, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you're putting this dude in the slot 95% of the
They got a
time.
good-
All of a sudden, Seattle's offense.
And
They got a good wide
And they got
receiver
Noah
core.
Fant at tight end too.
You got
so.
Noah Fant at tight end.
Yeah.
You've got Kenneth Walker at running back, who I again kind of came out of nowhere, but he had a good year. You got to wonder if Russell Wilson in Denver is like going, wait, son of a bitch.
Well, he's thinking
No,
something.
Because
no,
this
no.
looks like a
No.
Russell Wilson
You
offense.
give
now.
Russell Wilson everything he wanted. He wanted out of Seattle. That's exactly what he wanted. I don't care what he thinks now. I don't care what he thinks now. He got what he wanted.
He's gonna have himself out of the league if he keeps playing like he did last year.
That's okay.
Well, and again, I want to go back to we talk about Dak. Let's talk about Russell Wilson. That's a guy that he made a Super Bowl. He won a Super Bowl, but you now look where he's at in his career, and you go, okay, did he win the Super Bowl because of Russell Wilson, or did he win the Super Bowl because of the Legion Doom and a great defense and a great running back? And he was a good, not great quarterback. That's why I say we're in an era where quarterback means everything, but also you can have a quarterback that gets hot, Joe Flacco, who gets hot in a stretch and can win a Super Bowl.
So I said this defense. Joe Flacco didn't win nothing.
Joe Flacco had one of the greatest postseasons ever by a quarterback. Go look at his stats.
You said postseason.
His defense was not that great that year.
You said postseason. And guess what? You only have to be great for three or four games. And guess what he did?
That's my whole point about Dak Prescott.
Well, the Cowboys got to make the postseason consecutively. Anyway, what I was saying, though,
wow,
I knew it was coming. You opened the door.
Man, you better be glad I'm not controlling this chat, Corey. I think you'd have been off the screen.
Wait a minute. Hear me out for Russell
This is what I got to put up with all the time. I got this 49er guy, then I got an Eagles fan that's usually on here, and then a Texan. I mean, I'm surrounded. I'm just glad
Yeah, we didn't allow the Eagle fan tonight. Sorry.
I'm glad.
So
we called the cops and said there was some weird stuff happening at his house. Go check him out, and we took care of it. But no, seriously, I mean, again, it's weird. We are in an era where quarterback means the most, but we're also in an era where, like you said, if a quarterback, Nick Foles to me is even the biggest. Nick Foles is not a great quarterback, but Nick Foles had a team built perfectly that when they got hot, it just carried over. Now, in saying that, if you're picking a team today, are you picking Nick Foles to take you to the Super Bowl? No, but he's won a Super Bowl. Yep. That's why none of this whole idea that a quarterback is a Super Bowl quarterback or not a Super Bowl quarterback, that's just a fallacy. It always has been, but it's proven more and more as we go deeper into Super Bowls. And we're now in, 58, 59th Super Bowl. You're understanding that, yeah, a great quarterback matter, but you can also get a quarterback that gets hot for 3 games, and that's enough to win your Super Bowl.
It's just something we hadn't seen out of Dak Prescott. He just – it happens. Let me say it like this: in the postseason, we haven't been there enough. In the regular season, he can have that 3 or 4 game stretch, like you said. Provided last year he threw the interceptions, I'm not worried about that. I just haven't gotten the consistency once we get there.
You brought up a good point, though. You brought up a good point, though. The thing that Dallas finally did, and Noah can attest to this because I've always said this, all I want every year is Dallas to make the playoffs because the more playoffs you make, the better chance you have. This was the first time since 05 or 06, 07 that Dallas made back-to-back playoffs.
Yeah, consecutive, right.
That's the biggest thing. Get into the tournament, and then things will eventually break for you. Well, unless you're Marty Schottenheimer. Things never broke right for him. Or the Chargers in general. But yeah, exactly right. Dallas just getting to the playoffs is the most important thing right now.
I give some credit to the coaching staff, honestly. We finally got I love Jason Garrett to death, but they let him stay way too long, and it's just basically it was just kind of mediocre.
And I know Mike McCarthy's. It's easy for some reason for people to talk about him, but outside of hiring Dick Nolan as defensive coordinator his first year, Mike McCarthy has made all the right moves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this Dallas team is young. This Dallas team is
against
talented.
the 49ers.
Huh?
Bad clock management.
Again, that's one thing that you can say that he needs to. But again, no coach is perfect. Let's look at Andy Reid. Right. Andy Reid is the worst at clock management. Yet Andy Reid is probably considered right now the best coach outside of Bill Belichick in the NFL.
Doesn't hurt that he has Patrick Mahomes.
He has a fail safe. He has Pat Mahomes who can manage a little bit better than he can.
Yeah, I mean, even with Donovan McNabb, he took Donovan McNabb into 4 straight NFC title games and a Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that's correct.
Wow, you're slow there, buddy.
I think about that one.
All right, here we go with the Chargers. I didn't even talk about the Chargers.
I think Chargers get Nolan Smith or Zay Flowers.
Okay.
Nice. Say anything.
Good pick.
Oh, the TCU wide receiver.
Big target.
He's the Joey Porter of receivers. He has the size, but he doesn't play like someone with that size.
Yeah.
And not in a good way.
Yeah, I think he's not. Honestly, I mean, I like TCU. I don't know about that. I mean, we'll see how it pans out.
Well, I like 2 receivers in a row. The receivers coming off the board now.
Yeah, that's usually what happens in the draft. One gets taken and you get a run. I like Quentin Johnson. I understand what Noah's saying, but again, you're going to a team that's got Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, so you're not asking him to be a guy.
Why aren't you? They're always hurt. He's going to be the guy.
Exactly.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're not asking him to make 100 catches.
Why not?
I want you to.
I still think you're not asking him to make 100 catches.
I would have gotten Jordan Addison or Zay Flowers. I know they're smaller, but especially Addison, they're going to go get that ball.
And but Quentin Johnson went. I mean, it's not like Quentin Johnson had a bad college career.
He did not, but I'm telling you, he could have been much better.
I just feel like I think at times we start asking way more than what people can do. Like the dude had for TCU, he literally took the top off their offense for them. And I think he can do the same thing in the NFL.
So in the championship?
Okay, he doesn't have Dugan as your quarterback.
So he doesn't have
trophy
right away.
No, don't even.
So is it 3 in a row receivers here with Baltimore being up next, guys?
He's got a great quarterback. I'll say that.
Who would that? Would you think they take Zay?
I mean,
Zay or Addison.
You got Zay or Addison sitting there. I mean, you just got your quarterback signed and you got to give him some targets.
I did want to say this about Russell Wilson, though, because we had this discussion a few years back on our podcast. We had it going. We talked about Russell Wilson. And he wanted to be the man. He always wanted to be the guy in Seattle. We always felt like he wanted to be the guy. And it was one of those things where, is he a system quarterback or can he just do it on his own? Or is he just that talented? It kind of unfolded this year. It's like, man, he doesn't look that good outside of Seattle's system. You know, I thought Pete Carroll kind of, for the first few years they ran the football heavy. And then he was never a pocket quarterback. Everything was a bootleg here, bootleg right, everything was on the run. And now all of a sudden you go to Denver, now you're not in a system. Now you've got to be a quarterback now. He didn't look too good. It beat San Francisco, but other than that, it didn't look too good after that. But he scrambled. He's a good scrambler. Don't get me wrong. But JD, I remember this. I called him the luckiest quarterback in the NFL.
You did. I remember.
So my thing with Denver, though, you remember who was it? I can't think of his name, and I'm sorry, but the Cleveland coach that they hired that lasted 1 year.
Kitchens?
Yeah. So I kind of feel like Nathaniel Hackett was like Kitchens at Cleveland, where he's just terrible as a head coach. Good offensive coordinator, but just absolutely terrible as a head coach. And so I don't really know if we got the true Russell Wilson last year. Gotcha. I think if he struggles this year with Sean Payton, then I 100% agree with you. But I also kind of feel like that you could see Denver do exactly what Cleveland did, fire their coach and then hire a better coach and then make the playoffs.
But you know what? I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to struggle with Sean Payton. If he's not the guy, he's not going to be the guy from the jump. So
Sean Payton's smart, though.
And he's not going to let Russell Wilson go out there and embarrass himself like that if he is really not the guy.
No, I
Sean
agree.
Payton's gonna
I agree
scheme you.
100%.
He's going to scheme you. I mean, you got to play. Eventually, you have to play to your quarterback strength.
And I don't
You
think
can't-
Nathaniel
you can't
Hackett
make
ever
it
did
work.
last year.
True.
Yeah, you can't just squeeze the blood out of a turnip. It's not going to happen. Eventually, you got to play the quarterback strength. Like
Right.
if he can't throw left, you got to keep him right. I mean, why would you do that? So I mean, you got to do that. So I think Sean Payton's smart enough to do that. Also, they need a run game. I don't think they ran the football enough in Denver. They tried to. They need a run game because he's not going to throw the football 40 times a game. Like I don't want Russell Wilson throwing the football 40 times a game.
Hey, if he
You need some kind of balance there.
Well,
He wants to, but I wouldn't want him to.
That's the funny thing. Again, we go back to this is a quarterback league, but I can count on one hand how many quarterbacks I really want throwing 40 times a game. Most quarterbacks, even good ones, I don't. I still feel like you can win with a quarterback that throws 25 to 30 times and you're running 25 to 30 times. You know,
Well, Patrick Mahomes, prime example. They did that this year in Kansas City. They said, you're not throwing the football that much. We're going to run it sometime. The only quarterback that may have not done that is in Buffalo.
Josh Allen, yeah.
Well, I would say it's
and he's
another.
still throwing the football too much.
Our friend down in Jacksonville, he had one game where he threw over 40 times.
Yep.
So
and let's be fair. Talking about Josh Allen, if you compare the games that Dak Prescott played to when he came back from being hurt, him and Josh Allen literally had the same stats. Yet nobody's talking about, oh, Josh Allen can't win the big one. They're all talking about, oh, well, Buffalo just needs a little bit more offensive firepower, and they need a little bit more consistency on defense. Well, how about Josh Allen spitting the bit in the playoffs? Because let's remember, the week before they almost lost at home when he kind of spit the bit for most of that game. Yet nobody talks about that.
Well,
they don't talk about it because he's young. He's younger. That's the problem.
And the spotlight isn't going to be on Buffalo to actually win. He's great talent. We know that. Got a big arm. But when you look at it versus Dak,
when you're a Cowboy, you're in the spotlight
America's
all the time.
Team.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
All right, so we now got the Ravens are happy about whatever they did. I would love to see just one time the war room after the picks in being all pissed, like son of a bitch. Why did we do that?
What if they sent the wrong card in or something and they took
that was the Dallas Maverick war room like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, let's not even talk about where the Mavericks are.
Oh,
I can talk about that all night.
Oh, I don't even want to. Yeah. Oh,
is Luka the most unlikable superstar in the league?
I told my brother, I said, if the Mavericks traded Luka, I wouldn't be mad.
I'm the same way.
You don't have to have him to be successful, but I want to win with him because I know he's a good basketball player. And I know he wants to win. Dallas, look, Mark Cuban owes Luka Doncic a championship because he's ruined his early career from being succcusseful. He owes him.
The Brunson blunder was the biggest. That was man, that just.
Mark Cuban pisses. You know what? I don't want to talk about it.
Mark Cuban has lived off of one NBA championship.
And
everybody has forgiven him because they got a championship.
Should have been two.
I haven't forgiven him.
Should have been two. The ref gate cost us to one of them. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. But I'm talking about from the moment they won their championship, Mark Cuban gave up. But nobody wants to call him on that.
Well, you have to look at it like this. He may have gave up, but as some other people on the other side, they've done a lot to try to get their team back to where it needs to be. They made some moves. Unluckily right now, it just hadn't panned out. So, because Corey knows.
Zay Flowers, great pick.
Yep. 3 in a row. We're on a roll.
They always make great picks.
So I think, in my opinion, again, looking at the draft through a Cowboy fan, this has taken wide receiver off the board, if it even was on the board. Yeah. Has taken wide receiver off the board in the first round.
You have Addison. That's
I'm just not. I don't know if I'm looking at him as like that's a first round pick over even tight end. Even though I'm not as big on them selecting a tight end, I do think the value is at tight end more than wide receiver at this point.
And I think Minnesota's going to pick Addison right now because they want a compliment for Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I totally forgot to put him on the Minnesota sheet. Adam Thielen left. He went to the Carolina Panthers. And you could say that Minnesota is in need of a second wide receiver.
You know what? I don't know.
They could go guard, too.
On Joey Porter Jr. because they really
they lost Peterson.
Well, and 2 years ago, they made the whole change where they basically drafted all defense, and literally that's all just been crap. Minnesota.
Well, that could have been scheme.
Well, it could have been, but still, for all the talk about Kirk Cousins, last year's issue wasn't the offense; their defense was terrible.
Yeah,
I mean, look at what Dallas did. I mean,
look what the Giants did in the playoffs
twice. Look what Giants did twice against them.
Yeah. I'll say, but I think they got that corrected with their new defensive coordinator. I think it's Brian Flores.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a definite upgrade.
And they got Marcus Davenport, who I've not been a big fan of. He came out of UTSA. He was with the Saints, and he had like 1.5 really good years. He's been hurt and then been inconsistent since then. Like you said, they lost Patrick Peterson. They lost Eric Kendricks, who I thought was a okay, linebacker. Last year they drafted Lewis Cine, I think it is, Cine. He was okay. Again, Minnesota, everybody wants to focus on Kirk Cousins, but Minnesota's issue is defense.
Yeah.
And what do they do with Dalvin Cook? They don't. I don't think they're not renewing his contract.
Well, now the rumor has been that he was on the trade block, but again, I think that's just. I'm a big believer, and I know we work in the media. I'm a big believer in 90% of the pre-draft trade talk is just people clickbaiting. I don't. It never made sense, and unless Bijan Robinson or somebody like that was available, it would never make sense for them to get rid of Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook is perfectly fine. Again, Minnesota's issue is consistency, and their defense has just been absolutely terrible the last 2.5 years.
So in that case, do they need to take defense then? Even though you talked about the receiver, I mean.
Well, I mean, you've gotten rid of Adam Thielen. You don't really have a second guy. What was the other guy for them? Their slot guy. I can't think of his name now. I actually had him on my
KJ Osborne?
Yes. He might slide into the second spot, but I could see them. I mean, again.
To me, honestly, on defense, the biggest improvement they did was getting rid of Donatel and getting Flores. Changing that scheme is going to make them vastly improve. They have players there. They just needed a better scheme. But anyway, I really do think they should go Madison.
It's a big year for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, we haven't even talked about that.
About
what? With Aaron Rodgers leaving, I mean, you got to feel the NFC North is up for grabs, and you got to feel maybe Minnesota and Detroit might be the favorites.
Yeah, Chicago's trash. Packers. I don't want to say the Packers are going to be trash, but they're not going to be the same.
They normally are.
Yep, trash. Packers are trash. Go ahead and say it.
I mean, honestly, is all the Vikings the favorite? I've honestly listen here. I don't know about y'all, but what I wouldn't want to play Detroit in the playoffs if they would have made it. I thought Detroit was rolling.
Yeah.
And they were a dangerous team going into the postseason if they would have made it. And if they can keep that momentum going next year, I think they finally bought in. I think they finally bought in as a team. Yeah. And I don't know that they could be 10-7 and be dangerous.
But will Jared Goff playing well at Detroit because there was no expectations?
No, I think it would.
Or
so he didn't listen. Detroit's like the Minnesota of the NBA.
Yeah,
like you reach the outer portion of the NBA where you can't go. This is it. Like I don't know if you can go anywhere else besides here. So I mean, is he a good quarterback? Yeah. Is he a star? Possibly not. He can make a Pro Bowl, maybe so. But he's exactly what they need at this point.
Exactly.
There's not many. If the only way you can go is up from here. You've been in the Super Bowl before. You got a young team. You're still young. He could be there the next 5 or 10 years and make 4 or 5 Pro Bowls. Yeah. And he'll still be the best quarterback they've had since Scott Mitchell.
Okay, so going back to Minnesota,
Stafford.
So let's go back to Minnesota though. Kirk Cousins is 1 year left on his contract. Is there a chance that they take Will Levis?
If you're smart, you do.
Yeah.
If you're smart, you do.
And now
But
you say if you're smart, you do. But at the same time, I think this is you look for the replacement because Kirk Cousins is like I'm gonna call him the king of what am I trying?
manipulation.
Well, not just manipulation, but to an extent, yes, because you're the one who gets franchise tag. So if it comes down to it, do I want to pay him what he just made 80 something million over 3 years? Do I want to give him a contract worth 40 something million or 30 something million next year if I decide if I don't take a quarterback and I don't have a backup that's decent? Do I want to pay you 30 or 40 million dollars for one season? Now you've made over 120 something million off of us. Or do we sign somebody who can take over and we can let you walk? Yeah, you've done great things, but you haven't been the guy. Or maybe you lead us to the Super Bowl this year. I don't know. And we decide to work something out. But I think you take that chance of maybe putting Will Levis behind him and letting him grow from there. Because you don't have any expectations of Will Levis coming in and starting right away. That gives him time to learn the playbook, gives him time to learn his receivers and get to know the system versus just throwing them out there in the fire.
I don't know if it's gonna be Will Levis though.
Well, who could it be, man?
Yeah,
Who could it
they're showing Hendon Hooker on TV here. That
Oh, I
would be
forgot about Hendon.
that would be a little bit of a reach.
It'd be a twist for me but then again, that plays to my point. Now you
They're
give
saying
Hendon
that
Hooker
you
time to
saw Hendon
learn,
Hooker.
fill
They're
up
showing the
on
two
TV.
quarterback. Yeah.
Yeah, because
So,
they see it. I mean, you got an aging quarterback. How old is Kirk Cousins? What, 34,
yeah, 30
33?
something, 33, 34.
You know, I mean, he's still fairly healthy. Hadn't missed much. He can
Right.
still throw. I mean,
Well, and we're also in a different era where quarterbacks, if they want to, can play into their 40s.
True.
How
There
yeah.
Aaron
you go
Rodgers.
again. Minnesota's fired up. Go figure that. They're celebrating in the draft room about
I mean,
something.
the Vikings are always like, I don't want to say like one of the fake tough teams. Like the Vikings can be 13-2 and always lose in the first round.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Like they're always the fake tough team. Like, but you think about the Pittsburgh Steelers, they could go 8-8 and make it to the
smacking them
Super
out the
Bowl.
Super Bowl. Yeah.
You know, I'm always afraid of the Steelers if they win a single digit season, they're probably gonna make 2 or 3 rounds in the playoffs.
And that's the scary part. But they're a well coached team and they pick strong players that they pick in different spots.
Yeah, I just think the Vikings are a fake tough team. And regardless, I don't know, maybe they could change their persona. But I don't know. Kirk Cousins, they got to do something. Kirk Cousins isn't bad, but I mean, it's kind of like what Kansas City and what they had with Patrick Mahomes. You had Alex Safe, which I always call him Alex Safe. He's not going to do anything damaging.
There we
He's
go.
going to win some
That's just because
games.
he was a 49er, Corey. He
I
was
said
like
Kansas City. I didn't say he was San Francisco.
he was Jimmy G before Jimmy G was there.
No, Jimmy G was a crash dummy. Eventually, something bad was going to happen. Eventually, he'll do something. I'm not talking about Jimmy G. I'm talking about Alex Safe. Alex Safe was pretty good in Kansas City. He'd won you some games, but it wasn't dynamic enough. They needed something. They needed a spark, and they got a spark.
Yeah.
I wonder who this pick is because they're really excited about it. That dude's shaking.
There's the commissioner.
Shaking hands like crazy.
Here we go.
There's another.
They go after dynamic.
Okay, so got it.
So the wide receivers go out in bunches.
I'm on a roll now.
Yeah, we're on a full wide receiver runoff.
Wow.
Who's up next? Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Jacksonville's next. So,
they're not taking a quarterback.
just because we are a Cowboy podcast. It does kind of feel now that Dallas either does just take a tight end because, I mean, that's what's there, or trade down.
I was going to say just trade out of the first round because I don't see anything left that's going to really.
So this is crazy, but do we see a Dak Prescott replacement?
No.
Stop it.
Jerry Jones would never.
I told
you can
who
say
the
what you want
replacement
about
would be.
Jerry, but the thing is he's loyal to his guys. And
He
he believes that
fault
Dak's going to be the
sometimes.
guy. He's going to stay with him.
To a fault sometimes.
A big fault. Because I bet you guys still remember the safety that we drafted out of Eastern Washington. We kept him for 4 or 5 years. He was hurt. He never stepped on the field. But Jerry said it was he really liked the guy.
Oh, well, the Giants are now on the clock, fellas.
Trade.
They traded the Jaguars. Just traded.
I figured the Jaguars are going to get Miles Murphy from Clemson.
Like, who are the Giants trading up to get?
Maybe a tight end.
They need first.
Well, they need wide receiver. They don't need a tight end because you got Darren Waller. You don't technically need a running back.
Well, you can move Darren Waller out to a slot receiver if you needed to. That's how good the guy is.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I don't see them. I mean, because Darren Waller has a big contract. I just don't see them paying.
They're jumping ahead of the Cowboys for some reason.
No, they were already ahead of the Cowboys.
Yeah, unless they're going to take
one spot ahead of Dallas.
Well, I thought Dallas was 26.
Who they need?
Yeah, this is again one of those trades I don't understand.
All right, so let's just see who the Giants need. The Giants need wide receiver, center, inside linebacker, defensive tackle, and corner.
Like none of those.
Got to add running back.
Deontay Banks. He's the one guy I actually have on my prediction list.
Yeah,
I would love for this to actually be correct.
Yeah, that's not a bad pick. Actually, it's not a sexy pick, and I don't know if you needed to trade up to get it. I don't think Jacksonville would have. I don't know. Is there a wide receiver we're not thinking of?
No.
The top wide receiver that I show on my list would be Mingo from Ole Miss.
No,
now he's a good-looking player. I really like him, but I don't think he should be going in the first round.
Well, and again, why I don't understand trading one spot up because you're giving something up, even if it's a 4th or 5th round. You're still giving one spot a pick to move up one spot when you probably could have got what you wanted in the spot, unless they were afraid Dallas was going to try to leap them.
Maybe.
Is there a chance the Giants are actually going to try to go for a tight end?
They have two good ones right now.
It's the Giants. Let's not act like everybody wants to act like Brian DeBall, which I'm still not. I want to go back to, 2016 with what's his name when the Giants made the playoffs? And everybody thought that, the Giants are set. And then I'm still not sold that the Giants have figured things out.
They haven't.
Well, it's time. Now, here's a question. Now, we have Dallas coming up, too. If there are tight ends available that are up, and if they don't want to draft one, it would be a good chance to try to get somebody to trade them and go down and get some picks for somebody that needs a tight end.
That's a good point.
But, I mean at this point, yeah.
As much as I want to see Dallas pick somebody, if there's not anybody they want and the tight ends are still there, you've got 3 of them right here in the top 10 or so of the rankings.
And let's be fair. I'm saying I don't think Dallas needs a tight end. All the true draft experts are claiming that Dallas wants a tight end.
No.
I still think the value in Jake Ferguson and
Hendershot
or Putinshot, whatever his name is, I still think you've got 2 solid guys that can do the work that you need.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, I do too.
They did a great job during the season. There's no way you cut those guys out. Hendershot played well. Ferguson, he'll be fine. I don't see why you just have to say, we need a tight end. What you need, you need you address the wide receiver parts. Now, draft the best available player that fits your system. And if they don't, I think just trade down. Trade down. Don't waste that spot.
And then if that tight end is still there, then okay, screw it. We'll take him.
There's also a chance that someone could want to jump back up for Levis if he's still there as well.
That's a really good point too. And you start to reach out to those teams. And you look at the teams that don't have a first round pick at all.
Right.
And like the Rams. The Rams feel to me like a Will Levis would be perfect for them. You've got Stafford, you might have him for a couple of years, but at some point the Rams are going to have to cash in their salary cap issues and just tear completely down. So if you're going to do that, have a quarterback that's a project and you can rebuild around him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good point right there because I forget the Rams don't have a pick right now. So,
Cleveland doesn't have a pick.
Oh, God. I'm not even worried about
San Francisco doesn't have a pick.
No. And for Corey,
what if San Francisco wants Will Levis?
San Francisco's got 18 quarterbacks, but none of them are good for Corey, though.
They're all hurt.
You know, I'm fine with the quarterbacks we have, as long as Jimmy G's not on the team.
Jaguars did well.
Yeah, see, the Giants gave up a 5th and a 6th for what?
So do the Raiders draft
Probably
trade back
Deontay
up?
What if they took Will Levis?
Nah.
Who is that?
I think again Deontay Banks. I think
That'd be disrespectful if they took Will Levis.
they need a corner.
But Deontay Banks is not like a, oh my God, first round, we need to draft him.
He is a first rounder.
Corey, did you
Yeah.
say
They didn't need
did
to
you
make
say
the trade with
disrespectful?
Jacksonville. Jacksonville was not going to get him.
What about Joey Porter Jr.?
Nah, I like Banks. I think Porter's rated higher, but I personally like Banks more.
I like Joey Porter Jr. in the Cowboys system.
I would. Oh, yeah, I would love that.
Look,
I think the Jaguars are going to get Miles Murphy, so I think this is just a win-win for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to be getting close to that 5 or 6 trades that I predicted.
The what?
Like I said in the beginning, I said I'm looking for about 5 or 6 trades. We got.
Aren't we on like? Yeah, we got to be. Hell, the Texans made like 42 trades.
There you go. I was gonna say they made them all in the first 5
Them
minutes.
and
So, dude, Joey Porter Jr. is now like I don't think that if you'd have talked to any of us as Cowboy fans, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, we thought Joey Porter Jr. would be in play. Stephon Gilmore, and then you got to remember you've got Diggs who will be coming up on his 5th year soon. What if he wants $100 million?
It's already been noted that he wants his money. We already know that's coming.
Wow, good call.
But in the Giants case, I got a question. Since we don't know if Saquon Barkley is coming back or going to play on his deal, what are they going to do?
Good call. He's right on.
Good call.
I still just don't understand a couple of these teams moving up one position for these picks. I mean, Jacksonville, they could have used him, but I don't think that they were like, oh, my God, we've got to have him.
Yeah.
I think it's just something. I'm sure it's some betting going somewhere. So somebody made some illegal bets because it's not on football season. Sure, that's what it is.
Oh man.
So I think the Jags get Murphy.
And by the way, they're showing it right now. Deontay Banks kind of did like the Tennessee tackle where he had a really good game against Ohio State's wide receivers, and that kind of put him in the spotlight, which there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. And I'm fine with the Giants taking it. I just still don't think you needed to trade up for it.
Jaguars just traded their pick to the Bills. So they're just keep on.
So yeah, Jacksonville's playing this perfectly.
Maybe the Bills get Nolan Smith to replace Terrell Edmonds, who went to the Bears.
That could be true.
So let's talk about. So we kind of alluded to it earlier, but Josh Allen and Buffalo. I think Buffalo is in that weird year now where you look at the Jets and they've improved. Whether we can agree with what Aaron Rodgers is going to do, they've improved. You assume if Tua is healthy, Miami was really, really good last year when Tua was healthy. The Bills are all of a sudden they went from being they're the future of the AFC to. Are they going to continue to underperform when it comes to the playoffs? And their defense was part of that issue. And I think that's why they were perfectly happy to let some of their defensive guys go.
Well, offensive line was an issue against the Bengals in that divisional round.
Right.
Well, the fact that Buffalo just will not run the ball.
Well, they don't have a running back the ball.
I guess they could go guard.
3 things they need.
Osiris,
they need
Torrance,
a pass rush.
Florida.
They need a pass rush, offensive line, and running back. That's what they needed.
They got to have a running back, and that's their biggest problem. They have the small back. Singletary was too small. What's the other guy's name? Starts with him.
Zach Moss.
Zach Moss. He was very productive, but they didn't give the ball to him enough.
I don't really think there's a running back worthy of this pick. So
there is not. So therefore,
I don't know where they go.
What do you do?
I think they go guard. I really do.
I think they
got to do something with the offensive line. I mean, because you got to think about it. He's been sacked quite a bit. He does get hit a lot. He takes a lot of hits. Whether in the pocket or not, he's still going to take hits. Yeah. Offensive line doesn't block too well. If the offensive line blocked a little bit better, maybe the run game would have been a little bit better too. It could be something to attribute to that. Defensively, they still need a pass rusher. You know, they hadn't gotten they don't get to the quarterback enough. And I mean, I know they missed whatchamacallit out of DeSoto, but I mean, he's he's probably gonna come back a half step slower.
Was it
They
Ed
could use
Oliver?
his leadership in the locker room.
Yeah, Ed Oliver.
But I mean, I don't know what the Bills do at this point. This could be the last year that we say they're a contender.
Well, because like I said, when we address the running back situation, and you look at it, unless they make a trade for Saquon Barkley or something like that, that makes them a better running team, there's no options. I mean, you can build your defense, but your offense is gonna suffer somewhere because you don't have a running game.
Well, and we go back to what we talked about with Dak. Josh Allen is a great quarterback, but I think there's a line in the sand where when you start to ask Josh Allen to do too much, you're going to have the interceptions, you're going to have the fumbles, you know, and there's nothing that, like, people think that that's a negative. There's nothing wrong with a quarterback having, okay, at a certain point, you don't want him to throw. And I think Buffalo has got to commit, especially in that weather. Commit to running the ball when you need to, and that just is going to make Josh Allen a better quarterback.
So guys, the Bills and Jaguars, this trade basically was around Dallas. So basically, they went above to get. So do we think they think that they were going to get Porter, and so does Buffalo jump ahead and grab Porter at cornerback?
That makes fine sense.
I mean,
because
I'm like Noe. I think Joey Porter Jr. is one of those that he had a really good junior season and he had a solid senior season. But when you start looking at the tape, he does tend to play under his size. He's a 6'2" guy that is not as physical as you want. If he ends up with Dallas, I think that's good. But if he doesn't, I don't feel that's some big miss either.
Yeah.
So if they want to take him, that's fine.
I just wondered because they did jump Dallas to get this pick. They just basically flopped around Dallas.
But if
do they feel that maybe there's a tight end?
I hope not. Well, if they take a tight end, that's great because I look at what you said when you mentioned Diggs. Diggs wants his money. So if you're replacing somebody, you're replacing Diggs with Joey Porter Jr. in the future, hoping that he becomes what Diggs is supposed to be. So. Because he's gonna leave for the money regardless. I already know it. He's not staying in Dallas. If he's not getting his $100-something million contract, he's walking.
He gonna go already know brother in Buffalo.
Well, hey, brothers.
And then too, there's added pressure in Buffalo. They're building this new stadium.
Yep.
You know, you don't want to be like the Los Angeles Clippers, and you got two aging all-stars, and the stadium opens up in a year and a half, and nobody you want to make sure your team is competing for a championship by the time that stadium opens. You have a decent enough quarterback that can get you there. Let's give him the tools to win. Let's take a load off his shoulders where he doesn't have to go out there and try to win it all by himself.
Yeah.
You know, they need to try to project it to where we're still competing every year for 5 years.
No, I agree 100%. Now, as far as talking about Diggs with Dallas, I agree that he wants his money, but I also I think I can see him staying with Dallas. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that he's going to leave Dallas.
I don't know. I just have this big reservation looking at his brother Stephon Diggs and how he left Minnesota. He went to Buffalo, and it's nothing against him. You go where you go, and that's a choice that you get to make. I just think with him being so young, he's going to try to get the most for his value right now.
Here we go.
While he can. I Will Levis. It's not Will Levis. He is sweating bullets over here.
I told you, tight end. Because what's his name? I can't think. No, the tight end for Buffalo.
Dawson Knox.
Yeah, Knox was very
hurt.
Well, inconsistent too. Yeah. He had a stretch at the end of the year where he had like a touchdown in 6 straight games, but before then he only had 1 touchdown. Yeah. I think they want from there. I think they want the quintessential check down tight end that's going to get him 85 receptions, 800 yards. And the funny thing is, and I still say I don't think Dallas is going, oh, no, we lost Dalton Kincaid. And Buffalo just spent draft currency to get a guy that they probably could have got at their normal pick.
Yeah. All right.
And you know what? I think this pick makes sense because Kincaid went to the school where Dawson Knox's brother went to, and there's a relationship. And I think that's out of respect of his brother. And Yeah, I don't think it's they're trying to replace him. I think with Dalton, with him being the way it was, with Knox being the way it was still mulling his brother's death. So I think this is just a tribute to him, and move from that point.
All right, so
well,
Dallas is now on the clock, and
here we go.
It kind of feels like the draft has fell in a nice way, but then it also, I mean, like I don't think there's a running back that they would want. I don't think there's a wide receiver that they'd want.
Hey.
Joey Porter Jr. is still sitting there, and I tell you what, I
Penn
don't
State
have
has
a
been
problem
good
with
to
them
us.
trying for Joey Porter Jr. at this spot.
Yeah, the last Penn State defense. Yeah, the last Penn State defensive player worked out pretty well.
Yeah, so I wouldn't see them passing him up.
The only thing I can think of is if they get a good enough offer on a trade. If someone's trying to move up to grab
Will Levis,
the quarterbacks, Will Levis specifically right now, or there's
Will
tight ends up there that are now one tight end fail. You know how that goes. One goes, and then sometimes they can go on a roll. So I don't know.
Do we need to put pressure on that?
I think it's a trade or Porter. That's what I'm leaning towards.
Shit, I just realized Nolan Smith's still on the board.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Nolan's so I love Van Der Esch, but if you want to talk about one of the weaknesses of the Dallas defense is their run defense, and I still think part of that is just the scheme. I think that the Cowboys were perfectly happy going, okay, we know a team is not going to be on consistent run the ball 30 times, and so we're going to be good. But man, Nolan Smith, that's a really good linebacker.
Yeah,
big shout out to him. Big shout out to Kevin at Texas football. He's like Nolan Smith or Joey Porter Jr. Dallas can't possibly miss this one.
Shoot, don't say that, because this is me. They'll stretch and find somebody off the street.
It'll be a lineman, offensive lineman from.
But you know what? I wouldn't be mad.
You can tell. Hang on, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're just getting the war room, and you can tell Dallas they're still talking about it.
There's Mike McCarthy. He's talking there.
Oh, I disagree. I mean, I have no problem with this.
I don't know if I want a Georgia linebacker though.
Does that mean? Do you think that means that they're been offered a trade and they're thinking about taking it?
That's what I kind of figure. I wonder if there's a trade on the table and they're like, okay, we can do this and take this, or we can trade down, get an extra pick, or do this.
Well, if they think that they can get one of those guys and drop a few picks or however many down they go, it might be worth it. Because if you got a couple of guys that you're looking at, and somebody wants to move up a couple of picks and they only drop down a few, it might be worth it.
Well, and this is again, Dallas is in a good position where they don't have to there's not a oh my God, we've got to draft this position this round or we're screwed.
Yeah,
and they're showing the mayor the tight end, most likely Jason Witten. I have issues with that. I love what Jason Witten did, but I also think Jason Witten was part of the problem at times with Dallas back in the day. So, again, I still am not just sold on they have to have a tight end, but something tells me that's where they're going.
I sure hope. I hope not.
Well, I mean, if they get him, I think they're perfectly fine. I think he's a good, and he blocks, and I will say that. That's the one thing that we talk about. Kincaid. Kincaid is not a blocking tight end, and if we're going to be committed to this run style offense, you've got to have a tight end that can block, and he will do that. He did it at Notre Dame, and in fact, as great as a receiver as he is, he might be a better blocker. I just don't think that you have to do him unless Jake Ferguson's going to be split out more.
Possibly. That's very possible, Dave. I mean, Mayer is athletic. He's more.
Michael Mayer is going to be a great tight end.
Yeah.
If Dallas picks him, I'm perfectly fine with it.
But what would be worth it for a first
they're clapping, and Stephen Jones is happy. I don't know about Jerry. Jerry's kind of.
Jerry doesn't know where he's at. He's got his Johnny Walker Blue. Well, I mean, I can't say anything. I got my vodka. So there you go, Jerry. They've made their decision.
As long as Michael Mayer,
they're drafting Troy Aikman.
Oh,
God. Anything's possible.
They're drafting Troy Aikman to call every one of their games now, so he can badmouth the Cowboys.
I love it. Troy is just a realist.
Oh,
I'm going Mayer. I think it's Mayer.
I
think that is the safest pick.
Every Cowboy fan is nervous right now. This is great.
And by the way, the last two draft picks for the Cowboys in the first round, in the moment, it's like, but then afterwards you go, oh, okay. And they've worked out. Again, we've got to trust in what Dallas has done over the last 13 years in the first round.
Yeah.
Rowdy, get out of here.
It's got to be.
They've had way more hits than misses since 2010.
Hey, that's the
So
future.
I mean, they've literally had no misses in the first round. Byron Jones and Leighton Vander Esch are your two misses, and they both have been really good.
I was gonna say Byron Jones wasn't bad. He left and went to Miami, and now he's like he can't even play anymore.
Yeah, it turns out the Miami. You wonder why Tua has so many concussions. Listen to Byron Jones, where he basically is like the Miami medical staff is just absolute trash.
And it is.
He can't walk.
Yeah, he can't walk, but he wants to play this year. By the way.
Let it be Joey Porter Jr., please.
And the suspense mounts.
I know, right?
I usually don't say this, but I hope it's defense too. I mean, the tight end's fine.
I think it's tight end.
I don't even want a tight end. We don't need it.
Yeah, I think it's an extra. Like it's just like making us have more.
Okay, so if let's flip this around. We're talking position. If you're talking best available player, it's Mayer or Joey Porter Jr. in my opinion.
And you have to go Joey Porter.
What about Nolan Smith? You don't think so?
I like Nolan Smith, but he's more of a safe pick than a best available player. And I don't think you have to go Joey Porter Jr. because you do have Stephon Gilmore for at least 1 year. I think I'm buying the Kool-Aid, but I just kind of feel like it's going to be tight end.
Yeah. And I'd have to look at Nolan Smith's 40 time because if you can't outrun Michael Parsons.
And by the way, you might get Nolan Smith in the second round.
I think so too.
Here we go.
Please don't let it be Nolan Smith or a tight end.
What?
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta go. This is Taco Charlton all over again. I'm done.
Oh yes, forgot about him. Totally forgot about him.
Nope, I'm done.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
I'm done.
Oh,
good night.
Dude, no, JD, no. This is good. This is good.
Run stuff.
This is 100% good. I'm telling you, dude, this is 100% good. I totally forgot that he was still on the draft.
I was thinking he would be more of a round 2 guy, but yeah.
No, I am perfectly fine with this. This is a guy that will control the A gap and will allow Micah Parsons, allow DeMarcus Lawrence, allow Dante Fowler to just rush the lanes. I promise you, dude, this is a good thing.
I am going to watch this. Y'all say it's good. I'm going to watch it turn bad. I'm going to watch this turn bad.
No, this dude is a beast, man.
Corey knows me. I'm going to watch this turn bad.
Well, I will say this, though. Michigan's been pretty good the past few years in the defensive lines. So I don't know if it's going to be a bad pick or not. It may be a pretty good one.
This ain't the move, man. This is not the move.
It may not be. It's not like we always say. It's not the sexy pick.
So you're right. Let's understand this. There was no sexy pick at this draft at this position.
That's why.
And I don't disagree. No, you could have probably traded down, but apparently the one tight end they loved was Kincaid. He got picked. They probably tried to trade down and it didn't work. But I'm telling you right now, Mizey Smith is a great pick. This is one of those guys that you're going to sit and plug at the defensive tackle, and he's going to be there for the next 10 years. And he's not going to have 20 sacks, but he's going to help solidify the run game. I like this better than any tight end pick at this round.
What do you say?
I really do. I like this.
Just get on base.
I'm really excited to see how this helps Parsons and Lawrence next season because he's gonna eat up a lot of.
Or you laughing because you know I'm deflated over here. And you over there laughing. This ain't my pick. I'm sorry. I can't ride with this one.
It's gonna take JD probably about a few weeks in the season. He trust me. This the same thing right now. The same thing we had about Luka. I was like,
I didn't want Trey Young, nor did I want Luka because I know Luka wasn't proven. I'd rather taking him over Trey Young, but I know I didn't want Trey Young.
And I said, trust me, Luka's the guy. Oh, when season starts, okay, Luka's the guy. All right.
I trusted you on that. I can't trust this pick right here, guys. I'm sorry.
Here's the deal. When you look at Dallas's defense last year, the one weakness was their run defense.
The run stop, yes.
So the defense against San Francisco did really good, except for in the third quarter when they needed to make a stop, they couldn't. This is a guy that in that A gap can do that. I promise you, he's not a sexy pick, but I don't think that there was a sexy pick at this point.
But this is me. When you get into that same situation where Dallas got into, when it's late in the game, they're speeding up that offense. They're going no huddle offense. They're running it down your throat. Is this guy going to be able to sustain this throughout that stretch? There's no substitutions, and that's what I look at stuff like that. This is I can't do this. This is not for me. That pick's not for me, and I know it ain't for me.
I mean, he may be able to be conditioned by that time. You never know.
He better be.
I mean, Mozzie Smith,
to like it.
There's no knock on his. His motor is considered really high. Like he's considered a dude that goes. You don't have to worry about him being like Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter showed up to all the stuff overweight. Yeah. Mozzie Smith didn't. Mozzie Smith had a great combine.
Yeah, it's just not the pick. I feel like you could have got this pick in the second round. I don't think anybody.
I don't disagree with that, but you have to also realize what were the offers to go down in the second round. Was there any offer that was good enough to where you could have still got him? Because just because you get into the second round doesn't mean he lasts all the way. Because Dallas' second round pick is still deep into the second round.
And totally understand.
So could you? So what would it have taken to move down or move up?
And I rather you move up if that's something that you really value. But I think you need to sort of solidify the fact that I think Diggs is going to walk this after this year because he wants his money. You got to have that backup. And right now, you have Bland over there. That's great. I don't know if he can take over the number one position out there or the two if you don't have Diggs or Stephon Gilmore once they're gone.
So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this,
not the guy.
We don't know exactly how they graded him on the draft board either, and it could have been the guy that they may have wanted, later, and they got him now, and he was available. True. And the same thing, if they're grading a guy that may fit that position that you want for Diggs, and they may find him in the second round. So it really depends on how they scout and how they grade. Now, I'm not saying that's a foolproof thing because we all know some scouts are better than others.
Exactly.
Well, but I mean,
don't have a full GM.
But the Cowboys, I know I'm a Cowboy hater, but I'm a realist. And once I know about the Cowboys, they draft really well. They rarely have a miss.
Hold on now.
Maybe 1 out of 10 they may miss somebody.
Well, let's remember how everybody was reacting when Tyler Smith was drafted last year. And everybody was like, what is Dallas doing? Oh, my God, Dallas, they're reaching. And look where Tyler Smith is. By the way, on ESPN, I just want to give this. We haven't done this, but he's compared to Dontari Poe, which that's a great comparison. Yeah. And this is his post-draft analysis. Dan Quinn's defense needs an anchor in the middle for the defensive line, and Smith can be that. He has elite movement skills at 6'3", 323, and he can play nose tackle or bump down to a one-technique spot. Smith feels a need along the defensive line and could be tasked with keeping Micah Parsons from seeking double teams on the edge. His projected year one impact is high impact day one starter. Smith is expected to be the anchor in the middle of a defense.
Well, we already know that because they ain't got nobody there that's been decent in the past 4 or 5 years. They've tried.
Okay, so you just got that.
I just don't think that's what you really had to do because we're still free agents out there. They had plenty of time to sign people, and they chose not to.
Then a defensive. That's another tackle. So how many? That's 5 offensive linemen, 5 or 6.
Yeah, Jacksonville just picked.
Yeah. Solidify.
Oh, Anton Harrison.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to be out about pick for a while.
I like him.
Yeah. I mean, they needed someone to replace Taylor.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Yeah. Actually, that's a no call right there because their starting left tackle is about to be suspended for at least 8 games.
Right.
Yeah. At least for PEDs.
Yeah, for PEDs from when he was hurt last year. So this is a good pickup going back to Jacksonville. This is a good pickup for Jacksonville.
So now we got Cincinnati on the clock.
Cincinnati.
It's going to definitely be an offensive lineman.
They still need offensive lineman in Cincinnati.
Branch, Alabama.
They need everything.
They still need offensive line. I know they don't need a quarterback. That's all I know.
Well, they don't need that.
They don't need a quarterback.
Well, they got
don't need a
Orlando
wide
Brown
receiver.
Jr. They filled their linebacker spot with Jermaine Pratt. They did lose Von Bell at safety, and I thought he was very underrated. So I kind of agree with Noe. I kind of think Cincinnati might go with a safety.
You go to
Secondary.
Branch from Alabama.
Yeah,
I mean, don't get me wrong. Bengals are pretty stacked.
Yeah.
They, this is just kind of filling holes at this point.
Right.
Their pick's already in, so they knew where they
Yeah,
wanted.
they ain't wasting the time.
Will Levis. There's always one guy that has to sit in the green room as everything falls. But in saying that, the lower you go as a quarterback, usually you're going to be drafted by a team that's already got a lot of everything in place to help you win.
Right.
Yeah.
And
it could be New Orleans.
I feel sorry for Will Levis, but then again, I don't.
Ooh, New Orleans.
Who's the quarterback in New Orleans?
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr. So it ain't gonna be them.
Is he the?
I mean, unless like
I like Derek Carr.
He's all right.
I think Derek Carr was hamstrung by a shitty organization.
Unless the Browns or Rams trade into the first round, and those are teams that do need a quarterback.
Browns don't.
We'll see what Deshaun Watson.
Well, I mean,
does.
but you're on the hook.
I mean,
you have to ride with him no matter what.
Hey, Deshaun Watson is.
By the way, nobody's talked about how shitty Deshaun Watson looked last year when he came back. And I know he didn't play for a whole year. But like he looked like comically bad.
I'll take that. I'll take that. How bad he looked, because the year he did play, he looked like an MVP.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the last year with Houston. No, I agree.
Yeah, and I'll take that. I'll take the bad 6 games over, whatever. Right. I was like, listen, we'll throw that away. We just want to get you. I'm pretty sure they just want to see him on the field.
Right. You want to see you acclimated to the situation. He's been gone for 2 years from football. He took a year off, and then of course they suspended him for a year. Basically,
love the old look.
Oh wow, the natty.
Yeah, I
the
might
natty
see Brian
Bengals.
Branch or maybe like a rusher, like Brees or Murphy, maybe.
I don't think I'm gonna get over this Dallas pick.
You got DN.
I can't wait for next year's draft show so we can come back to that, because I think you're going to be really, really happy with Smith.
We'll see. I'll just, like I said, like Corey told you, it takes me time. I mean,
it's gonna bury in it.
I'm not mad at the pick. I just wish they could have traded down and got him. That was my only.
And again, we all want that, but we don't know what the offers were. And again, Dallas didn't have a high second round. So if they couldn't go down to get him, and they felt that he would be taken before they drafted 20 picks later, you've got to make that move no matter what the board says. If that's what you feel is the best guy available.
Yeah, that's true.
He might not.
And again, I will be the first to admit I was so pissed with Micah Parsons, not because of Micah Parsons, but because that Surtain Jr. was taken off. And then I was pissed last year with Tyler Smith. And both of those have proven to be perfectly, of course, Micah Parsons is a transitional, generational player. And then Tyler Smith is a really, really good offense. So I'm going to trust that they picked a guy that they feel can fit their needs.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely true. He fits what they were.
And
lacking.
Michigan, you didn't run against Michigan. That's the one thing you can say about Michigan. Their run defense, and he was a huge part of that.
That's how I feel about that right now.
It's gotta grow on you. It's gotta grow on you.
Better grow.
Bengals. As I'm all out of Vince, the Bengals.
The Saints are going to be an interesting one as they're on the clock. Last year they were 7-10. But again, they're in a division where they could still be immediately competitive.
Yeah.
They lost Marcus Davenport. They lost their Andy Dalton. They got Derek Carr. They got Jamal Williams, which I think is a very underrated pick, because you've got Alvin Kamara, who's still facing possible suspension.
Jamal Williams was a great pickup.
They need a tight end. What about Meyer now?
You know what?
Yeah, that's a real good. That would be a really good pick for them.
I thought they were happy with Juwan Johnson.
And with them having
but again, he's one of those that came out of nowhere. Will it? How consistent will that be? Is that a 1-year flash?
Yeah,
their coaches,
they had one of the best rookies. And I think they had one of the best rookie wide receivers of the league last year. Olave.
Yeah, Chris Olave.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say Nolan Smith. I think they'll do anything to improve their defense. New Orleans.
Yeah,
is a
because I
very
mean,
good organization.
when you think of them in the last few years, it's on
Mhm.
defense. But I
Right.
mean, they lose Shy Tuttle, they lose Davenport, they lose Caden Ellis. So I mean, yeah, it feels like we all think the Saints defense is still really good, but when you actually look at it, they've lost a lot. And I know Marcus Davenport probably didn't live up to his draft pick, but I mean,
Right.
he was still really, really solid.
He was solid.
You're
Yeah.
looking at an edge guy. You've got Felix Anuka, was however you say his name, from Kansas State.
Uzama.
I can't. Yeah, it's too complicated for me.
Speaking of Kansas State, you want to talk about a flyer pick down the line for Cowboys? Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
He's undersized,
Doesn't
but
his
he's quick.
Is he
dad
too
work
much?
for the Cowboys?
Yes, his dad's a scout for the
Is
Cowboys.
he too much like what we have? We talked about that earlier.
No, he's Pollard's not a power back, but Pollard. I think Pollard's actually underrated. I think you can ride Pollard into the gaps in the A and B. Deuce Vaughn is more of the traditional third down back. You're going to get screens with him. You're going to get tall sweeps. You're going to get him out to the corner.
I'd like to see him get Roshan Johnson, the Texas back. I think he's one of the most underrated.
No, I agree. I think, for all the talk about Bijan Robinson, Roshan Johnson was very underrated. I mean, he did a lot of the dirty work.
That's what the and Roshan is just going to run you over, and I think that would be a good steal later in the draft. They could.
Well, that be
Roshan's not going to. He doesn't have any hips. He doesn't shake and bake. He just goes right in the head first into the gap, and he'll run you over.
Well,
now the problem is can he do that in the NFL against the 6'2", 300-pound guys instead of the Big 12, which is more of a rush ins and get to the quarterback.
I mean, I don't know. He's got to have better blocking and better holes to go through. So, I mean,
if he has better knowledge and skills, and he knows he needs to be the low man, that means he's got to get down low and make sure he's hitting the holes hard enough to where he's making that impact from the jump. So I think if he can do that, and that's the pick, I can live with that. Because that just reminds me of having Zeke to an extent. Zeke had a little bit more flashiness to him in the beginning parts. Later down the road, he was a little bit straight line, I'll run you over type thing. So if he can do that and keep his shoulder pads low and run through the defender, I'm all for it. But you got to have that 1-2 punch. We've already talked about that, and I think you got to have both backs.
Yeah.
Where did Zeke land anyway? Where's he at?
He hasn't landed anywhere. He's landed at the house.
He may end up landing back if
you know what, at the right contract price, I would not mind.
Yeah, because he does a good job for what we used him for.
Oh, I think if they don't take a running back, I think Zeke Elliott's definitely back for.
Because I think he likes playing with. I think he's good buddies with Dak, and I think I think it would work. He kind of settled into his role pretty well last year.
Yeah, and he made his money, and so you can take the vet minimum and everything, and
$20 million.
And by all accounts,
by
all accounts, after a couple years of him being just young and dumb, he's pretty much matured and become a real good team leader. Right. I have no problem with them bringing Zeke back at the right money.
I wouldn't mind it because, like I said, he's frustrated with the fact that he hadn't landed anywhere. And to me, I was, if you're getting rid of him for the money purposes, I'm 100% fine with that because, of course, the production has declined. But if you can get him back at a rate where it's not going to hurt you and it can only help you, gain other players, I'm 100% for it. And, if that's what it takes.
Because if he's only going to do, so many carries a game and so many per season, he can get you quality carries and he protects the ball and he can put the ball in the end zone.
Right.
It's proven.
Yep. And again, you've got Pollard coming off an injury, which he will eventually be 100%, but it might take 4 or 5 games into the season before he's 100%.
Or it could take all year. That's right there.
There went the Saints.
They went defense. Good job. I'll just say that. I won't give out the next.
Yeah.
So we got a defensive tackle run now going.
Right.
Yeah, and next pick is Philadelphia, and they've already addressed their defensive tackle need.
But so they'll go.
They need a safety. They need a guard. They need an end. This could be a Osiris Torrance or Brian Branch pick.
Yeah.
Because they the safety, right? Because Epps left, right?
You kind of feel that the Eagles draft might not have gone the way they were wanting once Bijan. I think they had honed in on Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, as much as I hate the Cowboys didn't get him, I sure didn't want Philadelphia landing him.
Yeah, that was my whole thing. If Dallas can't get him, go to the NFC South, and hey, if we have to play in the playoffs, we'll deal with you then. Now, in saying that, Jalen Carter potentially is going to be an impact player.
I mean, they're in the situation now where they paid Jalen Hurts a lot of money. Like we said earlier, they're going to have to just like do what Kansas City's doing and stockpile the rest of their.
The thing is, and this is where I wish Dak would get it. And this is just me being selfish because, hey, you get what you can money-wise. Yeah. But Jalen Hurts is going to be underpaid. Mm-hmm. And he, I mean, like his highest hit is going to be $30 million, which is a lot, but it's not. With where the cap's going, that's not a big hit. Yeah. Now, I'm hoping if this extension with Dak, maybe he will be like, okay, you know what? I want to win. So I'm willing to give up a little. Again, if you don't, I get it. You go for what your money is. Yeah. But I do think if there's going to be a tipping point with quarterbacks where they've got to make those decisions.
Yeah, because your quarterback can't make all the money. Then no, there's no money. Because at some point we're going to have to sign Parsons. You can't let Parsons go.
Whose contract is up first? Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert's contract? Because their contract's gonna set the market.
They're both 2020 draft picks.
Yeah, they're the same. Both 5 years. They'll both get their options picked up.
Yeah, but so, I think he's not. He's going to get a contract for.
And Justin Herbert, I'll say this. I know we're talking Eagles and all, but Justin Herbert, is that a guy that is he as good as everybody keeps saying he is? Then when is he going to take flack for the Chargers seemingly underperforming the last 3 years?
I don't think it's him.
I don't think it's him. I think he's
okay. So go look at that playoff game against Jacksonville. Now, no, he didn't throw 4 interceptions, but he also didn't make a lot of plays when they had a chance to solidify that game and move on.
Would you also remember he was hurt?
Yes, and I think you have to look at Keenan Allen and Mike Williams.
Yeah,
and the running back situation, Austin
Eckler.
He's good. And don't get me wrong, he's good. But Austin Eckler, is he that guy? And you saw the Chargers did not want to pay him. Why did they not want to pay him? Because he's not that guy.
And they made the right pick with Melvin Gordon, not paying Melvin Gordon at the time too. So that's a good point.
And I think they know that they have, but they just haven't found what they need right now. And once they can get what they need, I think that elevates you. You have a better running game. Like I said, you can't take anything away from Austin Eckler. He did a great job in a situation that wasn't he supposed to be in.
He really did. But I'm curious because I do like the quarterback in Kansas City. My mind just went blank. He not Kansas City, but San Diego or LA. He reminds me of a younger. He's like a hybrid of Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's really good. Like and it's kind of the West Coast thing where you really don't get a chance to see them a lot, but you get in the primetime games, man, he'll maybe light it up a little bit. You know, you see the potential there, but you don't know exactly what you have until you get it. And I said this a long time ago about what's his name in Detroit. I don't think he's the guy. You know, I think the Rams front loaded and got a rookie quarterback, and that team was just ready to win a championship right away. And I didn't think Jared Goff was the guy at the time. I was like, I just, he's just not tough enough. And maybe he's never going to be that guy. Justin Herbert, you put Justin Herbert on that Rams team, they win the championship. I think he's not afraid to take the hit. He's not a prima donna. He's not afraid to get dirty. I think he likes football. I think he loves football. I think he's a locker room guy. And I think they can build on that with him. He may be better. Honestly, Joe Burrow's been successful in Cincinnati. He may be better than Joe, but he may get his team over the hump before Joe Burrow does.
And see, I feel like Joe Burrows is taking less talented teams to a Super Bowl and an AFC title game.
I don't know. Chase, you had, man, that T. Higgins. Don't
get me wrong,
I love T. Higgins.
Yeah. They
And that
stacked.
division, but then again, that division is tougher than well, I don't know. It's almost about the same.
And let's remember this, especially the first year, but even last year, Joe Burrows took record-breaking sacks and still won games.
Yeah.
Like that, he literally broke what is supposed to be the mold. If you pressure a quarterback, you win. He didn't. He got pressured and he still won. And again, I love Justin Herbert. I just think that Justin Herbert keeps getting a pass when the Chargers are a very talented team, not just him, but the whole team. And everybody's like, oh, but he's still the greatest quarterback. Okay, so then when is Jacksonville? That's when you should see that. That's when you should see a great quarterback play. Okay, you're up a lot, so solidify that win. And again, Herbert didn't throw 3 interceptions or anything, but he also didn't make the plays when a great quarterback is supposed to make those plays.
Well, I just think people. I think you have to look at it like this. They say that San Diego is very talented. If you look at it, and I think Corey brought out the point, they are talented, but when are the talented people really on the field for all the games? And Keenan Allen was off the field quite a bit last year. Mike Williams was out. So and if you can sustain them being on the field, then we'll get to see the true talent of that team. But right now, we can't see it because when you got Keenan Allen gone for 8 games, you got Mike Williams missing another 6 games. That impacts the rest of the play and the talent that they're supposed to have, and you don't actually get to see the true talents of the team.
That's true.
Well, the Eagles pick is in, so let's see
what they're going to do.
They should go for a guard, but I'm thinking they'll
go Brant.
Best available.
I'm gonna say
the Georgia linebacker.
No,
to go along with the 2 or Jalen Carter they picked this year and then last
Jordan
year,
Davis.
and then Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe they're okay with the guard replacement.
And after this pick, we'll talk about one of the teams that didn't have a first-round pick, but not because they traded out or anything, because they do illegal things.
Miami. Yeah, because there should be 32 picks in this round, but there's only 31.
Oh, good Lord.
We got to introduce like 18 people.
Do this in the 5th round.
Is that the Dude Perfect, guys?
Is that the Jonah?
That's Dude Perfect.
Oh, it's Dude Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, why are they on the Eagles pick?
That's not Dude Perfect.
Yeah, it is. That's the 220.
No, it didn't. Oh, it is. Oh, that's right, because them and Kelsey are real big buddies.
Oh.
I don't know how
okay, we don't
What
care.
are we doing?
Crap.
Oh.
By the way, if people don't know, Dude Perfect is set here in Dallas. They do a lot of their stuff over at the Cowboy headquarters in Frisco. They're a YouTube channel. They do trick shots and things like that.
Oh, okay.
In fact, they first got big because about 7 years ago, they did a lot of stuff with Dallas Stars, Tyler Sagan and all them.
I love watching their stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah, they're fun. And until you realize that they heavily edit their shit.
Yeah.
20, 30, 40 million times.
It's all for the content.
Wait, what?
No,
What do you say? What do you say?
Hey, we all got to have content.
Speaking of, we got Brett after the show going to be doing titty bar dances.
Oh,
$2. Come on, sign in. All for the content. Nolan Smith. Again, they've got a type. They want that SEC, that strong. Again, I'm telling y'all, and this is not bad, but they're looking at, we've got to beat Dallas, we've got to beat San Francisco, we've got to toughen up our interior run defense and all that. Now, the great thing is I still think that's outdated because I still think Dallas's offense is a little outdated in what they want to do.
I sure hope Nolan Smith doesn't come back to bite us because that's one of those picks now we'll be able to, next couple of years if he's like stopping us and sacking us in the backfield and terrorizing us.
I think he's really, really good, but I don't think he's any better than or like way much better than Van Der Esch. They're kind of the same player. They're going to play well against the run, and you can try to block him out. He's a little bit more of a pass rusher. But in saying that, when LVE has rushed the passer, he has good success.
Yeah.
Who do you think the Chiefs pick?
Dude, the Chiefs are one of those that they could go with anybody.
Yeah.
I think
Do they have a need? I mean, honestly.
I mean, they could always go for another receiver. They lost Juju, right?
They need an edge guy. They lose Frank Clark. Unless now there are reports that Frank Clark could re-sign with Kansas City.
Yeah.
But I could see Kansas City trade. This would be one of those if there's somebody wanting Will Levis, they could trade down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the Rams.
Yeah, the Rams. I still feel like the Rams are a team that might try to trade back up, but maybe not.
If I'm Kansas City,
One
I
of the
go
needs
for the offensive
apparently
line.
for Kansas City is a tight end.
You said offensive line, Corey?
O-line. I'm not letting anybody touch. I'm not letting anybody get
Well, yeah,
near.
they lost Orlando Brown Jr. So,
But they got Jawan Taylor from the Jags.
I feel like they overpaid.
But they
for
also
him.
lost Wiley, Andrew
Yeah.
Wiley, who basically did a really good job against Reddick and Hargrave in the Super Bowl.
I kind of felt like they overpaid for Taylor.
Yeah, they did, but they paid because of his age.
But they literally could have paid Orlando Brown the same
exactly.
and got a better tackle.
Good for Cincinnati though; they got a pretty solid guy.
Okay,
They're just showing the graph over here. The last 2 years,
I just wish all the non-bad things for the Eagles. I don't like the Eagles. I don't like Nick Sirianni. I think this one cocky coach and
well, when your team got beat out by him, Corey, I understand that's kind of like we don't like 49ers.
Like him in the beginning. I didn't like him in the beginning. He's just cocky.
Wow.
I mean, just feel like JD.
Those guys look so serious.
JD doesn't feel my pain. JD, I'm stuck with Eagles, 49ers, and Texans. I have to listen to.
But I can listen to all of them except for the Eagles. I respect 49er fans. I respect Texans fans because I know Texans ain't done nothing.
You respect winners. I appreciate that.
Oh, well.
I do, and that's true because who did I look up to when I was growing up?
The wide receiver.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit of a reach, but
yeah, I'm trying to think what would not be a reach.
Do you kind of feel at this point, whoever Kansas City drafts, you just trust? Like, okay, yeah, he's going to be good.
It's probably going to work out.
They could just draft anybody that's a weapon on offense, and Mahomes is going to make them look like a star. I mean, at this point,
you know the best thing about being the late draft picks, you're probably going to get drafted to a winner, and there's not much you need to do, but just don't mess up.
I mean,
you're going to get groomed, hopefully, in a good system. Yeah. So just don't mess up. Just be ready.
Kelsey's getting up there. Do you take the tight end from Notre Dame and have him groom under Kelsey?
I mean, that sounds like a great idea to me.
I mean,
I'm not sure if there's any value anywhere else
in the secondary.
You can always improve in secondary.
Yeah. You can always get Porter, but they have a pretty decent secondary. The main loss for them in the secondary was their safety, Thornhill.
And Thornhill was more of a problem to the thorn in the
side. I still feel like they've probably tried to trade out of this and just not find anybody, which kind of makes you again wonder all the talk about Will Levis and he could be the true diamond in the rough. Maybe that was just all a lot of BS because I don't feel like anybody ever this round was like, yeah, we need to go for him.
Well, maybe it's just one of those where there's just nobody that like has that big a need to draft a quarterback this early. The ones that needed to draft it already have.
What about the Commanders, though?
Yeah, but you've got the Commanders. You've got again. No matter what we think about Kirk Cousins, he's on he's got 1 year left. Tennessee, you've got 1 year left with Ryan Tannehill. So you would think if they really felt that this guy could be a future, even if he's not, you still draft him and you stash him and just see what happens.
Right. Because we've seen other teams do it and it hadn't been successful, let's say that. But what if he did turn out to be that diamond in the rough? And like you said, you're Minnesota, you're the Commanders who have Sam Howell out of North Carolina, you have Jacoby Brissett as a backup. Who are you really trusting? I mean,
exactly.
I mean, I don't even know what to expect from that team next year.
Dude, they are so counting on Sam Howell, who beat a Dallas team who was very unmotivated. You could tell they just were like, "Yeah, we know where we're at in the playoffs. We're good." Right. And they're like, "Oh, this is." I mean, and not that Taylor Heineke was good, but at least Taylor Heineke, the fans supported him, and he wasn't terrible. I don't get that one.
And I don't get it either. So the pick doesn't match what you would expect from a team that really is trying to gain ground. Because if Sam Howell doesn't turn out, you're turning to Jacoby Brissett. Okay, yeah, he had a decent season in what you call, but what are you getting? What are you really pushing for?
Good point. And you don't even have a true running game that you can say, okay, we have Jacoby Brissett and we'll just play safe and we'll run the ball 30 times.
Exactly.
Because Jacoby Brissett, I don't have a problem with him, but he literally is not going to try to make a mistake, which is fine, but that means you're also not going to try to make a play. Yeah. You're going to just check down every time. Watching him and Teddy Bridgewater, they just annoy me because they just check down every play.
Teddy Bridgewater, though. I feel bad for him. But I mean, it's just that's where his career has gone to at this point.
Hell, give him credit for what after. I mean, people. I have never heard. Well, I'll say I never. I've heard of 2 injuries where players were throwing up and everything, and that was Joe Theismann breaking his leg on Monday night, and Teddy Bridgewater breaking or whatever he did to his knee in that practice. They said players were throwing up. Oof. I mean, think about that, because if you've played football, no matter my leg got shredded in football. And for throwing gruesome it was. So credit that Teddy Bridgewater is even still in the league at this point, because that was 9 years ago.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And he's still making Chase Daniels money. That's good. I mean,
Daniel money. One year 2015 season, because they won the division, and then the offseason going into 2016, he shredded his knee, and then they traded for
Cousins.
No, it was Sam Bradford.
Oh yeah, Sam Bradford.
Because he started like 6-0, and then reality set in, and they realized, oh yeah, we don't have an offense. And then they had Case Keenum 17.
No, Bradford's another one that, if injuries, I'd like to have seen where he was. He was not a bad quarterback.
Yeah.
Like me, Big Red.
Well, they're really amping this pick up. I mean, they're amping this one up.
I mean, there's nothing. I mean, you won a Super Bowl. There's nothing like the guy that gets this pick. He's gonna party. I'm partying all night. I'm just coming to training camp. I'm just excited.
Yeah.
Well, especially for this team, because you sit there and look like, man, we probably going to the Super Bowl again this year.
I'm just gonna come here and buy all the guys lunch, all the position guys lunch, and carry their bags, and hey, I'm good. Just be ready. This is the be ready position.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Really?
They bringing the trophy out and everything here.
Gosh, that's the third one.
Hey,
they won the Super Bowl.
I mean, let's give them credit for all the talk about how tough the AFC is, and yet Kansas City has now been to 3 Super Bowls, won 2 of them.
Yeah.
And I mean, it would take Patrick Mahomes being hurt that they're at least not in the AFC title game next year.
They've been to 5 straight AFC title games.
Yep.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yep. There went one I mentioned earlier.
Guy from White House, Texas. Damn.
Hey, right down the street, bro. Oh wow.
Okay, yeah, that fits.
Goodbye, Frank Clark.
Or bring Frank Clark back at a lower salary, and you get him getting 20 snaps a game.
There you go.
The pass rushers under 30. You think Frank Clark's gonna come back at a discount?
Oh yeah, I mean Frank Clark has not signed with anybody else.
He's from Kansas City, Missouri, as well. So that's interesting.
Oh, he's down the road. He's gonna drive to Kansas City.
He's selling some tickets.
Bro, you ain't even got to move.
Yeah, like
I'll stay in a whole season.
Like I'm just waiting to sign my bonus so we can party with my boys and go to training camp and we're good.
You don't have to move. He's already
just be ready. Your agent's telling you just be ready.
All right, so to close things, what are y'all's thoughts on this first round for 2023? I thought the Houston Texans, whether they turn out to be right or not, I love the bold moves that they made.
The Texans get an A+ for me. I'm sorry. And Corey knows I would never grade them that way. But when y'all started off and I'm coming in and I'm like, what the heck? They're talking about Houston and they're just like, oh, Houston's done this again. Like that's crazy. And Houston got some quality players out of their draft pick. So give them an A+.
Yeah, I like what they did. I also like what Arizona did. I've said that a few times. They traded down and back up, and they were able to pick up a couple of extra picks, future picks. I think that was a great move. I think it's kind of what I expected. A lot of trades, a lot of movement. It was interesting. It was a lot of more than normal when I watched the draft. Like I didn't really know who was going to pick what.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It was very unpredictable.
The Lions taking Gibbs early, I still think it's a mistake, but I like it. I know that some of us aren't fans of what the Cowboys did. I like it because I think Dallas is at a point now where they didn't need home run picks. In fact, they need the exact opposite. You need the guys to do the dirty work.
Yeah.
But in saying all that, Dallas's draft will be decided by what they do going forward, because as much as I will respect what they've done in the first round for the last 13 years, it's that second round where Dallas has tended to struggle, where they try to reach a little too much. So we'll see what they do with that.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens in the second round. First round's been pretty much, I don't want to say it's not exciting.
That's because your team
Texas,
didn't have a
they
pick,
did what they
Corey.
needed to do.
That's why it wasn't exciting for you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wish we would have got somebody on secondary, but that's another story. But I mean, Texas did what they were supposed to do. They had some good picks. I was anxious to see who was going to pick Will Levis. Who needed a quarter? And there's still some teams that needed quarterbacks. It's just weird. And but like we said before, the key positions: pass rusher, defensive pass rusher, offensive line, and believe you me, 5 offensive linemen got picked, 5 defensive linemen got picked, 6, So I mean, that's the money positions. So the teams are going to you have to protect your investment, and of course you have to go after the investment, the other teams' investments.
I think
They
Pittsburgh's
did.
fielding calls tonight, Phyllis.
So what?
I think Pittsburgh's fielding calls and is going to have some options as far as if they've got anybody that wants to trade up to get Levitz now. They may be fielding some calls.
They have the first pick in the second round.
They're the first pick up, and so now they know they're up next. So I think they'll have some offers and opportunities. We'll see if anything comes of it.
Now, if you will Levis, now you have to prove it.
What team do you think would actually come for Will Levis right now?
The team that needed a quarterback, they just didn't want to take him in the first round.
I don't know. That's a good question. First off, I want to say this. I know when they first started this whole first round and then not doing the second round the same night, people complained. I actually like it because I think it allows teams to reset and go, okay, now let's think about where we're at and let's make these moves. And so I actually like this. And I don't know, maybe Will Levis hasn't been the high prospect that everybody thought they were, because I really thought that there would be teams trying to move up to get him. And yeah, you could say maybe there was teams like Dallas and Kansas City and all of them were asking too much. But if you really thought Will Levis was a true, he could be our franchise, you pay that price. So maybe that's one of those things that the press overrated him compared to what the scouts were saying.
And I think the scouts probably overrated him too, because when you look at their top 5 guys, he's like number 3, and the one with the lowest side was supposed to be Anthony Richardson. Yeah. He was he was high risk, high reward, or you get what you get, because he was so lackadaisical in certain situations, even when he was at Florida. So he was the guy that they talked about probably not being the guy. And Will Levis going before him, and I was kind of shocked when y'all said the Colts took him. So it's like, hold on, what's really going on here? So there had to be something in that scouting report that says, hey, let's wait on this guy, because I got a feeling he'll go second round.
Yeah,
it's just why not go first.
By the way, we can agree with it or not, but you got to give Jim Irsay and the Colts credit. They swing for the fences on these quarterbacks, whether it be trying to get, Rivers to come back and play one good year, or Matt Ryan, or Anthony Richardson, I appreciate that. I know it might not be the most efficient, but again, I go back to the old days of let's just swing for the fences and give the Colts credit, because if Anthony Richardson hits, the Colts are a talented team.
Yeah.
Oh, most definitely. And it's something that they've never had before. Just think, you had Peyton Manning for, 15 years or so, and he was not dynamic. He could throw the ball, but with the spinal fusion to his neck and all of that stuff, he wasn't the same guy. So this gives them a little bit different of an element of a quarterback they could possibly see, and it could be, it could be something special for them. So and Michael Pittman Jr. and with Jonathan Taylor, I think that could be a great combo if they actually work it out.
Yeah, people forgot about Jonathan Taylor. 2 years ago, that dude was just dominating the league. All right, that's going to do it. We appreciate you boys for joining us. Thank everybody for joining us. It's been an awesome, fun draft. First time we've done this, 4.5 hours, folks, and we appreciate everybody joining us. And until next time, that's the NETSN boys. That's intern Noe. I'm Terry Bennett. This has been OutDrank the Coverage, the live draft show on L4 Media.